Okay, testing. It looks like the microphone's back on, sir.
Fabulous.
I can see that it is recording. I am going to start moving the links all over to this new stream. So we are on in a second. Give me a minute.
Wonderful news. Okay, so we are at the moment going to look at electricity, and I put a little one in there. It says, "What a shocking unit!" Because obviously everything to do with electricity is quite alarming. And therein lies the I don't know. I can't even break. So electricity.
Well, you know what would be really handy, sir, before you start getting into this? Would you be able to look on your phone and check that this one's working? Is that all right?
Oh, absolutely, sir. Let's just check because we lost the sound in the last one. Yeah. Unfortunately, you didn't see any ghosts, did you?
Oh, Mr. Bradley has already said that we're live.
Oh, and that we've got sound?
And that we've got sound.
Wonderful.
The sound is showing. He's all happy, yes.
Great.
So, Mr. Bradley, you really need to get back to bed.
Absolutely. Certainly does. So we're looking at electricity. What a shocking unit. And I want to ask you, will this circuit work? Well, let's see what components we have as part of this circuit. So we can see that we have a wire as part of this circuit. The wire is attached to this here, which is a buzzer. It makes a sound when it is powered, when it has electricity running to it. Then from the other side of the buzzer, the wire connects to a bulb, and then the other side of the bulb is again connected to the buzzer. So if you're watching a little later on, I'm going to give you 10 seconds. Write in the comments if you want, or just give the thumbs up or thumbs down. What do you think? Will this circuit work? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, this circuit will not work because it is missing this, a battery. It is missing a power source, and without a power source, it has no electrical current to run through the wires to power the objects that require that power source. So missing from this circuit is a battery. Okay. There is the circuit with the battery included. The circuit needs a power source, add a cell and an extra wire to it, then fully connect the circuit. So now we can see we've got the power source, the battery. The battery connects to the light connects to the buzzer connects to the other side of the battery, forming a complete circuit with the electricity passing all the way through and through the two objects that need that battery as a power source. Okay. Now, here's a diagram. And I'm going to explain what the symbols are in this scientific diagram of a circuit. Here, with a cross through it, we have a bulb. Here, we have a switch. Now here, the switch is closed. You can either have an open switch or you can have a closed switch. This switch is closed. And we also have a battery, a power source here. So the battery is connected to the bulb is connected to the switch is closed, and the switch is connected to the battery, the power source. So what I want you to check for me again is whether or not you think this circuit is going to work. And I'm going to give you another 10 seconds to talk about whether or not you think this circuit will work.
And just before we find out the answer to whether the circuit works, I think it is important, now we've moved to a new stream, that we remind one of our main sponsors, who's soon to be Elon Musk, that we are now running on a new stream. So tweet him, get him. Obviously, with that pay rise, just a little percent here, just our direction will make a real big difference. Now, I'm looking at this circuit. I think I've given you enough time to think about it. I can see the battery here. I can see the light here. And it seems to me that the switch is creating a full circuit. And what that will allow is for the electrons to pass all the way through. They're having a little party, aren't they, sir?
They are.
And when they get to this point, they get super, super excited. Is that not right?
Absolutely, they like that light.
Yeah, I love that. So they're on a journey. Now, one thing that always confuses me, sir, and I know this is just silly, but I don't like that there's that gap there.
Why?
Well, it always makes me think that the circuit isn't complete. Oh. And I think if I was to glance at it, it does actually look, and it would be logical for someone to think the circuit isn't complete. So obviously, it's just really important to recognise that whenever you see that, that's a symbol representing a battery, isn't it?
That is
And that
complete
does
circuit.
mean it's complete. So that is confusing, though, isn't
It
it?
is a little.
Whoever
confusing.
invented that should have at least put a little line through it or something.
It does look a little bit like an open switch.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the next one here. So here we have a switch. The switch is again closed. And actually, sorry, sir. If we go back to this one, we saw that the switch was closed before. With the switch being closed, it would allow that electricity to pass through the wire. If the switch was open, the electricity couldn't pass through because there would be a gap in the circuit.
Right.
So here we see the switch is again closed, allowing that electrical current to pass through.
Perfect. So there should be no problem with this.
So there should be no problem with this one, except we have a bulb, and we are missing a component.
2 bulbs, extra light.
2 bulbs. There's 2 lights.
Double the light.
And there is a closed circuit. But
Perfect.
there is one thing missing. So can
What's
you
that?
spot what the thing is that's missing?
We've got a bulb.
And a bulb.
We've got the wire.
We've got the wire.
We've got the first part of the switch, the closed switch, the end part of the switch. We've got another piece of wire.
Okay.
We've got the other bulb.
Yeah.
We've then got a wire making it a complete circuit. Oh my goodness.
We're missing the battery.
Ugh.
We're missing the power. So
Didn't
this
think about
circuit, unfortunately, will not work.
Right.
We're not going to watch this video because I think we've had enough problems with the stream. So instead, we're just going to talk about what is a electrical conductor and what is an insulator.
I know what a conductor is.
Sure.
So a conductor is basically.
I'm going to say
someone-
either train or music. Which one are you going for?
I was going to go with train.
Train.
So basically, they're the person who organises the train. I don't really know what a conductor does in a train. So I'm going to go with the music one.
Right.
I know what a conductor is. A conductor is the person who stands at the front of an orchestra and they organise the kind of rhythm, the beat of what's going on. And we were talking about music earlier, and presumably we're making a link back to music. Is that right, sir?
No, that's completely right. So when we talk about a conductor, we are talking about something that allows something to travel through it. So that could be an electrical conductor that allows an electrical current to pass through it. Or it could be a thermal conductor, which allows heat to travel through it. In this case, because we are working with electricity, we are talking about electrical conductors.
So when you talk about an electrical conductor, you mean it's like a robot that conducts an orchestra?
No, I'm talking about anything that will allow an electrical current to pass through it. So you, for example, sir, might be a conductor, because if I was to attach something electrical to you, the electrical current could pass through you.
Can I ask you something, sir?
Absolutely.
I was thinking back to some learning that we did earlier on today.
Oh, wow.
You were talking about the eyeball. Is that right?
Yeah, we did.
Now, when you spoke about the eyeball, you mentioned how the light waves are bouncing onto the back of my retina. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that what's happening?
Electrical. Yeah, I remember.
So the light waves are turning into electrical signals. Is that right? And they're sending into the brain. The brain then interprets those electrical signals.
Yes.
So we have like all sorts of conductors and wires going through our body that are taking electricity. Is that right?
Well, I mean, in a way, we could class the nerves and the nervous system and all of that taking electrical signals through our body. But when I speak about you as a conductor, I'm talking about an outside source of electricity passing through you.
Goodness me.
And then insulator is basically the opposite side. So if we look at the definitions, a conductor of electricity is a material, any material that will allow electricity to flow through it. A insulator is a material that would stop electricity flowing through them.
Right.
And, or in essence, if we were building a circuit, an insulator would stop that circuit from working.
I've heard of the word insulator somewhere else.
Yeah, is it to do with thermal insulators?
Yeah,
thermal
so
insulation.
When it gets really cold, I would put on maybe like a jumper.
Yeah.
And that jumper would be an insulator, and it would be keeping the idea, I think, am I right, is that it would keep the heat in my body and not allow it out.
Yeah, and actually, we're going to have a look at the thermal insulators a little bit later on, because that is on there. But there are different things that you could use as insulation, and air actually is a really good thermal insulator.
No way.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Is that why they use air in the gaps in a thermos?
We're going to create a human circuit.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was your question, sir?
You know, in a thermos mug,
yeah,
there is air in the gap.
Yeah, in between. Yeah, because it is a good insulator.
Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to create a human circuit, and what will happen to the flow of electricity as we add an insulator. Now, it would be better if we had more than 2 people, but sir, we've only got 2 people, so we are going to do it 2 people. So we are going to pretend that this is a bulb over here like that, and we are going to pretend that we have a battery here and that we are the wire between the two. So at the moment, we've got a battery and it's powering our bulb between the wires. Absolutely fabulous. So what's happening at the moment, sir?
Well, the light is on because the circuit is going all the way through my body. You've already told me that I am a conductor of electricity, so presume the bulb's going to be going on.
There we go. So the light is on, the circuit is complete, and the electricity is passing around. Fabulous. Now, what we're going to do is actually we are going to turn this bit into wires. Now, you're going to be the battery.
All right.
So you're our battery here.
Brilliant.
Okay. We are going to, in fact, make this the bulb, this side, and over here what we're going to do is we're going to place an insulator in between 2 wires. So this is a wire here, this is a wire here, and we're going to hold on to an insulator. So we're holding an insulator here. So now we have a bulb, we have the battery, which is you, sir. We have wires that wrap all the way around, closing our circuit, and they are pinned to an insulator. What do we think is going to happen, sir?
I feel like the insulator is going to stop the electricity from flowing all the way through. Am I right?
Absolutely. And because we don't have a complete circuit, this light is not going to light anymore. It has failed. Thank you. That's so today, our investigation, and in a minute I'm going to build a circuit and build a visualizer. Today we're going to test different materials to see which materials will work as a conductor, so which will let the electrical current pass through, and which will work as an insulator. We've got these materials here, but I've got a pack of materials that we're going to use, and we're going to have a little look. And for each one, we'll make a hypothesis. So let's get that visualizer up, shall we? I think it's here.
Yep. Let me help you with that one, sir. I'm going to get you onto HDMI 2. And we're moving over to the science corner.
We are moving over to the science corner.
The capillary action that we were doing. Get that out of the way. And I'm also going to give you this space and move away our Richard Parker egg experiment. Wonderful. Move these up over here. We're going to be having a little catch up later, sir, about how the experiment that was opened officially by the mayor went.
Great. What I want to do right now is I just want to test that I have a working circuit. So if I look at what I've got my bulb. I've got my yellow wire, singular wire here. Now they're a bit long, so you can't. I wonder if we can zoom out a little bit. Zoom out.
Woo!
Okay.
I think we just changed. Oh, doesn't matter.
So we've got our yellow wire. We've got our green wire. They are currently attached to the bulb, and hopefully, if I place them onto the end of my battery, there we go. Can we see that? So can we see that when I press?
Just checking now.
Can we see on the stream that bulb is lighting up?
We can just about see that. Yeah, just about.
Yeah. So I'm completing the circuit, and that makes sense because I've got the bulb, I've got my 2 wires, and I have my power source. So it is a complete circuit. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach another wire. So I'm just going to take a wire out of here. We'll take the yellow wire, match that to the yellow. And I just want to test that this wire is working as well, so that when I introduce this new element into my circuit, we still have a working circuit. So I'm going to place the wires onto the battery again. And so could you just tell me if that is visible? Can we see?
I think we can definitely see that that's lighting up, sir.
So every part of this circuit works. The only thing that may stop this circuit from working is if I was to introduce a break in the circuit, which at the moment I have because my wires are not touching the battery, or if I was to introduce an insulator. Is that correct?
That makes sense, yeah.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to test some materials now. I've got some in here, and we're going to see if the materials are an insulator or if the materials are a conductor.
Brilliant.
If they're a conductor, the light should light up. If they are an insulator, the bulb should stay.
Now, sir, I know this is the time for being serious, and I kind of think that you're not being very serious because I look at all those materials and I can easily tell that not a single one of them is going to be able to control an orchestra.
Right. Well, thank you for joining in, sir.
Yeah.
And that is a valued contribution.
Yeah.
Okay.
So none of them are conductors.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about which ones will conduct electricity, allow the electricity to pass through, and hence light, that light bulb.
Whoa!
Here, and which ones will not allow that to pass through. So, prediction time then.
Oh, I'm
We'll
ready.
start with the cardboard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to place the cardboard in between where I've joined these two wires together here, so that the electrical current needs to run through this cardboard to complete the circuit. If cardboard is not a conductor, the light will not light up. Prediction time. What do we think? Do we believe that cardboard is an electrical conductor? What do you think at home, if you're watching this a little bit later on?
Yep.
And what do you think, sir?
Now I'm going to run through in my head and think about a few things, if you don't mind, sir.
Sure.
Now, I know the source of cardboard. Cardboard originally comes from trees, and I'm trying to think about trees, and they have water in them. However, I don't think wood is a conductor of electricity, because I've never seen like wooden wires. I've never seen like a wooden television. In fact, wood and electronics is not something I've often seen combining much. And that would imply to me that it's not a material that has got much to do with electricity. It's a material that we use other things for. So if wood is a insulator, or at least not a conductor, that would make it an insulator, right? Then, and cardboard is made from wood, I'm thinking that potentially linking the two things, that this is probably a conductor of electricity.
So you think the cardboard is going to allow the current to pass through?
Sure.
And we'll see the light up.
Well, come on. Let's be honest. It's going to have to happen.
Okay. Here we go then. Let's have a look. Let's see. So what we are noticing is that nothing is happening. There's a break in the circuit, so we have actually introduced an insulator. It is stopping electrical current.
I never.
Well, you never. Now, there are some insulators that are better at stopping electricity from passing through. Just like there are some conductors that are really good at allowing electricity to pass through. We're going to move on to something metallic now. We're going to move on to a split pin. So again, I'm going to place the split pin in between the break in the wire to complete the circuit. Now, if the split pin is indeed a conductor, it will allow the electrical current from the cell, the power, the battery. Sorry, a battery is different to a cell. That's my mistake.
Is it why?
A battery is a collection of cells, whereas a cell is singular. So it will allow the electrical current to pass from the battery to the light, completing the circuit, and then it should light up. So, sir, what do you believe? Metal, a split pin, will that allow electrical current to pass through?
Well, considering in your left hand you're holding something metal, and considering in your right hand you're holding something metal, and you're using those both as conductors of electricity, I'm going to make the prediction that that metal split pin is almost certainly an insulator.
Silly Mr. Keeling. I think you're wrong, sir, because you can see that the light is lit up.
Whoa!
And metal, generally, different types of metal are good conductors of electricity.
That's mad.
Just like the human body allows electricity to pass through it. I wonder, sir, if I was to clip those, because I've said that humans are conductors. If I was to put myself into this circuit, do you think the electricity would pass through me?
Are you putting your whole self in there?
And my whole self in? My whole self out? I think I would probably be too large, and the electrical current too small that it wouldn't necessarily pass through me. But we can see, without a shadow of a doubt, there that split pin is allowing the electrical current to pass through.
Amazing.
And if it does allow it to pass through, it is a conductor. So it conducts electricity. Wonderful. So we've tried the split pin and we've tried the cardboard. Now, let's use knowledge from the split pin to talk about the long stick. Now, sir, reasoning again for me. What was that cardboard made from? What is the lollipop stick made from? And what is it likely to be? A conductor or an insulator, please?
Well, we found out earlier on that the cardboard was made from wood. And we know that wood is an insulator. And we discovered in the earlier test that cardboard is also an insulator. Now, considering this lollipop stick is made of the exact same material as the last two, I'm going to imagine that this is probably a conductor of electricity.
Okay.
Am I right?
No, sir. I'm afraid not.
Oh, no.
It's made from the same material the cardboard is made from.
Yeah.
Be it a different density, a different composition, not the same thing. But when I connect them, we can see that wood is not a good insulator, not a good conductor. So it is, in fact, an insulator.
That is amazing.
So that is 3 out of 5 wrong so far.
Wow.
So we've got 2 more to go. Maybe you can get these last 2. A bird's feather. Dyed purple.
Yep.
I'm going to connect that.
Yeah.
You okay, sir?
No, I'm going to be.
I don't think you're doing so well today. I think last time you did that, I think you need to snap out of it and get a really good lesson. Have you thought about how you can involve British values with science?
I do like getting British values involved.
I know you do. So, a feather, sir. What do you think?
I think the feather. Now, I have seen birds sitting on electric wires and they don't seem to get electrocuted. So I'm going to say it's a conductor.
I'm afraid, sir, it's an insulator. It doesn't allow the electrical current to pass through.
What a surprise.
You've got one last go.
Brilliant. Let's see if I can get it right on the last one.
We've got tin foil.
Yeah.
Now, foil.
Foil.
Type of metal.
Yep.
What type of metal?
I'm going to say copper.
No. Try again.
Rubies.
Let's have the real answer.
Banana.
Right. I'm placing the aluminium foil in between the break in the switch. The break in the circuit.
Yeah.
To close the circuit. And if it is a conductor, it will allow the electrical current to continue passing through the circuit. If it's an insulator, it will break the circuit and it will not light up the bulb. You have one final attempt, sir. This metal is aluminium. What do you think?
If I get the last one right, does that could have renege all the ones I got wrong before?
I will be in awe.
Right. Well, you mentioned ore, and I know that metal comes from ore, iron ore, and iron brew is famously made of girders.
Yeah.
And girders are famous for conducting electricity. And considering this is a similar material, I'm going to say it's probably an insulator.
Well done, sir.
You managed
to get 5 out of 5 wrong.
5 out of 5 wrong.
5 out of 5 wrong. But how did you do it at home? And why not set up your own experiment if you've got crocodile clips, which you probably don't, and a battery and a light bulb, which you probably don't. But if you do, why not set up your own test and try other things around your house to see if they are insulators or if they are conductors. I certainly think it passed through metal the easiest, didn't it? And that's probably why we use metal wiring. Particularly copper, to allow the electrical current to pass through.
I would like to take over for a little bit. Is that all right, sir?
Are you sure, sir?
Yeah. Just for a little while.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Absolutely.
Right, I'm going to take over because I'm going to come back to Science Corner. And one of the things that I didn't do earlier was check in on the big experiment that was launched by the mayor of Birmingham. And his name is Richard Parker. He officially opened and he officially launched the thing that I'm about to talk about. And that was our investigation into teeth. And
I love tooth teeth.
You do love tooth teeth. No. as you've been told many times, there are all sorts of different teeth, and our teeth react with different chemicals and different things that we eat. And obviously, having a good diet is really important to having both a healthy body, but also having a really healthy mouth. And one of the things that Mr. Keeling was talking about earlier is keeping your teeth safe and having a nice, clean, bright smile. It's good for your health, for your mental well-being. So I'm going to come and bring over some of the experiments that we were looking at earlier. And the purpose of us doing this, and the reason we keep coming back to it, is because we need to see how things change over time. Some experiments that we do, they happen in an instant. Some experiments that we do, they might happen over some kind of set period. So on the screen, can you see that big board over there? You can see that as well on the...
I can see that. I can see... Oh, I might just turn it a little bit. I might turn it to...
Right? And you can see the whole
there,
thing.
that's great.
Amazing. So, so this is brilliant. So, one of the things that we were trying to do, this is our first one, and I'm going to zoom in again. And what I'm going to do, just to remind myself, I always like to mark the center. That helps me to know exactly where I'm going to pop my thing. So, well, I guess it can just go at the end of where that is. Now, this is known as the control experiment, and the control experiment is the one that has nothing in it. And the purpose of this is to test and to see what happens if nothing happens to it. One of the reasons, like we said earlier, that this is so important is because we want to know what happens to an egg naturally, you know, what goes on if nothing's happening to it. Well, in this case, we've got no liquid. There's your egg, and you can see the egg is just an egg. Okay, I don't want to take it out because that means that I'm interfering with the experiment, and that's not something I want to do. So let's go back to where we were at. Now, the last time, which was several hours ago now, that we looked at the water one. The water one, nothing had happened to it. Now, if we look again at the water one, I wonder if we can even zoom in one extra layer. Yeah, we can. The water one, again, has absolutely nothing has happened to it. There are no bubbles forming on it. I can't see any bubbles in the water. I can't see any foam appearing on the top. This, to me, is still there's still plenty of time to go. So anything could happen, really. But as it stands, this is a bit of an indication that water is pretty good for the teeth, that it's not going to cause any problems. And that's really, really good. So let's see where we're at with the milk. Well, the milk again. Now, I know you can't see inside it. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to stroke the side of it. And actually, no bubbles came up. I would have seen a few bubbles kind of coming up and bursting. And if I look around the top of this, there's actually no foam that is formed on the top. What this kind of tells me is that no chemical reaction has been happening. So for this one, I feel like not a lot has gone on. Okay. So that one's safe. And do you know what? That kind of makes sense because I'm always told about milk and how milk is good for your teeth. It's full of calcium. And I know that our teeth are made of calcium. Calcium is also really good for our bones. And dairy is one of our part of our nice, balanced, healthy diet. So what have we got over here? This seems to be another Coca-Cola. Here we've got the Coca-Cola. And again, I genuinely thought at this point something would be happening with the Coca-Cola. But at this point that we're popping in, let's have a little look. There's nothing actually on it. I'm really surprised. There doesn't seem to be any bubbles on it. The enamel hasn't kind of flaked off or anything. So that is still very much in action, which is great. That's still going, which is really, really lovely to see. So I'm going to move that one out of the way. Now we're going to that one over here. Now this is the vinegar, and as obviously predicted earlier on by Richard Parker, is that the vinegar, a lot of it's happened. Yeah, we've got all of these bubbles, we've got this foam, we've got all this mess, and if I sort of scrape along it, you can see that I'm kind of removing more of the enamel. Now this is kind of representing something that would be acidic that I would be consuming. So obviously acid is not great on the teeth. That's really scraped away the enamel. That's that one. Over here, we've got our, what's this one? This is the apple, and whoa, that is bumpy, it is lumpy. I mean, look, there's a whole area that's sort of come off. It has all these weird, like, bumps and bubbles, and my goodness, I wouldn't want my teeth to look like this. I think this one is representing the real high sugar content. And when you've got that really high sugar content, it seems to be bad. Now look, we haven't stopped with checking in on those. We're going to keep going. But I've got something else that I need to check in on now. And that is our celery. So let's bring the celery over into the science zone. So let's get the celery over here. Brilliant. Right. Now, a little bit like the tissue when we were looking at the capillary action, we're trying to have a look at the celery to see if it's absorbed any of the food dye. Now, hopefully, because of the coloration of the dye, we'd be able to see if it's sucked up into the celery. One thing that might be a little bit of a disadvantage for us is we did leave the celery out for a prolonged period of time. And when celery's been out for a prolonged period of time, it's less likely to, still be going and doing the things that celery do. Is there a word, sir, if you could help me? When the water is coming up through the stem, I know there is a word for that sucking action that's going on in a...
Transportation of water.
Transportation of water. I feel like it's a technical term, but I'm going to stick with that. The transportation of water through the plant. So I'm going to have a little look at this one. This was my control one. So what's happened here, where I cut it off, it has actually started to dry out again. But if I feel, sorry, you can't see on that screen. Let me zoom it out a little bit so you can get a good view of that. Over here, it's started to dry out a little bit, although it is still kind of moist. No water in here. Any change to the colour? No, nothing's happened. Right, what I need to do is find my water one. So here is my water one. I picked that up. Now, actually, that's weird. It does feel a little bit heavier. I'm not sure if that's just me psychologically feeling that. I can't see any coloration change with the water. That has stayed pretty much the same. Okay. Right, now we're coming to the other ones. And over here, I've got... we're both coughing away. Over here, I have got the yellow one now. I picked up the yellow one. Unfortunately, not a great deal has happened at this stage. Just look to be a little bit of a yellow coloration down at the bottom. But to be honest, can't really see much. So I'm not saying that a great deal has happened there. So I'm going to leave that one. I'm going to hope that later on something happens. I'm going to have a little look now at this one. And this is our green one. And let's have a look. Well, again, unfortunately, not a lot has happened. Actually, when I go and look at the base of it, I can see that they are much greener here, where the water would be sucked up. So something is happening where the water is kind of being pushed through. So that's quite interesting. Let's have a look now at the red one. Now this one does look quite different. I don't know if that's just because it's stuck to the side. I'm just going to shake that off a little bit. But I can see there is a lot of red coloration down at the bottom. If I look at the bottom of this, yeah, a lot of these have become red. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to leave this experiment to go a little bit longer to find out what's going on. While I am over here, though, I think this is a perfect opportunity for me just to look a little bit further at something that we started off earlier on in the live stream. And that is about the healthy diet and making it balanced. And I'm going to leave this up here on the screen because I think this gives us a nice kind of view. So I'm just going to make sure that that is nice and easy. I'm going to move a little bit away from there. I'm going to pull this in a little bit, just angle that around. I'm going to have myself just a little bit of Coca-Cola. That is going to be a good idea. Just spill a little bit on the floor. A little bit clumsy now. It seems to be, and Mr. Keeling was talking about sleep and how important sleep is, that as you deprive yourself from sleep, your muscles and things, they're not working quite as well. You see what I've done down here? I don't know if you notice. I've spilt all of this all over just from pouring Coke, which is not something I think that I would normally do. So I think there is an interesting investigation to go on here in what's happening as we have less and less sleep. I don't think that always being awake for this long is the worst thing. However, it depends what you've been doing around it. And I guess if you've been working hard for a long time and then suddenly you are not sleeping, it can have quite an effect on the mind. And we were saying earlier that sleep is a bit of a time and a bit of an opportunity for your mind to kind of recuperate and to get back to normal. Right. I'm going to pick this up. I'm just going to check on the board that, yeah, we can see all of that. And that's really, really great. So we've got over here all of our different healthy categories that we were talking about earlier. So we're going to move on from the earlier learning and we're going to kind of deepen that and get a little bit of a better understanding of what we were talking about earlier on. I hope I can be seen in the stream over there. Over there is that big section. That is your beiges, your browns, okay? That is the sort of thing. I'm going to have a little sip from this little bit of brown juice. If you give me 2 seconds. That is nice. A little bit of sugar. Give me a little bit of a pep. Have a little bit of nibble of food, I think, in a little minute. These are our carbohydrates, and we've got things like breads and cereals, potatoes, pastries. You know, they often have that kind of color on them that you can see. Now, we don't want to load up too much on this, okay? Too many carbs is not a good thing. Getting the right amount of carbs, having that kind of balance is very important. Carbs are a big part of our diet. They provide us with energy, the energy that we need to keep ourselves going. So they are a kind of slow release of energy through the day, as we were talking about earlier. And they are a way of kind of, like I said, getting energy, which is really, really important. Over here, we have the milk and dairy foods. Now, a lot of people say that they cut dairy out. And there might be all sorts of reasons why you don't have dairy. We were talking earlier on about being if you were lactose intolerant, and certain parts of the world are more lactose intolerant than others. It's actually interesting because this links into something, excuse me, that's the gases from the fizzy drink that I've had. We were talking, if you go back into part 1 of the live stream, about how these fizzy drinks release oxygen. And, excuse me, when that oxygen builds up in your not oxygen, carbon dioxide. When that carbon dioxide builds up in your stomach, there is a gas that's building up, and that gas needs some way of releasing. So the way it's releasing is going back up through my esophagus, and it's coming back out through my mouth. A lot of people don't have dairy. A lot of people lactose intolerance. We were talking about evolution earlier on, and different parts of the world consume different sort of things. And Europe specifically was very dairy heavy, and parts of Asia were less dairy intensive. And as a result, you find a little bit more lactose intolerance in Asia than you do in Europe. So yeah, we've got things like our butters and our cheeses and our milks. We've also got our yogurts. Yogurts are really, really important because inside them,
great.
Yeah, they've got a real big sort of a range of microbes, and they're really good and healthy. So we've got those. We're going to move on over here to the sweet things, and I know we were talking about this earlier, sir, but now
I don't know if that's the most up-to-date plate, sir, because I've seen one that's much more recently made, and actually it's not fruit and vegetables anymore. It's generally just vegetables on the newer plate, and also this sweet section or treat section has been entirely removed.
Yeah, well, I think that's a very good point, sir, and we're going to talk about that in a second. Why those fruits are not there. The sweet section, of course, we're saying that sugars are not really that important. And I know if you want to go back in the stream, you can look at why we said there was that evolutionary necessity for having those sweet things earlier on. We've got our meats, fish alternatives. These are our kind of proteins and stuff, which we get from like beans and from nuts and all that kind of thing. There's some good examples of things there. And that protein is really important for building our muscles.
Yeah.
We did speak about all this a bit earlier, but now we've got some pictures as well, just to help us along the way.
Did we plant the seeds from the pepper that was brought in?
We did not plant
Should
the
we
seeds.
do that? Should we, I mean, we could pause this for a second. We come back in a second to
this.
this. And do you think we should plant those seeds? I know we haven't got masses of time, but we could maybe just see if they do germinate.
I would love to see that happen. Yeah, that'd be really good.
So, do we have soil, sir?
I have brought in soil. I have brought in pots. We've got it all.
Fabulous. Do you want to grab the pots and grab the soil?
Absolutely.
And we will open up the red pepper. Do you remember where we put the red pepper?
I've seen it over here, sir.
Over here. Fabulous. Shall we turn this over to the science area? So, science zone. I'm so sorry, sir.
Or zone of science.
Zone of science.
Nice.
And there is the pepper. So actually, I open up the pepper, and we've still got some of those knives that you were using earlier, haven't we? So the scalpel.
We do have some scalpels. I'm going to come over here and hand you a scalpel.
When I put that on the healthy eating plate, look at this. And this is what? A fruit or a vegetable?
This would be in the kind of vegetable category, I presume.
You think this is a vegetable?
Okay.
Well, what's the difference between a fruit and a vegetable?
Something to do with seeds.
It is, absolutely. And where would you find the seeds for a fruit?
I would imagine it would be inside the thing.
Absolutely. So if I open this up and this has seeds inside it,
well,
what would we categorise this as?
Is it meat?
No, not if it has seeds inside it. So think about what you've just said.
A carrot?
Right. It's actually quite heart-shaped, isn't it?
It is quite beautiful, really. It's a little bit like what we did earlier.
Except it cuts through it so much easier.
Oh, yeah, that's
true.
true.
That was very good. In fact, I want you to have a go at that, sir, because it's quite satisfying. So please,
I'm going to come around to
run
the
the
other side.
scalpel down. It's very satisfying, very smooth, and it's very nice.
Ooh.
That is very nice, isn't it?
My goodness, you could do that all night.
You could do that all night.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah. So we're going to open up this incision that we just made. And oh wow, look, we can see lots of wonderful stuff.
That is absolutely stacked.
Now, I'm not hopeful that these are going to germinate. The reason I'm not hopeful is they have been inside somewhere dark, kind of like the soil, and they have. And if you feel inside here, so would you like to run your finger inside of the pepper and tell me what you feel?
On this bit?
Yeah.
No, it has a kind of, it is smooth but bobbly kind of surface.
And what else do you notice when you run your finger?
The ridges that go all the way through, and it's also very moist.
Yeah, moist, absolutely. So it's damp. So it's been exposed to water, the seeds, the cells in there. So if we were relying on water to get these to germinate quickly, I don't think that's going to do it because it's already quite moist in there.
Right.
But let's give it a go anyway, and let's see if we can get any of these seeds to germinate. So I'm just going to tease out a few of these seeds. And maybe we put several in each pot. Do you think we should maybe try different planting depths?
I absolutely do think we should do that. What I'm going to do, so is I'm going to slowly bring over to you some of our planting pot. I've actually pre-arranged a tray of treats for you, sir.
Wow.
So here is our little...
You know how much I love eating soil.
You are a huge soil eater.
Yes. Actually, my grandma...
Yeah, of course. I don't think you need to finish that sentence. I think we all know.
Right. So... I collected.
So I don't like it on that board. Are we able to put it on the table?
Can't see it very well. I'm so sorry.
That's even worse. Oh no, that is better.
Kind of see.
That is better actually. Way better.
So we've got our seeds here. We've got our pots over here, which you can see in the camera Yep. So
Plot to here. I'm going to bring these. Oh no, you can bring them close
I'm
to
going to
that.
take them
Anyway.
over here. So basically, I'm going to plant them at different depths, and I'm going to use this to measure the depths. I'm going to start up by maybe half a centimetre. What do you think?
So
Half a centimetre, so very near to the surface.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So I'm going to insert it to about half a centimetre, and then where I've inserted it, I'm just going to drop the seed and cover it over. So I'm going to drop the seed in, and I'm just going to cover that over.
Fantastic.
Fabulous. And then I'm going to do another one in this pot, about half a centimetre, and drop in where I've left that in, then and just cover that over.
You're going to put a few in each one.
I'm going to put 3 in each one.
Do you know why I think that's such a good idea?
Why is that, sir?
It's because, you know, it's the same when you have like a litter of puppies or a load of piglets.
Yeah.
Not every single one of them can survive. Not every one of them is as strong as the other one. And in nature, things do go wrong and things don't always work out.
That's true.
So if we get 3, I presume we're increasing our chances of success. Would that be right?
Absolutely. And, you know, ultimately, we've given it a fair go to see if any of these seeds...
And that's what it's all about.
So now I'm going a bit larger now. We're going maybe just over a centimetre, about a centimetre and a half depth. I'm making the indent and I'm placing the seed down in that one. Doing the same over here, centimetre and a half. And one over here, centimetre and a half. And just cover those over, pat those down, and there. And actually, the ones over this side, I'm going to do the same. So this one, I'll do a half centimetre, centimetre and a half. And this one, the deepest depth I'm going to go is about 2 inches, about that far down there. So I'm going to put the seed in, like so, and I'm going to press it down 2 inches. Lovely. I'm going to take the seed, pop it in, lovely, and press it down 2 inches. Right. I'm going to take the seed, pop it in, and I'm going to press it down 2 inches like that. And we're going to do a little write-up of this, I think, afterwards, because it'd be nice to do a little write-up of this experiment. And, you know, if you've got longer at home, you might want to leave it a longer time than we are leaving. But you know what? This has so much in it, I might actually bury them at a deeper level. I might, yeah, I'm going to bury these deeper. So I'm going to go about 3 inches on this one. And I'm going to push that down 3 inches. Seed. And push that down 3 inches. Right, that seed. I don't think that one went down. And I'm going to take one more. Push that down 3 inches. Bury that seed. Okay. This one, I'm going to push down the original length, half a centimetre, half a centimetre, half a centimetre. And this one down to the 2 inch mark again, 2 inches, 2 inches, and 2 inches. And you can stay down, pop that back in. Like so, oops, sorry, to make sure that we can see that 2 inches. Right. We've now planted seeds in the damp soil. So there's already moisture in that soil. So I'm not going to introduce any more. We're going to keep the soil with the same moisture. And we'll put those to the side. It is now 5 to 4. Now the stream ends at 11 o'clock. So that gives us 7 hours and 5 minutes. We're going to give them about 7 hours to see whether or not these seeds germinate. In the meantime, we are going to write this experiment. Okay? We're going to write up this one together. And then once we've written up this experiment, if you want to do any of these other experiments at home, you can write up the experiment to match. So, let's have a little look at how we would write this one up. So,
Fantastic. So how did that that planting look? Absolutely amazing.
Absolutely. And what we're just doing now is we're just going to have a look at how we might write that up.
Oh, brilliant. That's a great idea. You want to change it back to the...
Here we are. And then we go home and we can go to the whiteboard. Lovely. So I'm just going to add a page. And we're going to do a hypothesis. And I'm going to let you choose. I'm going to give you some hypotheses. And you can choose which hypothesis that you would write in your write-up of this experiment. Or if you just want to look along with this experiment write-up, you can always do your own write-up of one of the other experiments that you've seen today.
Sounds good.
So one idea that we could say is we could say that nothing will happen. So none of the seeds will germinate. And bear in mind, 7 hours is not a long time, and that's how long they're going to have. And we don't even know that it grows that way. So
I'm hopeful, though.
So it's hopeful. But that might be perhaps one of the most intelligent ways to go. However, there's nothing wrong with being wrong in science. So we could make another prediction, and we could say that the seeds at a higher depth germinate quicker. So we see a difference between the seeds. We see that at a higher depth they've germinated, whereas maybe some of the lower depths further down may not have germinated. Another prediction that we could make. The seeds at a lower depth germinate quicker. Lovely. 1, none of the seeds germinate. 2, seeds at a higher depth germinate. So 2. 3, the seeds at a lower depth germinate quicker. And then maybe we see those that are at a higher. Oh, listen to that bird song. Isn't that lovely? I wish I could recognise some of those birds.
I know, it's absolutely amazing.
It's beautiful.
Just getting off their chorus.
Beautiful.
Do you know, I heard something interesting, and I know this might, I don't have to fact check this, that there's something to do with birdsong that starts to stimulate the plants and gets them going in the morning.
Wow.
Does that sound believable or unbelievable?
No, that sounds believable. It certainly stimulates me.
Can I go and fact check that, and I'm going to come back to you?
Absolutely. Carrying on with hypothesis, you could choose hypothesis 4. And that is that there's no correlation. There is no correlation. Is it 2 L's for correlation, sir?
I'm not a good speller. I'll Google it. Just a second.
No correlation between the seeds. So it could be random. You know, we could see some germination and no germination.
It's 1 L, sir.
1 L, good. And 2 L's, yes?
Yeah.
Fabulous. So there could be no correlation between the seeds whatsoever. We could see some random germination.
Can I come in with a fact check, please, sir?
Absolutely. Let me
So,
just finish with our final.
Number 5, yeah. Then I'm going to find it. Yeah.
And that could be that all the seeds germinate. And what I would like you to do, if you're writing along with this experiment, is I would like you to choose one of these hypotheses and write that as your hypothesis for what's going to happen with our seeds. Now, if I was going to choose one of those, if I was going to indicate, and bear in mind, I don't know really, but I would err towards the first one, none of the seeds would germinate. So if you had to choose one of these 5 hypotheses, which would you go with?
I'm going to be hopeful.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I've been getting a lot of things wrong. I'm going to go number 5.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Fab. All right, well, there you go, optimism.
Yeah.
And a couple and completely the opposite end of the spectrum to what I went to.
Well, why
because,
not?
You know, I said none of them will germinate.
Can I have a quick? Now we had something interesting that I came up with. I keep hearing little random facts, and I'm never quite sure.
Oh,
if
you
they're
wanted
true
to
or
fact
not.
check, didn't you?
I went to fact check. Is that a board thing there? Now, it's true. So if you know about the underside of a leaf, now we learned earlier on about photosynthesis.
What about the birdsong?
We're
getting there.
We're getting there.
Wow.
We've got a whole story here, sir.
Is there any tissues in here, sir?
There's
That's
a load
a
down
tangent.
there.
Actually, I just wanted to say one thing just before you
I
go
spill
on.
everything all over the place. So
I just really wanted to
it's about time we get to one of our
we didn't
main
say
sponsors.
So for our sponsor, Class
+02.
on Vinted, will make some beautiful soaps. They almost look edible. That's that's dangerous.
They smell good.
They smell good. They look edible.
Yeah, and they've got a lovely waxy feel to
A
them.
very waxy feel, almost like a evergreen tree.
Oh,
I
interesting.
wonder if it's the same type of
I would
wax.
love
We
maybe
could fact
earlier
check
in the
that out.
morning. We should go and check in. Yeah, I would like a bit of fact checking going on there. There we go. So now this is not to scale, but I am going to have a little cheep, a little bird there. Okay.
Woke up this morning.
3 little birdies.
Smile with her eyes.
He's got a bit of a hunch. He's a little bit of a bad boy. Okay. And again, it's not to scale, but I've got the rising sun over here. Now, one thing you know, photosynthesis is something that takes place inside the plant. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail, I think, on that from where we left off. And the green parts of the plant where the photosynthesis takes place is known as chloroplast. And what's happening in those, as we said earlier on, is that the sun energy is combining with carbon dioxide. It is then being translated in the plant into energy that's allowing the plant to grow. And it's also giving off oxygen. Now, you're saying, how does the bird get involved in this and what is the fact check that's going on? Well, at the bottom of the leaves on the underside are these tiny little holes, and they're known as stomata.
Tomato.
Tomato, yeah. Tomato.
Right.
Stomata. And these things are these little holes. These are what lets the kind of gases through. It opens up at the bottom and it lets the gas, the carbon dioxide, into the plant. There is some evidence to show that birdsong naturally opens and widens. It's something to do with the frequency. It helps to open they're like pores, I guess, and it helps to increase the carbon dioxide that goes on. So this is known as a kind of natural fertilizer. There are farmers, can you believe this or not, that will play bird songs to their crops in the aim of opening the stomata more and increasing the photosynthesis and hoping that they grow more.
Right.
So in the morning, when the birds start singing, that is like a bit of an indication to the plant to get those stomata open. There is a kind of relationship going on between the plants and the birds. And I just find that fascinating because it's amazing these new methods for farming that we can now introduce, that instead of covering a field in fertilizer, we can use things like birdsong to help increase that photosynthesis and to help increase that growth.
I'll be completely honest with you, sir. I didn't know tomatoes were blue. So let's go back to what we were doing before, which was writing up our experiment. So we had our 5 hypotheses, and we chose that all of the seeds will germinate. And I obviously said that none of the seeds will germinate. It's up to you what you choose in between. Please don't be swayed by what I say or what Sir says.
Especially not what I say.
Especially not what Sir says. But now we're going to move on to the second element of the write-up, which will be the equipment list. So I didn't do this properly earlier, so we'll do this now. Equipment list. We'll write up the equipment that we use, and that's pretty straightforward. So, should I do bullet points? Yeah, let's do bullet points. Why not? Let's live a little. We'll add our first bullet point, and we'll do 6 times plant pots. Now, we weren't particularly scientific in terms of fair testing because we didn't keep the amount of soil correct or the same in each. I'm not going to specify a specific amount. If you want to be more scientific, you could add in a measurement of soil that you're going to put in the pot. And you could also put in a measurement for the pot. Now, the pots were the same size, but the soil wasn't the same amount. So I'm just going to add in there soil. And I'm going to add the word damp. Now, if your soil is quite dry, you might want to add a specific amount of water, and then if you are adding water to that, you would add that to your equipment list, and you would specify how much. Well, we've got damp soil, so we're just going to say that the soil was damp.
That's a good plan.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Very nice. I love this kind of Richard Osman vibe, you know, the old pointless, you know, Alexander Armstrong bit that we're kind of throwing in here.
Yeah.
You know, I think it'll really serve as well when we do the Teach-A-Thon 3,
Oh my goodness.
the 48-hour one.
Not happening.
Not happening, no?
Well, it might happen.
Yeah. I mean, you'd have to live stream it from Vienna.
Possibly, yeah.
So that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the 6 plant pots. I'm speaking purposely now in a very soft, lulling voice because I really am trying to put him to sleep. So I'm just trying to speak really calmly and really peacefully and almost a little bit boringly so that it kind of lulls Sir and he drifts off and he has a nice rest.
You don't want that to happen. Don't do that.
So anyway, we've got 6 plant pots. We've got soil, and that soil is damp. What else do we have? Well, we had a single red pepper. So we can say 1 times red pepper. And then from that, we extracted. So we didn't actually need the red pepper. What we needed was the seeds of the red pepper. But if we specified that we had the red pepper, we can do that. And then per pot, so we had 6 plant pots, we put 3 seeds inside each. 3 times 16, we had 18 seeds. What did I use? I used a lollipop stick. You could use a ruler. That might be more accurate, or some kind of measuring device, but we'll just call it a ruler so that you can measure the depth that you're planting each. And really, that's it. I mean, you could add more water as we go along, but for now, I think that's fine for our equipment list. Moving on from our equipment list, we're going to move on to the next section of our write-up. And that will be our diagram. And I might just a little bit of fun, change colour.
Ooh!
Absolutely.
We need it to be a dark colour though, sir.
I'm going to go for green. No, grey, actually. That's boring grey. So, no, that's black. We'll stay with it. Okay, so our diagram. I'm going to just draw the 6 pots out. Oh, no, now it has gone grey. Lucky for us. And as I said earlier, it doesn't need to be a work of art. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 containers. Inside the container are soil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then inside the containers are seeds planted at different depths. Really.
Ooh, I love. Do you know what I like about that? So it's really clear and obvious, and I can see the ones that are higher, in the middle, and lower.
Absolutely. But then we want to make it even more obvious. So what we do is we simply label.
Oh, nice. If I was doing this in my book, I think it would look nice with a ruler.
It would look better with a ruler. So far, we've got our hypothesis you've chosen. We've got our equipment list, and this may change depending on what equipment you've chosen. And we have our diagram. Repeated, so I don't need to repeat the labels. Okay. Let me go to our method. I'm going to work through the whole method here to kind of show you a complete method. I've only done parts of methods before, but I'm going to do a full method now. Because it wasn't really that kind of too long a task. So I think we can get the method in just several succinct points. So key language feature with our method is really just those imperative words telling people what to do. Now, in your books, if you're writing this in your book, you wouldn't do a wiggly line like that, but I'm just being a bit zany because, hey, why not?
Why not?
4:10 in the morning, we can go a bit zany. Method number 1. Take 6 plant pots and fill. So this is our bossy word here, take and fill. Take 6 plant pots and fill each with the same amount of damp soil.
Gosh, such a good teacher underlining the bossy verbs. I love that.
2. Dissect. I think that's 2 S's. Just double check. Yep. Dissect a pepper and extract 18 seeds. Dissect and extract being my imperative verbs there. Number 3. Plant the seeds at varying depths. And you've got more time at this, so if you want to be very specific, you can say exactly what those depths are. Plant the seeds at varying depths. Plant the seeds, plural, at varying depths in the 6 plant pots. Now, we don't have very long here, so I'm going to say leave for 7 hours. And 5, check for germination. Okay, yours might be slightly different here, so you might have extra steps. You may want to leave them for a week or more to really check if they are going to grow and if they are going to germinate. If that's the case, you may also discuss about adding water. So you might want to water them every 2 days or water them every day to keep that soil damp. And then you would check for germination at the end. So your method may be slightly different to my method because you could allow yourself longer if you're doing this at home. Okay. Results then, and thinking about how we can't do our results just yet. We're thinking about how we can present them. So what we could say is we could have the measurements of how deeply we've planted them. So we could say that the first set of 3 seeds were planted at 0.5 centimeters. Then the second set of 3 seeds were planted at, let's say that they were 1 centimetre, you might change these measurements, and you planted some at 2, some at 3, some at 4, some at 5. Now, we weren't that accurate with that, but that's what I'm going to put. And then I'm just going to put across here seed 1, because we had 1 at that depth, seed 2, we had 2 at that depth, and seed 3. So I've got a little table for myself for my results in. And then what I can do is when I check them later, you could obviously spend more time doing this. I'm just going to tick all across whether or not
that's what you think is
we
going to
see.
happen.
No, I'm just randomizing. See any germination. And then after we've got our table and we show the results, we can start to express. So we can say that 2 of the seeds that were planted at 0.5 centimetres germinated. We can also see that seeds at 3 and 4 centimetres germinated. So this might be an anomaly, these two here. And I would say that the perfect planting depth for these seeds were 3 to 4 centimetres, because that is where they mainly germinated. Finally, evaluation. This is where you can think about what you would change if you could. So with our test, we would probably leave them longer. You might change the seed, change the type of soil. To change how often you water them really is up to you. And think of how you could do that test in future to see if you gain different results. Or you could just state that you think to make a fair test in the future, you might just need to. It's a book time, sir.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
I've absolutely loved that. I'm really excited to do that at home. Can't wait for it.
Fabulous.
I think it's a little bit of time for a little bit of reading.
Lovely.
I'm going to find out a little bit about a guy who we were talking about earlier, and his name, of course, is Charles Darwin. And if you can remember, one of the reasons that Charles Darwin is so important is he is the person who, I guess he enlightened the world in something that is really significant, and that is about the fact that evolution is something that happens. You know, before then, that was something that people didn't really know about, and after Darwin and his investigations, they began to understand what evolution was. So, who was Charles Darwin? Well, Charles Darwin took a 5-year trip around the world on a ship called the Beagle. That was quite an important and famous ship. But he liked staying home best of all. He lived in a small English village where he raised pigeons. He played with his children and he putted in. Although he lived a quiet life, Charles Darwin started a revolution. And this isn't just like any old revolution. We're not talking about like the French Revolution where he overthrew a government or anything like that. But we're talking about a revolution in thought, a revolution of ideas. Because to understand evolution, it's not just about understanding animals, but it's understanding about like ideas and all sorts of things. It's how things change and develop over time. And, you know, there's still stuff that we're still discovering to this day. People have always wondered how life on Earth began. It's amazing because you know, what I always find fascinating when I read through this stuff, so much of the stuff that Charles Darwin discovered, it seems so obvious today. It's so clear. So like, of course, that's the way it is. You know, how could you even have questioned that? And I'm always thinking, you know, what was going on back then? And then I remember that actually our levels of education are always increasing massively. That's one of the most amazing things. And that's one of the most incredible things about school is that you guys, you children who are kind of watching this and who are learning, you're going to know in your life more than we were able to know. Right? The reason for that is you can learn about everything that has happened in our lives, plus all the new discoveries that happen in your life. And discoveries are being found out all the time. Things are changing all the time. There are advances constantly going on. That's one of the most amazing things about science. I think about something that's just happened recently with artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is such a new sort of phenomenon. The concepts have all been around, but just looking now at how it's developing and its potential for entirely changing, the way that we do things, I think is quite amazing. And so you are going to be adept and understand how to do something that as children we never knew about. And so you are kind of coming from a much greater and higher point. People have always wondered how life on Earth began. When Charles Darwin lived, most people in Europe and America believed in God, and they believed that God created the entire world in 6 days, just as it says in the Bible. But Charles Darwin was not most people. The Beagle voyage taught him to be a true scientist, to look closely at nature, question everything, and think in a new way about how life on Earth started. He showed how living things could naturally change or evolve over a long period of time. So, was Charles Darwin a genius? He didn't think so. Charles thought of himself as simply a scientist. And like all good scientists, Charles was curious. He was so curious he never was afraid to ask hard questions, and he looked for answers based on what he saw. Charles Darwin knew his ideas would shock people, and they did. Yet today, scientists accept evolution as a fact. Charles Darwin is as important as ever. Charles Darwin changed history. So how did he do it? And I think that goes back to what I was just saying there. The things that he was talking about were revolutionary in his time. They seem really obvious to us today. And really, if you're a scientist now today and saying the world was created in 6 days, people are going to be like, sorry, are you crazy? What are you talking about? Because our breadth of knowledge has increased so much more at this point. We now have access to all of this extra information that allows us to understand the kind of origins of our Earth and the story around our universe and the way that, life has got to the point where it's at. Chapter 1. An ordinary boy. Charles Robert Darwin was born on February the 12th, 1809 in Shrewsbury, which is a small village in England. It's actually not too far away from here. His family was well off. His father was a respected, successful doctor. His mother, Susan, was a daughter of Josiah Wedgwood, who owned a famous china factory. Now that's china, which is like the crockery, the cups, the bowls, the plates, all that kind of stuff. The Darwins lived in a large house called the Mount. It was near the River Severn. Charles loved his home. Even as a boy, he was curious about nature. He spent hours in the family garden. Once his father asked Charles to count the peony blossom in the garden. Charles counted 384 flowers. Can you believe it? Already, Charles was learning to look carefully at nature. Charles liked climbing trees, watching birds, and taking walks. He played and fished on the banks of the river. Best of all, Charles loved collecting. He collected stones, pebbles, and bird eggs. He made sure to take only one egg from each nest. When he wasn't exploring or collecting, Charles curled up with a book. Charles's mother unfortunately died in 1817, when he was only 8 years old. His 3 older sisters and older brother stepped in to help care for Charles, and his little sister Catherine. During this time in England, many boys were sent to live at school. When Charles was 9, his father sent him to a nearby Shrewsbury school. Charles hated it. He didn't like sleeping in the crowded dormitory. He wasn't good at memorizing. And whenever Charles had to learn a poem, he'd forget it in 2 days. Wow, gosh. So we've got this guy who we're questioning being a genius, but the guy, he couldn't even remember a poem after a couple of days. When I think about you guys doing your times table tests and how well you have done, you've learned so much more, and he was still struggling. Charles also missed home. He was very close with his older brother, Erasmus. He was glad his school was only a mile away. Sometimes in the evening, Charles would sneak out. Charles would race home to see his family and Spark, his dog. Then he had to run fast to get back before the school doors closed for the night. He was a fast runner. At home, Charles and Erasmus had their own chemistry lab. The lab was in a tool shed in the garden. Charles loved doing experiments so much, his friends called him Gas. One day, Charles's teacher found out about the lab. He said Charles was wasting his time. He called the experiment useless. How wrong his teacher was. Charles's father hoped both his sons would find good, respectable professions. He wanted them to become doctors like him. Erasmus was sent to a medical school in Edinburgh, Scotland. And since Charles hated Shrewsbury School so much, Dr. Darwin let Charles go too. He hoped that Charles would make something of himself in Scotland. In 1825, at age 16, Charles began taking classes at Edinburgh University. After watching 2 operations, Charles knew medicine wasn't for him, but partly to please his father, Charles kept going to classes. So here is an example of some surgery that might have happened in Darwin's time. I saw 2 very bad operations, one on a child, but I rushed away before they were completed. The 2 cases fairly haunted me for many a long year. In the mid-1820s, when Charles was in medical school, operations were still performed without anesthesia or painkillers. For centuries, doctors had searched to find ways to deaden the pain of surgery. They tried alcohol and substances from plants such as opium from poppies. Sometimes they hit patients to knock them unconscious, but nothing really worked. Then in 1844, Horace Wells, an American dentist, discovered that nitrous oxide could help with pain when someone's tooth was pulled. And in 1846 in Boston, a patient was given sulfuric ether, a gas during surgery. The surgeon removed the tumour from the man's jaw, and the man didn't feel any pain. A new world of medicine had begun. So when Charles went home for the summer, he didn't dare tell his father how he felt about the medicine. Instead, he spent all of his time hunting and riding. Finally, after his second year of medical school, Charles confessed that he didn't want to become a doctor. His father was angry. He worried that Charles would never amount to anything. What next? Charles had to have some profession, so Dr. Darwin sent him to Cambridge University. Charles would study to be a minister in the Church of England. Being a minister was a respectable career, and since many ministers at the time studied nature, it seemed a good choice for Charles. Charles still enjoyed science and nature best of all. His favourite hobby was collecting beetles. That's interesting because we went out to look for beetles earlier on. Maybe we can have a little other look.
We found Paul and John, I think.
Did we find Paul and John?
Yeah.
Excellent. I don't know where Ringo's at or what Ringo's even up to these days.
Not on Thomas anymore, is he?
He's not even on Thomas anymore. Years later, Charles recalled a funny story about his beetles. One day he saw 2 rare beetles, probably Ringo and George, I guess. 2 rare beetles and grabbed one in each hand. Then he spotted a third new kind. He couldn't bear to lose it. So Charles popped the one in his right hand into his mouth. Suddenly it shot out some bitter fluid. Yeah! It stung so much that Charles spit it out as fast as he could. He dropped the third beetle too. After all that, he ended up with only 1 beetle. Charles's favourite professor at Cambridge was John Stevens Henslow. Professor Henslow taught botany, the study of plants. The 2 became friends and often took walks together. This friendship would change Charles's life. Right, that's got us up a little bit to chapter 2. And I think just I'm going to pause and have a little drink of my drinky drink. That's what I'm going to do.
Actually, after we did the electrical circuit, I got a few more slides on electricity, so I'm just going to go through those just to finish off what we
And then I'm going to come back and read a little bit more of that.
Fabulous.
So you're doing a fantastic job at keeping your energy up.
I don't know how. Here we go. We are just going to finish off a few slides. we were talking about circuits earlier, and we did a little bit of a test. I've got some other tests, but I don't know if we're going to get to those because I have got some things I want to talk about. I definitely want to do the space stuff.
I am so excited.
A little bit later on, especially because I've got a really good video where we can see size comparisons, and I'm so excited to show that. It's one of my favorite videos.
I love that.
So exciting. But we did look at some circuits, and now we're going to play odd one out. So I've got 3 pictures here. The first one is here, a diagram. The second one is here, a second diagram, and then the third one over here. So what we've got, you okay, sir?
Yeah, doing great.
Oh, fabulous. So we've got a wire here, we've got a battery, we've got a rubber, and we've got a bulb. And in the second one, we've got a wire, a bulb, a wire, a battery, a wire, and a ruler. Over here, we've got a bulb, a wire, a battery, a wire, a 10-pence coin, and another wire. Can anybody tell me which one is the odd one out? Now, I know we haven't got chat going at the moment, but if you
I can
can
make a guess.
Okay, so which one do you think is the odd one out?
I see, and I've been listening to you, sir, and I've been taking on board all the things you've been teaching me. And I know that the rubber is a insulator.
Well done. That is going to stop the light from lighting up. It will stop the current passing around the circuit.
I know that the plastic, which is made from oil, is actually one of the best insulators around. Which would tell me that the odd one out is number 3.
Right. I'm afraid not, sir.
Oh. Yes, it is.
I got you. I got you.
Me.
Now, yes, sir, is absolutely right. 1 is an insulator. The rubber is stopping that electrical current from passing around. 2 is also an insulator. The plastic is stopping that electrical current from passing through. And number 3, sir is right, is the odd one out. And we can actually see that the bulb is lit because the 10-pence coin, being metal, is a conductor of electricity. So that one is the odd one out. It's 1 and 2 have electrical insulators, rubber and plastic, connected so the bulb will not light up, whereas circuit 3 has an electrical conductor connected metal, so the bulb will light up as the electricity can flow through the metal. Woo! Woo! Okay, here we go. Odd one out again. Which of the following is the odd one out? Through deductive reasoning, sir, can you figure out which is the odd item out? If you're watching along after, because I doubt you're going to be watching along at the minute, because we've only got 2 people on the stream at the minute. I guess 4:30 in the morning is not the time that people are up and watching
It's
YouTube.
not peak time, sir.
It is not a peak time. So which of the following 1, 2, or 3 do you think is the one out? So what do you reckon?
Well, now I think this is a really interesting one because the last one was all to do with conductors and insulators. Now, if I was going along the same line of thinking,
Yes.
I would be looking at the different materials that were on here. I'm not necessarily saying that's where I'm going to end up being, but as it stands, I'm looking at the torch, which looks to be some kind of plastic insulator. I'm looking at the oven, it looks shiny, it could be a metal. Then I guess this looks shiny and metal, but then again, I know that that's got a layer of paint on top of it. I'm starting to think this is not actually a question about conductors and insulators, because these are not any of these common items that I would use for a conductor and insulator. So what I'm thinking is this might be a slightly different question. This might be a question to do with, like, is it to do with batteries and to do with electrical power? Maybe which one of these is using power current from the wall, and which one of these is maybe using, is it all working all right?
Yeah, I just got a message through just to check it, so I have, and we're fine.
And which one of these is using maybe a battery source?
Wow, I really love the reasoning that you've used there. It's completely wrong. The odd one out is the microwave, obviously, because it's the only one without a window.
That's a window.
Oh, right.
So is it that one? Right. It doesn't have a window.
No, it's no.
Although that technically does have a little window at the front.
It is number 1, you're right, but
okay.
it is for what you said first, and that is 1 is battery powered, the others are main powers. Yes, so that has a power source within it. The battery, these 2 need to be plugged in to the mains. So we can see that a torch is a battery-powered appliance, whereas the microwave and washing machine are mains-powered appliances. Okay, liking this odd one-out vibe that's going on over here. So,
ready, sir.
which of the following is the odd one out, and why?
Right, now I am going to use a little bit my tools of deduction here, because are we looking at insulators and conductors? Now, the reason why I don't think we're looking at insulators and conductors in this one is because, well, I can see the metal on here, I can see the metal on here, I can see the metal on here, which means that all of these have parts which are conductors. Also, I see what I think is a plastic cover on here. I see what I'm pretty sure is plastic there, and I'm pretty sure is plastic there, and definitely rubber around or plastic probably around the wire. And I'm thinking once again that it's also got conductors. So seeing as all of these have both insulatory and conducting parts, I don't think that's what the question is about. The last question was all about whether it is mains operated or battery operated. Now, a battery isn't particularly operated by anything. This one, I don't know if it's going to be mains or battery, and I don't know if that's going to be mains or battery because I don't quite know what it's being plugged into. However, there is one thing, and this reminds me a little bit about the plants when we were talking about like consumers and producers, and I'm going to use that as a kind of metaphor for this. And I think one of these is a producer, and two of these are kind of like consumers. I know it doesn't work exactly like that, but I'm going to say that this is consuming electricity, or kind of using it. And this one is the one producing it and giving it off. So I'm going to say it's number one again.
Absolutely, and that's it. The odd one out is number one because that is the power source, and these two require the power from that source. So the cell is a power supply, whereas the bulb and buzzer are not, but they need a power supply to work in a circuit. Right, what is a switch? How do they work in an electrical circuit? And where do we use switches? And are there different types? Well, luckily, I've got a little bit of reading for us. So, switches, here we go. I'm going to tell you all about lovely, lovely switches. And then I'll have a little challenge for you at the end after I've read through this. So listen carefully as I read through. Switches. We use switches every day to turn lights on and off, to ring a doorbell, or to switch on a games console. Switches open or close a circuit. When on, the switch will create a complete circuit, and the electricity can flow. When you turn a light switch on, the circuit is complete, and the bulb will light up. When a switch is off, it breaks the circuit. And actually that's kind of like how I think we've got one up here. It's sort of how fire alarms work, and there's two types of fire alarms. Now, fire alarms are broken circuits, and something triggers those fire alarms to close the circuits. Can you think about what that might be? There's two things that trigger fire alarms. There may be more, but I know of two.
Can I make a guess, sir?
Sure.
I'm thinking that at certain points there must be something that the fire alarm is trying to detect. There's something that must be in the air that it is trying to respond to. And I'm imagining there are multiple things that are given off by a fire, if there was one. Now, one of those things is probably going to be smoke. Am I right?
Yeah.
So I would imagine if any little smoke particles get trapped in there, it might send it off.
What you're describing right now is one of the ways that the circuit is closed, and that is a chemical closure.
Fantastic.
So we have chemical detectors. That is one type of fire detector.
I was also going to say that maybe it's a chemical detector as well. I was going to say that maybe the gases that are given off, is that different to the smoke, or is that the same?
That would be the same. So that would be kind of the chemical reaction.
Could there be a heat detection?
And that's the second one.
That is the second one.
So there is a thermal one. When it reaches a certain temperature, that closes the switch and the alarm sounds. And there is a chemical-based switch. So when a certain chemical hits the fire alarm or the fire sensor, it will close the circuit and the alarm will sound. So where was I? When it switches off, it breaks the circuit. It's lovely. Components in the circuit will no longer work as the flow of electricity has been stopped. Think about when you turn a light off. When you turn the switch off, the circuit is broken and the light bulb no longer lights up. Remember, you should not play around with switches. Never touch switches with wet hands, because wet hands can increase the conductability of it can aid how would I word that, sir?
So I would say that it will make you, well, water is a conductor, and so you are increasing the conductive nature of the situation.
And you are likely to be electrocuted.
Yeah,
so just be careful.
Just don't mess with water.
Don't mess with switches when you've got wet hands.
Yeah.
Types of switches. Below are some of the types of switches you might use when building circuits. They all work in different ways, and this is really where you need to pay attention there, sir, because we're going to look at what type of circuits we might need for a little challenge at the end. So we have the push button switch. With the push button switches, you simply push the button to make a complete circuit. Normally you need to hold the button down on these ones to keep them on. Sometimes they fix in place, but generally with these you hold them down. You attach this switch in the circuit by connecting the wires to these parts at the bottom here. Then we've got a sliding switch. Now slide switches work by pushing a button from side to side to turn the switch on and off. If there are 3 positions, when the button is in the center, it means the switch is off. Then we've got a toggle switch. Oh, I like these retro toggle switch.
Nice.
Just imagining it, I'm satisfied. It's great. Toggle switches work by pushing a lever to turn the switch on and off. Handily, they often have the on and off positions clearly marked. Lovely. Smashing stuff. On we. Ooh. Oh dear. I don't think we're going to get through all these slides, you know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we will, sir.
More switches. There are many other types of switch that have been designed to carry out a particular function or job. Light switches, for example. You can see different types here. Light switches can function in many different ways and can be used in more complex circuits. You can have a simple on-off switch that controls just one light circuit. You can have multiple switches which control the same light from different places, for example, in the hallway, or you can have a panel of switches controlling several different light circuits. And then we've got dimmer switches, which can even be used to change the level of brightness of light.
Oh, I like that.
Now we've got apps that can do that, but it's still pretty cool to have a dimmer switch. We have key switches that can only be used with a key.
What might
they
be the
are.
purpose of something?
I've
got to hold.
You're about to ask a question that I'm about to ask you. Sir.
All right, I get it. Okay.
Key switches can only be used with a key. They are useful when access to an electronic system needs to be restricted to only certain people with the key. And then we have pull cord switches, which use a string to control a switch. Commonly, they are found in areas where water is present, such as bathrooms. The pull cord keeps any water and us away from the electrical circuit and keeps us safe. The amount of energy used by a circuit is measured in watts. Watts.
Oh, I love watts.
I love watts. I like Quaver's book. You might see light bulbs labelled with different amounts of watts, and the higher the number of watts, the more electricity a bulb will use. That's why it's important to use switches and turn off lights when they are not in use. Oh, sir, look, it's getting light outside.
Wow.
We've seen a day and a night and the dawn of a new day.
I think it's amazing. And one of the things that is quite, if you don't mind a little interlude for a second.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I think, and I'm just going to move the camera out here so you get a little view of this. And maybe I'll go to that side. Can you see outside the window? Oh, I've taken that off, so I don't even know. Is that, you can definitely see that it's getting a little bit lighter over there. One of the things I like about living here in the Northern Hemisphere and the Earth being a little bit tilted as it is, it means that in these kind of summer months, our country is getting like access to light a lot more hours of the day than a lot of countries would be doing. Okay, there are actually places where in the summer months, the sun never even sets. Because if you're tilted a little bit like this and a light source is coming in from this angle, it doesn't matter how much I spin this, that point there is still pointing the same way, and it's constantly getting light. So whilst it's tilted this way, the northern hemisphere is constantly getting light. In the winter month, on the other hand, whilst it's tilting the other way, it's constantly in darkness. Now, that's one of the reasons why you see Britain, in the winter, we have such short days, and in the summer, we have such long days. It's because we are quite northerly in the northern hemisphere, and the tilt of the Earth means that in the summer months, we get much longer periods of sunlight. Now, why is this significant? Does everywhere get that? Well, no, they don't. I've spent a long time over in Asia, down here in Vietnam, and you'll see that this is really close to the equator. And when you're really close to the equator, if you imagine that tilt, it doesn't actually make as much of a difference. So the days really don't change in their length as much. It doesn't matter what time of year it is, the day length is pretty much similar. One of the things I know that we do because of the changing length of our days is we actually change our clocks as well. So that is a little bit of an unusuality. And look, there it is. We're at what? 4:45 in the morning, and it's already getting incredibly bright. I mean, if we go out there, you know, we're going to be able to see all sorts of things.
And just adding to that, recently, my wife and I, we were very lucky, and we managed to go on to a fjords cruise.
Brilliant.
And we left from Southampton down here. We cruised up to northern England and Scotland, and then we went up past Oslo.
Whoa, you went seriously north.
Seriously north. And what was fascinating was when we were at the highest point, we went out onto the deck at what would be the time over there at just before midnight. And just before midnight, it was probably maybe just a little bit darker than it is.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, at midnight. It is
And
absolutely
the
amazing.
North Pole is famous for penguins, isn't that right, sir?
Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
certainly not the bottom, is it?
No, we're just joking. Of course, you don't get any penguins up here.
No.
The penguins are all down here.
Okay, on to the quiz that I prepared you for, sir. So if I could ask you now,
Brilliant.
we have a dim switch.
Do I have to stick both of my fingers up my nostrils?
If you could. So that's not up.
I don't really want to put them in there.
That's not up there.
Okay, I'm just going to stand like
That's
that.
not up.
Okay.
That's not up there. So we have a dimmer switch, we have a pull cord switch, and we have a key switch. We've all been introduced to these switches in the previous slides. I would like to know above our selection of switches and which switches would be best for 1, operating living room lights, 2, turning on a fire alarm system, and 3, turning on a bathroom light. And using the knowledge that we've learned, sir, could you explain your answers?
Right. Well, number 1, operating living room lights. Now, I know that one of those switches...
Oh, are we in view? Sorry.
That's a very good point. Let's have a little look. No. There we go.
There we go.
Right. One of those switches is the dimmer switch. Now, the reason I'm going to choose this for the living room, sir, is because, first of all, it's easy to use. It's easily accessible. I don't have any particular risks that are running in the living room. I'm not going to be wet in there, for example.
Goblins.
So it doesn't. There may be goblins or ghouls, little green ghouls potentially.
Goblins, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not worried particularly about the risk from water and electrocution. So the other thing I quite like about that being in the living room is the dimmer switch allows me to set the mood a little bit. I'm able to make it brighter or darker. So, you know, if it's time to eat some food, maybe, and I'm going to eat in the living room, I might want to turn the light up so that I can see what I'm eating. But if I'm watching a movie, I might want to turn it down a bit. So I've just got a little bit of light, but not too much light. Personally, I like all the lights off, but, you know, you have to have a little bit of a balance. So I'm going to choose to have the dimmer switch in my living room. Sure. The next one, we've got the pull cord switch. We've got turning on a fire alarm system, haven't we?
Yeah. Funny how sometimes the words fire alarm system read like pull cord switch.
Yeah. Tricky, bizarre.
Yeah, it's weird.
So what am I going to do about a fire alarm system? Well, I don't really want the dimmer switch because a fire alarm system, as far as I'm concerned, is either on or off. Now, I'm left with a bit of a quandary here, sir, because if I had a fire, I don't really want to be faffing around with a key. I don't want to be like popping that in and maybe turning it and having trouble. And it'd be way easier for me just to pull a cord. but I'm imagining it's not a fire alarm like a fire alarm, but it's maybe to turn
It's the system, it's the
overall
whole
system on and off.
to turn that on. Yeah.
In which case, I don't want any Tom, Dick, and Harry being able to
Goblins.
access it, or goblins, and so I'd probably want a key, and so I'm going to go for the key switch.
Yeah.
And now that is turning on.
Famously, sorry, just to add that in there, goblins, terrible with keys.
And that's interesting. Is that because of their short little hands?
No, Keats. You know, the poet,
Keats
terrible
the poet.
understanding Keats.
Yeah. Well, it is complicated.
For goblins, yeah.
Turning on the bathroom light. Now, this one I'm a little bit stuck on. Turning on the bathroom light. I've had the dimmer switch for the living room, and I had the key switch for the fire alarm system. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do for the bathroom light. I don't think I want to be faffing around with the key.
No.
I do like the idea of setting the mood a little bit in the bathroom
Dimmer switch, yeah.
But the problem is I'm a little bit worried about electrocuting myself.
And goblins.
And the goblins. So potentially I'm going to go for the pull cord switch. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a very good idea. And I think actually you listened really well, because that is all the correct answers. Well done,
That's
sir.
amazing.
Fabulous. I think we're going to move on, because next we've got conductors, but they're not the conductors that we've already looked at, and they're not the insulators that we've already looked at. No. And we've got quite a fun challenge for anyone who watches this.
I love fun challenges.
And you could have a little go at the fun challenge at the end if you want, sir. So let's have a look at this.
How are you coping?
Great.
Right.
So
way better than me, I'm imagining.
probably at the minute, but I'm assuming I'll crash at some point. When engineers and designers are choosing materials for household objects, cooking utensils, or household appliances, they need to select the materials for those items carefully. Why, it asks, and that is because some materials allow heat to pass through them easily. Now, these are conductors, just like electrical conductors, except these let heat through. Thermal conductors. That's a big problem, especially when we are designing cooking utensils. For example, imagine I am using a frying pan and I'm cooking something very, very hot, and I'm using a material that conducts heat, lets heat pass through it really, really easily. If I take the handle of that pan that lets that heat pass through it very, very easily, I'm going to burn my hand. So I need to balance this, because one, I need to cook my food. So part of that pan absolutely needs to be a thermal conductor. It needs to let that heat pass through to cook the food. But part of that pan has to be designed for safety, so that I know I can take the handle, which is not a thermal conductor. It doesn't let heat pass through easily, and I will not get burned. These considerations we need to make when we are choosing the materials for making things that are involved with heat production or around heat.
Round heat, Sarah? Is that like a sheet?
Around heat.
Right.
So what are conductors of heat? Conduction is the way that heat travels through objects, from an object that is hot to an object that is cooler. Materials that allow heat to pass through them easily are known as good conductors of heat. Some metals are good conductors of heat. Metals such as aluminium, steel, iron, including Iron Man,
Is Iron Man good?
copper. Yes, he's brilliant at heat conduction.
Ah.
Are good thermal conductors. Why are good conductors of heat useful? Well, part of what we said is earlier, the pan. So taking the kind of humble pan and thinking of it. So think of a metal saucepan. We need that saucepan to heat up our food. If the metal saucepan was not good at transferring heat, the food that is within the pan would never heat up, and therefore we couldn't cook it. So this part of the pan here that we can see absolutely needs to be a good conductor, whereas this part absolutely does not need to be a good conductor, because that's where the burn would happen. Do you, sir, enjoy toast?
I am such a huge fan of toast.
Fabulous. What is your favourite type of toast?
That is such a great question.
Wow.
And I really thank you for asking me that. My favourite kind of toast is the toast that comes out of the toaster. I like it when, well, actually, there's all sorts of ways that you can do toast. Sometimes I like a sourdough toast. Sometimes I like a nice kind of wholemeal toast. There are times when you want to have a little cheat and you have that white bread toast. Now, I know that knowing that I need to have a healthy diet, it's better that I have a toast that is like high in fiber, has all sorts of different seeds, all sorts of stuff like that. So yeah, there are different toasts, and I like all of them. I've got to be honest. However, I do also like the toast that you get before a meal, when people are celebrating and congratulating, and they do a little ching ching. I'm a big fan of one of those. What about you? What's your favourite kind of toast?
Cooked. If you put toast in the toaster and press the lever down, you will see the metal element inside of the toaster going red or orange after only a couple of seconds. That's because this is very good at heat conduction, this metal inside. So this glowing yellow colour shows the heating element has gotten very hot. It's the same in a grill at the top of your oven. That may turn orange, and that shows that it's got very, very hot. The heating element at the back of the oven, we talked about fan ovens earlier, that may also start to glow when it gets very hot and as the heat is being fanned around the oven. This metal heating element becomes hot very quickly because metal is a very good conductor of heat. Pause it here if you're not watching live, because I know that we haven't got lots of people on the stream this time in the morning. Can you think of any other examples of good conductors of heat? Well, we have some here. One is a kettle, needs to be a good conductor of heat because we need to get that water boiling. Another one that is vital is a radiator. Passing hot water through the radiator gives off or radiates heat around our houses, keeping us warm. And then the iron. All of these, you will notice, are using metal elements to heat. However, sometimes we do not want heat to transfer from one object to another. Materials that do not allow heat to transfer through them are called thermal insulators. They're just like electrical conductors and electrical insulators. We have thermal conductors allowing heat to travel through easily, and thermal insulators, which is much harder to travel through. Think about oven gloves, for example. We use oven gloves so that we can pick up something hot and not burn our hands. If oven gloves were not very good at insulation, stopping that heat passing through, then we would burn our hands. And I do actually have some oven gloves that are like that. Just be very careful if you get your oven gloves wet at home, or if they're ever covered in oil or something like that, because that can conduct heat and it can pass the heat through.
I've had that happen before when I pick up something wet and then suddenly my hands are absolutely boiling hot.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's because the water is better heat conduction and it passes through the glove.
Interesting.
So why might thermal insulators be useful? Well, a good thermal insulator, this man's head is in the way, will keep objects cold, something for hot, for a long something. This can be important when the weather is cold, to keep our houses warm or to keep our tea warm when we go on a picnic. Good insulators: wool, plastic, and wood. Air is a good thermal insulator. We talked about that a little bit earlier on. So air and other gases are not good conductors of heat. That makes them good insulators. Think of a puffy ski jacket like this one here. It's filled with down feathers which trap in warm air and stops the heat being lost from your body. So it makes it very difficult for that heat to be transferred away. Can you think of any other examples of thermal insulators being used in your house or school? Well, I can certainly think so, because here are some everyday uses of thermal insulators. If you go up to your attic, for example, you might see fluffy white or pink insulation material lining the roof space. This works like the ski suit, and it traps in that warm air, meaning that it doesn't need to be heated so much, and also so that heat doesn't escape your house and it keeps it quite warm. The insulation traps the warm air and it stops it being lost from the house, keeping the house warm. Everyday uses for thermal insulators then. The handles on your saucepans, we've discussed this already, but I'll just quickly go over it. The handles on your saucepans are usually made of plastic or of wood. This stops the handle getting hot when you are cooking. Think of the toaster in the picture. It has a plastic outer cover. This stops it heating up as the toaster gets hot. So we need to really think about how things are designed so that we don't get hurt through heat transference. Some other examples. Have you ever bought hot food or drinks on a picnic? Usually we use a thermos container or flask to keep tea and other drinks hot. Similarly, you might have a cooler box for cold food when you go on a picnic. Plastic is a good insulator, so that helps to keep temperatures cool inside the box and stops hot air from flowing in. Okay, and moving. Oh no!
Oh my gosh!
It stops. Oh,
Wait
oh
a
my
second.
goodness! It's Dr. Jim Evil.
You didn't tell
And
me.
for the last 40 years, I've been creating awful products to annoy unsuspecting heroes.
Oh my gosh!
I use my knowledge of materials to create products that are truly disastrous. And there is only one way that I would ever stop.
No way.
I would only stop if someday someone created a worse product than I could. But to make a terrible product, their knowledge of materials would have to be superb. Here is one of my inventions, the mini paper teapot set.
How is that even possible, sir?
Such a lovely gift for friends and family. Or is it? Why might this product not be such a good idea? Yes, sir.
I've got a little bit of a problem with paper and water because I've
Especially
spilled.
boiling water.
Oh, is that even going to be worse? Well, I can only go by what I know, and I actually spilled some cold water on some paper over there. That cold water on that paper, the paper became all weak, wet, and a bit useless. Now I'm imagining that the boiling water is only going to exacerbate that process and make it even worse.
It's not that really.
No?
I'm thinking more about if you're holding this teapot.
It's going to be
boiling
very
water.
hot.
You're pouring it into paper cups,
Yeah.
You're sharing it with your family.
Yeah.
What may happen with that boiling water?
I'm picturing them potentially burning their hands,
Absolutely.
spilling it, something
somebody's
breaking.
yeah.
It's not going to be good.
So we need to beat Dr. Jim Evil, and that's going to be you at
Okay.
home. So
Okay.
your challenge is this: a design brief. Using your knowledge of materials, I would like you to try and create the worst product that you can think of. So, for example, I might say wooden glasses.
Right.
Yeah, because if we had wooden glasses, they're not transparent. You can't see through. They're absolutely useless. So that might be an idea. I don't think that's good enough to be.
No. I think it needs to be even worse than
It has
that.
to be even worse than that. So have a think. What materials might be absolutely terrible for something? So maybe a paper umbrella. That might
lot
be
of
an
people
awful thing.
Often say a chocolate teapot. Don't they?
But yes, we've already got the kind of paper.
already got the-
teapot, haven't
yeah,
we?
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's kind of already going to kind of leak through. Although paper could be reinforced, so like the straw.
You do get paper
now
cups
paper
for things,
cups
yeah,
and
yeah,
paper
yeah.
straws. So maybe. Remember, you may refer to your knowledge of properties, transparency, solubility, and we might do a test on solubility. I'm not sold on it yet, and maybe later. You can use your knowledge of changing states, so solids, liquids, and gases, insulation, permeability, waterproofing, and flammability to help you design something truly awful. While you're thinking about that, we're going to go back into the book that I had earlier, and we're going to
Or do
read.
you want me to read a little bit?
No, it's all right. So I can go for a little bit longer, and then I'll let you take over for a bit, and you can give us a little fascinating session about something or other. But I'm going to delve back into Sir Isaac Newton, who wasn't actually that very nice a person, is what we learned in the last little read that we had. So we are going to go back in. We got to, I believe, page 24, which was chapter 2, his time at Cambridge. Let me have a little look at how long that chapter is, and we'll decide. Yeah, maybe we'll read that one, we'll see where we are, and then maybe the plague years, because that's only 7 pages. We'll see. Chapter 2, Cambridge. Let's just look at that a little bit, shall we? Lovely. And I'll come in a bit closer. Chapter 2, Cambridge. Luckily, Isaac wasn't the only one who hated the idea of becoming a farmer. The master of his school thought it was a waste of a brilliant mind. Along with Isaac's uncle, he managed to talk Hannah into letting his son go to a university. So, at 18, Isaac Newton left Trinity College. This was part of Cambridge University. He would spend the next 40 years living there. 40 years.
Wow, 40.
40.
Wow.
first as a student and then as a professor. Newton's first months at Cambridge were a letdown. Even though Hannah was well off, she didn't want to pay his fees, so he had to enter as what was called a scissor. This meant he worked as a servant to the richer students. Most of them were more interested in having a good time than in learning. Newton despised them. He grew less lonely when he met other serious student, John Wickens. They moved in with each other and lived together for the next 20 years. So formed a very strong friendship. Wickens was one of the few people Newton ever stayed friends with for long. Unfortunately, Wickens never wrote down his memories of Newton. Study at Cambridge was still based on ancient Greek and Latin philosophy, especially the writings of the Greek philosopher Aristotle. Aristotle was a brilliant man, the Newton of his time. But he had lived in the 4th century BC. Over 2,000 years later, knowledge in many areas hadn't moved much beyond what he taught. Aristotle based his theories on observation of the world around him. However, it was even more important to him for an idea to make sense. He didn't always test his ideas against reality. For instance, he thought that human males, being bigger and stronger, would have more teeth than human females. That seemed, we've got a little page on Cambridge that's going to just interrupt the main flow of the story. In Newton's time, very few people actually got to go to college. There were only 2 universities in the whole of England. There's lots now, but there was only 2 at the time. Oxford and Cambridge. Both were ancient. Their main purpose was to prepare students to be ministers in the Church of England. And only members of the church were allowed to attend them. Every student had a personal tutor who took charge of his education. Many of the upper-class students, however, were only there to have a good time. That seemed reasonable to him. So that's talking about men having more teeth than women. If he actually looked in men's and women's mouths, he would have seen that he was wrong. In the centuries after his death, other scholars often just accepted what Aristotle had said as truth. Much of what was taught at Cambridge didn't interest Newton, and he paid little attention to it. What Cambridge did offer was a library full of books. Over the past few centuries, daring scholars had been challenging the old ways of explaining how the world worked. The word scientist hadn't been invented yet. These scholars were known as natural philosophers. They became the founders of modern science. Newton set out to learn from them. Newton read the ideas of Nicolaus Copernicus, one scholar who challenged Aristotle. Aristotle thought that the Earth was the center of the universe and all the other heavenly bodies moved around him. In the 16th century, Copernicus suggested it made more sense to think that the Earth and all the other planets moved around the sun. This seemed reasonable to Newton. Aristotle's idea felt right. It certainly looks to us like everything revolves around the Earth. But anyone who actually watched the planets in the sky could see that sometimes the way they moved didn't match what Aristotle described. People came up with all sorts of complicated ideas to explain why the planets didn't behave as Aristotle said that they should. But if they stopped trying to force the planets into Aristotle's system and switched to Copernicus's system, well, with all the planets traveling around the sun, everything suddenly made sense. The planets moved just the way Copernicus's theory predicted. Newton also read the work of Johannes Kepler, who had built on Copernicus's work. Copernicus has suggested that planets moved in circles around the sun. Kepler tracked the planets' movements carefully and discovered their exact paths. They were not circles, but a kind of oval called an ellipse. No. Then there was Galileo, an Italian who died the year Newton was born. He looked at the heavens through a telescope and reported on the surprising things he saw. For instance, the moon was covered with mountains and craters, and there were spots on the sun. Aristotle said that heavenly bodies must be pure and more perfect than anything on earth. What Galileo actually saw made him disagree. Even out beyond the moon, it looked as if things were made of the same ordinary material as Earth. Galileo believed in testing the truth of what other people told him. For instance, Aristotle said that heavy objects fell faster than light objects. That certainly sounds reasonable, but Galileo wondered if they really did. He came up with experiments to find out by dropping balls and measuring how fast they fell. According to legend, Galileo, very burpy today. Galileo dropped balls from the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I've been to the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Do you know what it does? It leans. That isn't so. Nevertheless, he did discover that Aristotle was wrong. Objects of the same size and shape drop from the same height, fall at the same speed, no matter how much or how little they weigh. Fascinating. From reading these men's works, Newton learned something. It didn't matter how reasonable an idea seemed, it had to match what could actually be observed. If the world didn't do what an idea said it would, it was time to come up with a new idea. At Cambridge, Newton began to teach himself mathematics. This interest grew out of a visit to Stourbridge Fair. The fair was a huge outdoor gathering with farmers and tradesmen selling everything from farm animals to clothing to toys. Full of young couples, dancers, and performing animals. It was a much more frivolous place than Newton usually liked. But he did find a bookseller there, and he bought a book on astrology. Astrology is the belief that the stars and planets rule people's lives. Astrologers use the heavens to predict the future and try to control events on Earth. Astrology had become very complicated, using elaborate calculations and charts. Many people in Newton's time believed in astrology, so he was curious about it before he had read very far in his new book. Newton came to an example that used a kind of difficult mathematics he didn't know. He bought another book to teach himself about it. But before he could understand this new book, he had to know a more basic branch of mathematics that he hadn't learned yet. So he had to back up and start at the beginning. In 1665, Newton passed the exams for his bachelor's degree. His grades were not very good. Most of the exam questions were about subjects that didn't really interest him. Still, he did well enough to become a scholar. This meant he could keep living and studying at Cambridge, with free room and board. Not bad. Almost as soon as he earned the right to stay at Cambridge, however, he had to leave. And that was for a reason that we mentioned earlier, and it's the last chapter I'm going to read, because it's only 7 pages long. The plague years. In 1665, the plague broke out in England. The university was closed, and Newton went home to Lincolnshire. For the next 18 months he lived at home. Newton had never much liked being with other people. He was happy to be left alone, to think about exactly what he wanted. This was the most productive time of Newton's life. He later remembered, in those days, I was in my prime of age for invention. By invention, he meant being able to think up new ideas. What was he thinking up? Well, a new kind of mathematics, to start with. The math he knew was fine to use for some kind of problems. If you knew how fast a wagon was going and that it was moving in a circle, it was easy to figure out where it would be an hour later. However, Newton was interested in a different kind of problem. He wondered about things that were changing all the time. What if you shot a cannonball into the air? First, it would travel in a curve upwards, slowing down more and more. Then it would get to the top of its path and start curving back down towards the Earth. As it got nearer to the ground, it would move faster and faster. Its speed and its direction were always changing. How could you create a mathematical equation that would describe this kind of movement when it was never the same for an instant? A little bit about the plague here. The plague and the Great Fire. Ooh, two very bad things at once. When the plague struck, London became a city of death. As many as 1 in 5 people were killed by the disease. Horrible. Then in September 1666, just as the plague was beginning to die down, a great fire broke out. Starting in a bakery, it burned for 3 days. Most people managed to escape, but 80% of the buildings in London were ruined. Although no one knew it, the plague was carried by rats and fleas. By destroying all the filthy old buildings where the rats lived, the fire may have helped end the plague. Newton invented his own form of mathematics. Invented his own form of mathematics, one that could handle this kind of question. He called it the method of fluxions. Fluxion meant continual change. Today we call his invention calculus. Modern physics, the study of motion, matter, and energy, would not be possible without it. Another subject that always interested Newton was light, and we've done a little bit on light earlier, so Newton may have been interested in that. He had bought himself a prism at Stourbridge Fair. This was a specially shaped piece of glass. When light shone through it, the light turned into a rainbow of colours. It's a shame we don't have any of those, sir.
Oh, that would be amazing.
It would be amazing. We call this the spectrum. Newton began playing around with his prism, testing what he had learned about light. 3 more pages. Aristotle taught that in its basic form, light was pure white. All of the colours came from making changes to white light. If you changed it a little, you got red. Changing it a little more gave you orange, and so on through all the colours. But by now, Newton knew Aristotle was sometimes wrong. Maybe he was wrong about light. Newton knew that when you shine white light through a prism, the light breaks up into all the colours of the spectrum. What would happen if you sent the broken up spectrum through a second prism? If white light was really being changed to turn into all the colours, a second prism should change the light even more. Newton discovered that, in fact, this didn't happen. A second prism brought all the colours back together to create a single beam of white light again. This made Newton think of other questions. What would happen if you shone just a single colour of light through a second prism? He created an experiment to find out. First, he passed a ray of white light through a prism to get the whole spectrum. Then he took just the green light and sent it through a second prism. So Newton's really starting to invent the kind of way that we think about testing now. It's really, really fascinating, isn't it, that people weren't doing it this way beforehand. If Aristotle was right, the first prism had already done something to the white light that had turned it green. What would the second prism do? Would it break the green light up into a whole spectrum again? Would it just change the green a little bit more so it turned blue? Instead, Newton discovered that the second prism made no change at all. The green beam stayed green. His experiments told Newton that Aristotle was wrong. White light was not the basic form of light. Instead, white light was made up of all the different colours put together. The prism wasn't making changes to the white light. It was breaking it up and separating it into its different parts. From what he figured out about light, Newton was able to explain a mystery. Until Newton, no one understood what made rainbows appear in the sky. Newton realized that drops of water in the air could act like prisms, breaking the white light of the sun into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. He was able to explain how, when the sunlight passed through these natural prisms, it created a rainbow.
Thank you so much, sir.
No
And
problem.
I need to spend a bit of time in front of the camera now, please,
Okay.
because if I don't, I'm gonna pop. I need something to keep the old.
Sure, well, I'll let you have a good chunk of time, sir.
Give me a little bit just to, because I was really struggling spacing around there. We'll see what happens over here. I've got a new wind. Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you, sir. Right. Okay. Now, I first going to talk about the effects of sleep deprivation, just momentarily, because it's quite interesting.
Is it?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
I think that.
What gave you that idea?
Well, genuinely, Mr. Keeling's doing an absolutely incredible job. I am suffering, and there's no question about it.
It's okay. Last time you did much better than I did.
Yeah, I'm pacing backwards and forwards. I'm starting to realise that doing it at the end of a week, and an end of a week where you're doing lots of things and building up, is probably not the best idea.
No.
And if we ever did this again, we should either do it at the weekend or at the beginning, after you've had a little bit of rest.
Absolutely.
Because I think one of the things when it comes to sleep and the energy levels and stuff is it's a slow build up, isn't it? And over time, you can become more and more stressed. You can lose more and more energy. And doing stuff at the end of the week, really, really bad idea. So this, I guess, is a bit of a scientific experiment. And it's definitely taught me that. But it's not about that. This is all about science. It's all about raising money for the community. And so we need to carry on. So you are going to help me to speak. That'll be the first thing. That's going to be quite important that I do. And I'm going to go through a little bit of these slides. They're going to help me to talk a little bit, because one of the things that we were talking about earlier was evolution and adaptation. And that was one thing we didn't quite get to the end of, because we started talking about what are traits that people like in certain animals and how they bred them into it. So we were talking about a dog. And I think we can equate that also to farm animals. I mean, for example, the cows that we have on farms in Britain, they don't exist naturally. The sheep that we have on the farms in Britain, they don't exist naturally. These animals are animals that have been bred for specific reasons. It's interesting, actually, coming up to this time, because even though it might not be 24 hours on a live stream, this is now definitely 24 hours that I've been awake, because my alarm went off at 5:15 yesterday, and I was getting out of bed right now, getting ready to come along and do all of this. So even though we're saying 26 hours live stream, I think by the time that we've finished this, it'll actually be closer to 30 hours that we've been up. I'm going to have to drink in between this. I think one of the keys is obviously staying quite hydrated. I wish I could eat a little bit more food. I'm just struggling to eat at the moment. So, fossils. Now, one of the questions is, how do we know what existed in the past? How do we know what things were like? There was nobody there to record it. There weren't any cameras. There was no information about it because no one was writing stuff down. In fact, there weren't even humans for a lot of the history that we are learning about when it comes to evolution. So how do we know a few of these things? Well, one of the things that gives us a piece of information are fossils, and fossils can tell us a lot about history. Now, I've actually got a selection of fossils. And these fossils all tell me a little bit of a story. So I think what we'll do is we're going to come over to our science corner, and we're going to have a little look at some of these different fossils. So let's have a little look over here. Whoa, look at these, nice and big up on the screen, looking absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to talk through a few of these fossils and the things that we found. Now, this little fella over here, this looks a bit like, I can see the swirl that's going on here. So this looks a bit like an ammonite. Now, an ammonite was this one down here. An ammonite was a creature from prehistoric times, long before. In fact, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you mind doing me a fact check on when ammonites? Ammonite is spelled A-M-M-O-N-I-T, and when they were around on Earth. Mr. Keeling is going to help me out by just giving me that little bit of information. But these were from an incredibly long period of time, but they existed for an incredibly long period of time. How do we know that they existed? Because they don't exist today. Well, it is through the fossils that we find in the earth. Different animals when they died, I mean, most animals when they die, they just go, they rot, or they get eaten by something else, and they go to nothing. But occasionally, when an animal dies, it might land in sand or in dirt, and it will land in such a way that it gets covered up. And when it gets covered up, it gets protected from oxygen and bacteria, which would normally decompose it, and it gets kind of caught and locked in time.
They live between the Jurassic and the Cretaceous period.
So we're talking like millions of years ago, hundreds.
Between 201 million years ago and 66 million years ago.
Right. 201 to 66 million years ago. Right? That's what we're talking about. And that is a similar age for a lot of these fossils that we've got over here. Right? We are not talking about, thousands of or hundreds of thousands of years ago. These things were living in this planet long before humans, or long before even mammals were something that existed. There were dinosaurs stomping around the place. Mind you, there were mammals whilst dinosaurs were stomping around the place. And it was the mammals that became quite successful after the dinosaurs became extinct. But we can talk about that a little bit later. So we've got a few more fossils over here. We've got this one here is quite interesting. This is actually a bit of a fossilized fern plant. And you can see the pattern on there that shows you, it looks like the leaves. It looks a little bit like those evergreen leaves that we see outside. So this fern plant is probably, again, also from hundreds of millions of years ago. So it's landed in the ground in such a way that it has been completely solidified. Let's have a look at a few more of these. So what else have we got over here? Yeah, we've got this one here, in case you're interested. This is a bit of coral, which would come out of the ocean. And coral is an animal that still exists today. When you see coral, you think to yourself, wow, that must be a plant. But actually, coral is an animal. It's more closely related to us than it is related to plants. It just has a very different system. So it's not photosynthesizing like plants are doing. So coral is an animal a bit like us. I'm just going to have a little drink.
Oh, it's not a little drink, so.
Well, not a lot of water actually went into me.
Right.
Just struggling a little bit with drinking at the moment.
That's not good.
It's not. No, that's good. What is this over here? Well, great question. This is a bryozoa. This is a gastropod. Gastropods were little creatures that have had little sort of frilly arms that come out of here and they swim through the water. We've got here, this is pretty cool. This is a shark's tooth. And that definitely looks like a sort of canine-y shape. And sharks have actually been on this earth for a very long time. They were around even when the dinosaurs were around. Sharks are very well evolved, very well adapted. They suit their environment perfectly. So we can go a long way back into history and we can still find evidence of sharks. Are there any more maybe on here that I have missed off? We might have a look at some other ones in a second. So I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint over here. And I'm going to have a little look at my next one. So one of the things we want to know is where on earth would fossils be found? Do I go to the shops to get fossils? Like, what is this? Where are these things from? I'm going to have some key words. Those are fossil, prehistoric, what a paleontologist is, what a sedimentary rock is, and what secondary sources are. And I think we need to properly understand what each of those words mean. So first of all, we've got a fossil. And a fossil is the remains or imprints of a living thing that are sometimes preserved in rock. And this is a way that we can look back into the past to find out what things used to be like. We've got prehistoric. And when I talk about prehistoric, I'm talking about times long before any kind of written records began. So humans haven't really been writing for that long. So a lot of things are really prehistoric, because if you take the whole timetable of, animals living, humans, just this tiny little snippet of it, and even tiny and minuscule, you wouldn't even recognize how small the bit we've been writing. Most of all of history has had nothing to do with humans, and got nothing to do with mammals, and the earth is slowly evolving and becoming the way that it is. We've got these people, paleontologists. These people study fossils, and they are the people who help us to understand the history of animals on Earth. Sedimentary rock. Well, this is a type of rock that collects at the bottom of lakes or seas. It has these sort of layers on it, and it comes from the sediment that falls down to the bottom of the water. And then we've got things that are called secondary sources. Now, I know sources are increasingly important. Do we understand where our information is coming from? And sometimes we need to rely on primary sources, and those are things that we can feel, we can touch, real things that are there. And we've got secondary sources, which are like text and images, objects created using information gathered by others. So we're going to have to rely on the information gathered by others, but we also are able to feel and touch and see things a little bit for ourselves. So, where are fossils found? We've got a little bit of a conversation here with some children talking about it. We've got Laura, and she says, I think you can get fossils of any living things. That's what Laura says. Izzy says, I think all fossils are bones, so only animals can be fossils. Alex says, I think only hard parts of living things can become fossils. I was wondering, what do you think? So maybe you could have a little look in the chat. Maybe you could have a little think about, what do you think when it comes to fossils? So that's an interesting collection of ideas. I think you can get fossils of any living things. All fossils are bones, so only animals can be fossils. And I think only hard parts of living things can become fossils. That's interesting, because most of the fossils that I feel, they are hard. So that's interesting. And actually, were all the fossils that we saw at the start, were they all animals? Not quite sure. Right. So, a fossil is any evidence of prehistoric life. Okay. Different types of fossils. We've got these, which are, they look to me to be ferns. There are plants that have fallen into sediments. We've got things that are trapped here in amber. I don't know if you've ever watched Jurassic Park. In Jurassic Park, they say that the dinosaurs, they created those dinosaurs by extracting DNA from the mosquito that had sucked the blood from a dinosaur. They've got over here, this looks to be some kind of woolly mammoth. We've got a fish. And this is like fossilized wood as well, that you even find around the place, where the wood has sort of almost turned to stone. A fossil is any evidence of prehistoric life. They can give us information about what life was like on Earth millions of years ago. It can take millions of years for a fossil to form, and not every living thing that dies becomes a fossil. So that is that variety of different things. And I think not only is it not every living thing that dies becomes a fossil, the vast majority of everything that dies will never become a fossil. The reason that the vast majority of things that die won't become a fossil is because most things will biodegrade. Most things will be eaten by bacteria and will rot back into the earth. Okay? There must be a very unique set of circumstances that lead to a fossil forming. And it's a very unlikely occurrence. So what is a fossil? Is it a very old piece of rock, a piece of evidence about prehistoric life, or dead, decaying thing? That is the question I've got for you. So if you'd like to write down the answer to your prediction, that would be really, really great. Well, some fossils are preserved remains or imprints of organisms. The most common fossils are bones, teeth, and shells. Now, shells, of course, are really tough, so are bones, so are teeth. These are things that are going to last really well compared to things that are soft. If you think about flesh, it's soft and it easily breaks down. A lot of it is water. It's easily going to rot away. So that's not as common. So here are some examples of fossilized bones. You can see that this creature, all of its bones are on display. We've got a tooth there. You can see those serrated edges. Those are obviously used for the cutting and the slashing. And we've got these fossilized shells. I struggle to eat. I don't know about you. You're still okay eating. I've been trying to eat that thing for ages.
I do it.
Really terribly.
Yeah. I'm not doing too great at the minute.
Yeah. So, other types of fossils that have been discovered. I mean, it's okay because we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4 hours left.
5. 5.5.
5.5. Yeah. 5.5. Other types of fossils that have been discovered include imprints of plants, footprints, and even skin impressions. So there is a leaf imprint. There is a fossilized footprint, which looks pretty impressive, actually, doesn't it? Imagine that a footprint, something all those millions of years ago, could have stepped in the ground, and with still evidence left of that having walked around the place. This allows us to get some kind of sense of scale. It tells us a lot about the creature, where its pressure points were, how it was moving. When a living thing dies, the soft materials such as skin, muscle, and other organs decay and rot away quickly. So there is the fossil of the skull fossil. And you'll notice that, you can't really see the hair so much or the skin. Because those are soft materials, those are the sort of materials that are going to go away real quickly. Only the hard parts remain long enough to form fossils. Yeah. Whew. All right. True or false? I was just talking about when you were away, so we've already been doing these. We're over the 24 hours, really, in how long we've been away, can't we?
Mm-hmm.
True or false? It is very rare to discover fossils which show the soft parts of living things. Do you think that's true or false, sir?
It is very rare to discover fossils which show the soft. Well, I think that's probably false, because I think soft tissue would live on, wouldn't it, for a very, very long time.
That is an interesting suggestion, but actually it seems to be the other way around.
Oh, right.
The soft tissue is going to go away quite easily. It sort of gets rot, gets eaten by things, and it disappears. So, yeah, if I was asking you to justify your answer, you might have struggled a little bit there, mightn't you?
I might have done, yeah.
Yeah.
So false.
Yeah. Soft parts of the organs usually decay too quickly to become fossilized. Prehistoric living things were much harder than modern living things and didn't have soft organs. Some fossils are trace fossils, meaning they show evidence or traces of a living thing, but are not living things themselves. Traces could be trails left by moving animal or material that have been left behind, such as eggshells. These are coprolites. Trace fossils include footprints, nests, or even fossilized animal poo.
Wow.
How interesting. That is poo that has been fossilized. I guess you must have quite a lot of information that comes from the poo, because you can work a lot about its diet from that. It's very rare to find a fossil of a complete organism. There are lots of damaged bone fragments. If you think about over time, these things are likely to break. The rocks and the pressure around them are going to crack them. Yeah, these are just fragments of fossils, bits that have survived. As pressure is building up, as they are being layered on underwater, bits are going to break. I've got loads of these.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paleontologists.
Do you want to pause, though, maybe before it's too late, go and see the evergreen tree?
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea, wouldn't it?
You think so?
Maybe. I mean, something.
Something, yeah. You go and see the evergreen tree and hopefully not break the stream.
Yeah. Let's go and have a little look at the evergreen tree, shall we? Right. Let's go do that. I tell you what, can I have a quick toilet break?
Sure.
And then we'll go?
Absolutely. Sounds good.
Just go and run to do that.
No problem. So I'll just keep going through some of these fossils. Paleontologists are scientists who hunt and study for fossils. Fantastic. What a great job to have. Part of their job is thinking about what, just turn that around a little bit. Part of their job is thinking about what a complete living thing may have been like, based on the evidence they can gather from fossils. They also use knowledge about organisms that are still alive today to help them make theories about the fossilized species that they find. Okay, so what is the name for a scientist who studies fossils? We've just learned that. Is it a dinosaurologist? That would be a pretty cool name. A taxonomist, not quite as interesting. A historian or a paleontologist? I'm going to go with paleontologist. D. And I would be correct. Okay, task A. This is something, let's have a look at it and see what it says. Take on the role of a paleontologist and carefully observe the fossils. Deduce as much as you can about what the organism may have been like using evidence that you can see in the pictures. Share your ideas with a partner. So if you're watching this live or if you're watching this after, maybe if there's someone around, you can talk about what you think, based on what you can see, this animal might have been like. All right, so I'm ready to go and have a look.
I'm also ready to go.
Evergreen
Thank you
tree.
for that little break.
No problem.
Let's do this.
Absolutely.
So, we're going to take this with us, aren't we?
Yep, because we don't want it to drop out.
Would you
Yeah.
stream on your phone? And that way
Oh,
we
yeah,
can
sure. If you're going to carry through, and
do
then
my best to
I
carry
will
all of these without
monitor
breaking them.
to see if we go down at all whilst we are out there. Okey-doke.
Right.
Very exciting.
I am very excited about this, sir. So I'm going to unclip this while it is bright outside. Fantastic.
Let's go and get some air.
So, what we're going to go do now is we're going to go and have a little look outside at the evergreen trees, the deciduous trees. We're going to go and have a little check on them. Obviously, we are absolutely smashing it. There's nothing wrong with us. We're definitely not like completely too tired. This is going to be absolutely fine.
No, we're not too tired. All right, a few sec.
Okay. Would you mind getting the door? That would be really
Absolutely.
handy. Come on, Mr. Keeling.
Oh, fresh.
Okay, that's good. That does feel good. Do you know what? Just being outside, sir, is rather nice.
Yeah, a little bit of air.
A little bit of air. It's gotten to that point where it's a little bit too bright for this camera, but it doesn't matter.
No, I can see pretty well on my YouTube.
Okay, that's good. So, we're back into light. It's amazing. It doesn't feel like that long ago that this place was absolutely pitch dark.
Yeah, it certainly brightened up very quickly, didn't it? A beautiful blue sky. There's only a little bit earlier about white sky is blue.
Doesn't look so blue on here, but that's good. Oh, fantastic. Sort of regret not putting my jumper on at this point.
Yeah. Well,
Yes, you're right. A little bit of cold shock to the system. So, actually, one of the things, do you mind pausing for 1 second? Because earlier on, we were looking at all these different plants, and I did say we'd have a little look at the creeper. I think it was in one of our earlier live streams.
Yeah.
We were looking at different plants, and I think this is fascinating because ivy was one of them, and we can see how it's like grown all over the place. It climbs and it winds, and it really sort of takes over this little environment. And they're all just in there. Can you see some little flowers? Yeah,
I can.
really beautiful. So there is that creeper, that ivy that we were talking about from earlier.
You are looking a little pale, sir.
Yep.
I think maybe we go and see the tree, and then maybe I take over for a little while. Okay.
I think potentially all of the effort to all your special surprises.
Yeah, I think that probably took it out of you a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Should have remembered our age as well.
Yeah.
Foolish.
So these are evergreen trees, sir. What do you know about evergreen trees?
Well, one of the things I know about evergreen trees is that they are pretty much evergreen.
Right.
So they are able to survive. They keep their leaves on all different times of the. Yeah, well, there was a cat. Yeah, running. So yeah, they keep their leaves different times of the year. We were talking earlier on the stream about how some people say the leaves never fall off, but that's not quite accurate. Yeah.
You were talking about the roots a bit earlier as well, sir.
Yeah, so this tree, I mean, one of the reasons why the roots are so exposed to this tree is because the leaves on the tree have fallen and they've got a kind of poison, and that poison has killed a lot of the plants on the ground. And you'll see if you look at the ground around here, it's like a desert, really. There's absolutely nothing going on. And because of that, the plants are actually very good at holding the soil together. Their root systems sort of keep things in place. And what sort of happened is because all those plants aren't there, the grass isn't there to hold it together, the soil has become loose and it started to kind of wipe away, and especially with kids running all around. And because that's happened, the roots have now become exposed. So really, the soil would normally be at a higher level. And if you come over here, so to this little part, you could. I'm going to see these keys are just scraping on the. Put those behind me. You can see the higher level that the soil ordinarily would be, and you can see it's like a form of erosion, really, where that has fallen down. And it's just, you can literally see the kind of barrier to where the poisoning's happened. And if you look at the sort of grass here, it doesn't look as healthy as the grass just a little bit further. And you can literally, I think you can see that on the screen right now.
Yeah.
The different sort of levels of green. So that's interesting. And science. And if we have a little
And science.
We have a little look out and around at the area, you can see how quiet and calm it is. What I really like about the park at the moment, and maybe it can't be so much seen on the stream, is how the grass has been let to grow. And it's really important sometimes to let the grass grow out long. It helps those insects and other creatures, like gives them a nice little habitat, and that's really, really vital. Should we carry on having a little walk around, do you reckon?
Sure.
Right. So, over here, how are we doing for connectivity?
Yeah, we're connected.
We're all right. That's good.
Yep, sounds good too.
Excellent. Sounds still good. Over here, these look like some fruit trees that have been planted. So, yeah, look at these. We've got some apples on this tree. Gosh, wowzers. Look at those. Got some others. Oh, it doesn't really look like it. Looks more like a bit of a pear. I don't know if you can see that, the shape of that. That's really good. And science.
And science, yeah. Fruit growing on trees.
Should we go to the garden? It's quite cold.
Let's go back inside, I think. And then we can finish off our science in there. You spotting anything nature-wise, sir? Any animals, any sounds that you recognise?
I can hear those early morning birds. They're tweeting away. They're in the sky, which is really nice to hear. I saw that cat, obviously, which is going on and doing its duty as a cat.
Yeah. What kind of animal is a cat? Because it's not. Isn't it a crepuscular animal?
A crepuscular animal. Well, I know it's a feline, and I know that it's mostly a canine.
Or is it? It's not diurnal, and it's not nocturnal. I think it is crepuscular.
And what does that mean?
It's awake around dawn and dusk.
Oh, that's interesting. I watched a whole thing about cats where they tracked them, and different cats go out at different times, and they have different sort of territories, don't they? That they kind of roam at, and sometimes the cats will almost take shifts on the roaming territories. So certain cats don't want to kind of meet the other cats, so they go out and do that at different times.
Wow.
Yeah. The BBC Horizons.
And the BBC have been very helpful, haven't they?
Yeah, the BBC have been great. Thank you so much to the BBC. Been very, very useful. They are a good reason to pay for your TV license.
Probably the only reason.
Yeah, the BBC would be the only reason to pay for your TV license. Ah, beautiful. Can you hear all those beautiful bird songs?
I can. It's a new day in life, beginning again.
Life beginning again. And only 5 more hours of us teaching live on this 26-hour live Teach-A-Thon that Mr. Keeling and I are really happy that we decided to do.
Right, should we get set back over here?
Yeah, probably gonna. Oh wow. Oh, it's warmer in here, isn't it?
Yeah, much warmer than outside.
Right, I'm gonna. Clip on to here.
Okay, fabulous. So we're going to learn a little bit more about teeth, and we didn't do all of this earlier. We're going to discuss a little bit. Some of it we may have gone over, not with the PowerPoint from before, but we're going to revisit some of the stuff. So, all about our teeth. Right, so when babies are born, their gums contain 20 teeth that are waiting to grow and to emerge. Children usually have all of their baby teeth. Oh, that is very bright through that window. By the time they are 3, around the age of 6, baby teeth begin to fall out, ready for adult teeth to replace them. A human adult usually has 32 teeth, including wisdom teeth, I think, as well. So, we talked about these earlier, but we'll just revisit the different types of teeth that exist in the mouth. There are various different types of teeth, and they all have different roles. So we have our incisors, the teeth at the front, and these are the flat teeth used for cutting. So let's have a little look at that. They are teeth with a long, thin edge at the front of our mouths. They are used for biting and for cutting food. Then we have our molars. These are the large teeth with a flat or wide surface at the back of our mouths, and these are used for crushing and grinding up food. And then we have canines. Now these are the pointy, sharp teeth found at the front of our mouths. They are used for tearing up food. Inside of a tooth then. So here we're looking a bit deeper inside. I don't know how clearly you can see this. Not too bad. You probably can't read it actually, but that's fine. I can just point to the different parts. I think it's going to be bright no matter what, so at this point. So
Oh yeah, you're right.
I don't think it's really going to matter. I'll just talk and I'll just point to the different parts of the tooth. So inside a tooth is made up of different layers. The top layer is called the enamel, and we never fact checked whether or not the enamel was clear. We might need to do that.
I'll do that right now.
This is saying there's a pearly white coating. So this pearly white coating of the tooth is the hardest substance in a human body. The main purpose of enamel is to protect the more delicate parts of the tooth. Underneath the enamel is a softer material called dentine. This layer acts as a second line of protection for the pulp, which is found beneath it. The sensitive tooth pulp houses the many nerves and blood vessels that serve each tooth by bringing nutrients and oxygen. So here we have the tooth, and you can see the outer layer is enamel. Now you can't see that clearly. Hi, yes, sir.
The fact check, sir. Enamel in context of teeth is a harder outer layer that protects them. It is not clear, but rather white or slightly yellowish in color.
Okay, so that's just a myth then.
That's what it says here.
Okay, fabulous. So we have the crown, which is the top part of the tooth, and then we have the enamel, which is the hard outer part. Inside, below the enamel, we have the dentine, and we have the gum that keeps our tooth in place. The root of the tooth, almost like the root of the plant, excuse me. We have the root of the tooth, which, almost like the root of the plant, anchors that tooth in place. And then inside of the dentine, we have the nerves, the pulp, the blood vessels, and the cementa. Fascinating. Then all around it, actually underneath the gum, securing it in place, is bone. Now, if we get gum disease, what can happen is the gum disease can progress to such an extent that the bone around the tooth that keeps it in place can start to wear away. And if that happens, you need to get quite regular checkups with the dentist to make sure that you are not going to lose those tooth. So it's very important to actually get to the dentist and see the dentist before that happens. Right. So fascinating facts about teeth. The first recorded reference of a person working like a dentist was around 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago.
That is a
Someone was
long
working
time.
and looking at teeth and helping people with teeth. But, you know, I mean, tooth pain has probably been around for a very long time, so it's understandable. And tooth pain is one of the greatest pains that you can have.
True that.
So I can understand. This 5,000 years ago, his name was Celery, and he lived in Egypt, of all places. Fantastic. Dolphins can have over 200 equally sized cone-shaped teeth. Fascinating too. Before the invention of modern toothpaste, people used chalk, oyster shells, and even charcoal to clean their teeth. Actually, that's not so strange because people use toothpaste today. I think there's a little bit of a kind of fad, or I don't want to describe it necessarily as a fad, but there was definitely a surge in people using toothpaste with activated charcoal in it. So it's not that odd that people would have used charcoal in the past. Here we've got different types of teeth in comparison. We have baby teeth. Look, we can see how small they are, and then adult teeth surrounding it. I put shark fact up here because I think shark teeth are interesting. Did you know sharks have limitless teeth? So basically they have rows of teeth. And when they bite something, their teeth break quite often. They're not very strong. They're sharp, but they're not very strong. So when they bite something, their teeth tend to break or be ripped out when they bite into something. And then what they do is another row of teeth just moves forwards, and it keeps producing those teeth over and over again and keeps regrowing them. Now, us humans, we can't do that, but sharks, very fascinating that they can. We've done our spooky, we've done our song, so we're going to maybe we can go through forces and just dive into a little bit deeper. We can talk about that. So, forces and motion. We are looking at forces and motion. We might do an experiment in a minute using the cups, although I don't know how well that's going to work. But will acceleration increase the speed or deceleration? Okay. Let's have a look at some of these forces. Now, as I said, most forces, or earth forces, will go to either a pull or a push. What is friction? Well, here we have a picture. So here we have a pushing force, a motion, something moving, and friction is what happens between the object that is moving and the surface below it. The surface below it rubs against the object and slows that object down. Friction, in fact, is how cars can stop. The rubber tires that they have provide friction with the road, so that when you slam on your brakes, the friction stops the car. What is gravity? Now, we read about sizing movement a bit already, so I'm not going to dip back into it just yet. But we're going to have a little look at gravity as a force, which we did a little bit earlier, but we're just going to have it through a few slides on it. So gravity is a force. Gravity is an invisible force, just like air resistance. Not water resistance, that's not invisible because you can see the water. The actual resistance itself maybe, but the water we can see. It's not like air, which we can't. Gravity is an invisible force that pulls everything towards the center of the Earth. It feels like it is pulling down, but that's because wherever you are on the Earth, it is pulling you down towards your feet. Still on the ground in Australia, Jerry's over here, right here. Your feet is still on the ground in Australia, and because of gravity, down feels the same wherever you are on Earth. So you can in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere, or somewhere in between, well, not really in between, let's say on the equator, and you can still feel like down is down. Gravity is measured in meters per second squared. What an odd measurement. Is expressed in brackets with the m here, with the m slash s. What is Earth's gravity? Earth's gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. Meters per second squared. We've talked a little bit before about weight and mass. So mass is a measure of how much matter or stuff is in an object. So how much things make up a singular object. Small objects may contain a lot of matter, like a metal ball that we've got here. Very heavy. Its weight because of its dense, and so there's a hefty weight to that metal ball. So mass is a measure of how much matter or stuff is in an object. That's dense, that's compact, so there's a lot of matter in that ball there. Larger objects may contain very little matter, like polystyrene blocks. So the ball is smaller and it's heavier, but it has more matter than the polystyrene block. Even though that's larger, it's much lighter. The weight doesn't pull down because there's lots of air in between there. It's not as dense and there's not as much matter in that object. Weight is the mass of an object affected by how strong. Also a force. Weight is the force of a mass pushing down by gravity on the surface of which it is standing. Weight is measured in newtons, and we can see here we have a Newton meter measuring that. Did you know when you measure weight in you're actually measuring force, meaning the mass of kilograms multiplied by the force of gravity? Fabulous. And we spoke about this a little bit earlier, and that is that everything has gravity. So every single object has a gravity, an invisible force that pulls things towards its center. The larger the object, the bigger the gravity. So the sun being bigger than the Earth has more of a gravitational pull than the Earth being larger.
How are you getting on there, sir?
The sun is huge, so its gravity keeps the planets in our solar system orbiting it.
Do I look good?
No. Earth's moon has its own gravity, but it is smaller than Earth, so Earth's gravity keeps the moon in orbit around the Earth. What is the sun's gravity? The sun's gravity, you can see it's much, much higher than Earth's, which was 9.8. This is 274 kilograms on Earth. Even though the astronaut doesn't change size and mass, they would weigh 6 times less on the moon, just 10 kilograms. Because, as we found out, the moon's gravity is 1/6 of the gravity of Earth. This is because the force of the gravity is less on the moon than it is on the Earth. What is the moon's gravity? It is 1.6 ms squared. Or 6. Now we were talking about this earlier as well because we found it fascinating and we wondered if you could jump off of certain objects if they didn't have enough gravity to pull you down. So when we jump, we forget that it's gravity making us fall back down to the ground. On Earth, we're used to knowing what a jump feels like, but on the moon, the pull of gravity is much, much weaker. So we fall back down to the ground much slower, leading to the floating effect astronauts experience on the moon. On a planet with twice as much gravity as Earth, you would find it hard to jump at all. Not only that, your legs would have to be stronger just to hold you up. What about Jupiter's gravity? It's 20.8 ms squared, so it would be hard to stand up and to bear your own weight on Jupiter because of its large amount of gravity. What is zero gravity? We clarified this a little earlier as well. Actually, there is no such thing as zero gravity. Even when astronauts are in space, they are still being affected by gravity from the sun and planets. There's a tiny bit of gravity everywhere in space. Zero gravity is not quite the correct explanation for this. It is actually microgravity. tiny, tiny, tiny effects of gravity, meaning there is a tiny bit, but not none at all. So you may not be able to feel it, but it is still there. When things, including astronauts, are far enough away from a planet, they are only affected a tiny little bit of gravity from that planet. This means that they float around and are not dragged back to the surface of the planet, as the gravity isn't strong enough from that distance. Magnetism, then. And I'm just going to take a chair and just sit down as I read through this. And have a talk about magnetism. So, magnetism. We'll start off having a little chat about the lodestone. So there are many legends that tell us about the discovery of magnets. One of the most common is that an elderly shepherd named Magnets, interesting name, who was herding his sheep in an area of northern Greece called Magnesia about 4,000 years ago. It is said that both the nails in his shoes and the metal tip of his staff became firmly stuck to the large black rock on which he was standing. This type of rock was later named magnetite, after either Magnesia or Magnets himself. Let's look at some different types of magnets. And I know earlier when we were visited by the children, we saw a couple of these magnets. So we have the one magnet. Now the one magnet was actually very, very strong earlier. The bar magnet. And the bar magnet clearly specifies which side is the northern pole, the North Pole, and the South Pole. If we remember from talking earlier, if you put the same poles together, so if you put a North Pole next to a North Pole, they will repel. If you put a South Pole next to a South Pole, they will repel as well. If you put a North Pole by a South Pole, they will attract each other and the magnets will come together. We do have, I believe, right here, some of these magnets. So I'll just show you in front of the camera. We've got this one here, which is the wand magnet, which you can see up there. Very strong, that magnet, very good one. And we also have this one here, which is the horseshoe magnet. There's also here the donut magnet. I wonder why it's called the donut magnet. I thought about it, I just can't figure it out. So, thinking about some uses for magnets. Magnets are in most electrical devices. In fact, anything that has a motor tends to use a magnet. So, televisions, computers, and microwave ovens all operate with magnets. They're used as roller coasters and subways. Magnets are even placed in the stomachs of cows to catch metals. Wow, fantastic.
I know about that, sir.
Did you know about that, sir?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. It's very interesting that magnets are used to keep refrigerator doors closed. I did know about that one. But more uses of magnets are found every day. They're everywhere. We use magnets all the time. I collect magnets, in fact, when I travel, because I do enjoy traveling with my wife. We always tend to bring back a fridge magnet as a little prize or a little memento of our time where we've traveled. Okay. What are the characteristics of magnets? Well, they're usually made of iron. They have two ends called the magnetic poles, the north and the south. And they can also repel other magnets. They can attract some materials, but not all materials. And in fact, when we were measuring earlier, and when we were looking earlier at which of the objects in the box were magnetic, Not a lot, or not a great deal, actually responded to the magnet, did they? So we held the magnet over quite a few of them. Really, they weren't responding. And even the metal objects, not all of them would respond to a magnet. So what do these new words actually mean, if they are new to you? If not, excuse me, we will just recap. So magnet is a stone or a piece of metal that attracts some other metal. Attract means to pull. It's a pulling force. It pulls something towards the magnet. Repel is pushing force, because as we say, forces are basically a pull or a push, and to repel is to push something away. Poles, well, that's when we refer to the ends of the magnet. We have a north pole and we have a south pole on our magnet. Poles, here we go. So every magnet has at least one north pole and one south pole. You can see in the bar magnets here that these are being indicated. So the blue end of the magnet here is usually the south pole, whereas the red end of the magnet is usually the north pole. When two magnets are close, they create pushing or pulling forces on one another. So that's that attraction and that repulsion, again, repelling each other or attracting each other, depending on which. These forces are strongest at the ends of the magnets. The two ends of the magnet are known as the north pole and the south pole. So what did we find out? Well, now we know that like poles repel each other. So a north pole and a north pole repel each other. We know that opposite poles attract each other. Maybe that's where the saying opposites attract.
Oh, that's a really interesting one, sir.
Absolutely. So when we put a south pole and a north pole, or a north pole and a south pole together, they will attract each other.
Can I ask you, so is it possible to put a north and a north together, or is the force too great?
I think with a push, depends on the strength of the magnet.
Right.
Push we can.
So different magnets have different strength depending presumably on their size.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's fascinating. So is there any opportunity maybe we could do a little, because people were really enjoying that experiment earlier on where we were testing those different materials.
Yeah.
Should we have a little go at that?
Well, we didn't get all the way through, did we?
Would it be worth maybe going to the science table and having a little interlude?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to do another experiment in a minute. Oh, well, you can always try that.
Yeah.
While we're
Let me try and re-engage the brain if you don't mind, sir. Sure. Thank you. I'm going to bring us over to the science. Is that science zone? Is that what we're calling this place, sir?
something like.
And over here we have. Sorry, got a little alarm clock there.
Just in case.
Yeah. Right, so over into the science zone now. One of the things that people were really, the children were really enjoying earlier on, was the little test that we were doing. Where we were trying different materials to test the magnetism of them. So let's find a box full of different materials. Here we go. Right. Now, this is pretty exciting. Excuse me. Whoa. I'm a bit nervy as well, so I wonder what is causing all those burps.
No idea, sir. Literally no idea.
Right. Oh, I love this. I'm actually going to just need to zoom out one more. We'll get the whole selection of there. And I'll change my everything back in one. Right. So earlier on, Mr. Keeling went through the seashells. Now, we know that this is organic material, and it's quite unlikely that something organic like this is going to have a magnetism. So when he tested it, he realized that, yeah, it doesn't have any kind of attraction to it. Now, in our bodies, obviously we have an amount of iron, but it's not enough to make us magnetic. And yeah, so we're going to keep going on. We've got the wood here. Here is the wood. Now, the wood is just part of a tree, and as far as I am aware, and I think you tested that earlier, didn't you, sir? The wood doesn't have any kind of magnetic response. Plastic beads. Well, I wonder what the chat would say to plastic beads. these things. In fact, this whole top line was already tested. So
Is the chat open again, sir, on this video?
Yeah, it should be, sir.
Fabulous.
Right, earlier on we were considering chalk and how chalk comes out of the ground. And a lot of the magnetic things are natural from the Earth. And we know that the Earth is like one big magnet. So could chalk potentially have some sort of magnetic response? Now,
Did you just say magic response, sir?
I did say I think magnetism is pretty magical.
It is pretty cool, yeah.
It's a force that you can't see, you can't touch, but it's there. You know,
Absolutely.
It's confusing for sure.
A couple of chat comments coming through, sir. One from Mr. Pembleton. He says, "Keep going, guys. Almost there."
Almost there. I don't
We
know
are
about almost there.
we're getting there,
We're
sir.
getting there.
We're getting there, and we've got a nice good morning, sir.
A nice good morning. I like that.
If you are on, if you are adding into the chat, keep those comments coming. They really do help first thing in the morning.
Perk us up, keep us going. It makes a difference. Nice there.
And if you're just tuning in, you're watching the Teach-A-Thon with Mr. Jordan and Mr. Keeling.
And what amazing things have happened so far, sir? Can you just name a few of them?
Oh, I couldn't even want to. I couldn't even try.
Wow, a lot.
A lot, yeah. There was a ghost hunt. Oh, I named one.
There was the ghost hunt.
That didn't really work out, to be honest. Oh, you never told us what we experienced of that, because we looked at that point. We've had a few technical difficulties throughout the night, didn't we? A lot of technical difficulties, unfortunately. But we're still here. We're still on. And we've still captured most of what we've done. Could you just tell us, Mr. Jordan, exactly what happened that second time? Because actually, you came back a little bit more freaked out than the first time, didn't you?
I was a little bit more freaked out than the first time because there were all sorts of odd little sounds and things. And I think what happens is you become more sleep deprived.
Right.
Your brain starts to sort of think about things. Now, I know there's nothing scary in school, and I think through the scientific experiments we've done, we're kind of pretty confident that maybe there aren't ghosts, and that doesn't quite make sense. But there's still something in the back of your brain that gets a little bit eerie, and that door, I'm sure, was getting wider and wider. There was something unusual about it. But I think we concluded that no, the school is not haunted. Is that the conclusion that we came to?
I guess so.
Yeah, there was that. I'm going to keep going through with these, and then we can just keep reminding us of some of the things that have happened as we go along. So the phone, we've got the phone. That is now you can have.
Sorry, did you say phone?
Yeah, it's a phone. No, it's foam. It's not. No, I think that it looks like a synthetic foam, not like a real material.
Yeah.
You do get now. Some people are always surprised when I tell them that sponges are actually animals. That seems pretty.
Whoa.
Yeah. So if you have a real,
you would think that after SpongeBob, people would know that they're alive.
You would imagine that SpongeBob. Well, I think SpongeBob did a lot for making awareness
of sponges. Yeah.
Yeah. So that he was quite an important part of the influencing of sponges. As I've been saying several times, becoming sleep deprived and can't quite finish sentences properly. So we've got foam, which is really exciting. Now paper clips, these are a metal. What do you think, sir? Are these going to be magnetic or non-magnetic?
Well, we've tested those, so I will say magnetic.
Did you get to that point?
Yeah, we did.
I don't want to repeat.
I don't think we did the brass screws.
Right,
so I think
brilliant.
we finished.
Brass screws. Now we tried some different coins. Now our coins aren't really made of brass, are they? Not all of the coins were magnetic. What do you think about the brass screws? They are metal.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Let's have a little look. Brass screws. Now that's interesting because our hypothesis that all metals are magnetic has now got a bit gone to pot, hasn't it? Because this brass here, that is certainly not magnetic. So it can't always be that. In fact, did you know that there are some liquids that are magnetic? Did you know that, sir?
Wow.
Yeah. Did you know that liquid oxygen is a magnetic material?
I had no idea.
Yeah, potentially. And I will get a little video of liquid oxygen just to prove that. I think that's quite an interesting thing. And we can't know if something's true until we have properly seen that it is the case. So let's have a quick look at some magnetic liquid oxygen. I'm going to make sure that we don't use any of the sound for this. Liquid oxygen magnetic. This is pop straight up. Oh gosh, there's a lot of. I don't know if any of these are easy ones to see. And that's liquid nitrogen. Do you think this one, sir?
Yeah, maybe.
I've got the feeling that perhaps a little bit of preparing on this. Going to make sure I cut out that. I'm in the way of this advert, aren't I, right now, sir? So that can't be shown.
Yeah, can't see that. I can see you. No.
You can see me. I think that's going to come to an end in a second. So we're going to wait for that. I'm hoping that this video is going to do a little bit of proof for us that there is. I'll turn the sound off. So I don't know how clear it is on the board, but what they're doing is they're pouring liquid oxygen. It's amazing, really, isn't it, that the gases around us, when they're cooled down to a low enough state, that they can also become a liquid. So that's all part of changing states. Have a look at this line. Is it going to be obvious? Here we go. So we have a strong magnet that's been set up here, pouring the liquid over it, and I don't think that is proving anything to me. Here's the liquid oxygen. So let's have a look what happens to the liquid oxygen when it's poured in between a magnet. Can you see that it is sticking between these magnets? And that's amazing because we were talking about maybe just being metals and things that are magnetic, but this is a liquid. This is the actual gas in the air, the oxygen that you're breathing in all the time. And when it's in liquid form, it becomes magnetic. And there it is, being attracted by those magnets. So that is quite interesting. I know we haven't got the bells going off for interesting facts there, but I feel like that would be maybe one of our
one of our science bells.
Science bell. It's not the line one, is it? It's going back over to this one.
That's it.
HDMI 2, and we're back over here to this, the thrilling conclusion of getting through the entire box of different materials. So
I think we might need to just zoom out a little bit, so we can't see the whole. Oh, there we are.
I'll move it because we're on to cloth.
Cloth, wow.
Now, cloth, this is potentially made of natural fibers, but not necessarily made of natural fibers, because it could be nylon or something. I'm not quite sure. I think based on the reaction that string had, to have some kind of magnet. Would you say that's true as well?
I would say it's very unlikely.
Let's test the cloth. Yep, not much happening over there. Now, paper, earlier on, we were talking about paper and its conductivity, and we were saying that paper is insulatory because it is made from wood, and of course, wood is an insulator. I'm going to assume straight away that it is not magnetic. Right, drawing pins. So, would you have any idea what metal a drawing pin is made from?
I'm not sure, sir.
I also don't know. Ooh. Would you be able to fact check it?
I could fact check that for you, yeah.
I will kill a bit of time while Sir is fact checking. I absolutely love fact checking. I wish that the news would have on the spot fact checking in their interview.
Tell me about it.
That would make life much better. Oh. So, this is exciting. Building up to finding out.
The head,
often
made of plastic. I don't think that's the right one. Metal or wood.
Metal or wood or plastic. Brilliant. Well, shall we see if these ones are magnetic?
Absolutely.
They are. These
Wow.
are incredibly magnetic. Wowzers. Look at those. Pebbles. Tricky one. Pebbles are natural. They're found in the ground. We do find magnetic material from the ground. It's made from the earth is made of stone, and we know that the earth is magnetic. However, I don't think it's magnetic material. So I'm going to test those. No, it isn't. Aluminium foil is a metal, but I don't know. I think it'd be a bit dangerous with a plane which is highly magnetic, and no, it isn't. Okay, I wouldn't want that. And I know that planes are made out of aluminium, and aluminium is it's one of the lighter of the metals, but it's still very strong and durable. We've got polystyrene, bit of plastic, that's not going to be magnetic. I think I can rush through the rest of these. Feathers, probably not going to be magnetic. Let's double check. Absolutely not. Copper clips. Now, those coins weren't magnetic, and no, nor are the copper clips. It seems that copper and brass both don't hold magnetic properties. We've got the nails, and the nails are often made out of iron. And I think we're pretty confident that iron is a magnetic material. I can see all the scratches on top of that have been from years and years of use. Stainless steel is interesting because I thought iron was in stainless steel, but that's not magnetic. And rice, of course, that is not going to be magnetic either. So, seeing as I'm over here, I think this won't be the last time that we, oh my gosh, check in on this. But we have our
Oh wow, look.
different.
Certainly some changes going on there.
So this was a type of, what was it called, sir? The
Caterpillar. Caterpillar, wasn't it? It was caterpillar something.
Oh man, what's it called? I was the one who knew it as well.
Yeah, you were the one who said it straight.
Capillary.
Capillary, yeah. Capillary action.
So we've got this capillary action here. It's quite interesting, really, because initially, if you were there, and you can tune in earlier on when we first put these things together, that's when we were talking about colour and light and how colours combine and come together. Well, here we've got the yellow dye, and here we've got a green dye, and here we have the red dye. And these tissues using capillary action are a kind of route through which the dye can travel. And actually, this was just plain water, plain water, plain water. Now you can see at this point that the yellow dye has definitely gone in and filled this up. It's interesting because it doesn't actually seem to be much red dye. However, I do notice, I don't know if you can see it on the video, but the red is starting to come through. And this has taken many, many, many hours for the red to get this far. So capillary action, I mean, this is going up a hill, and normally you don't think of liquids traveling up the hill, and yet here in this circumstance it is, thanks to the wonders of capillary action. Over here, this one looks like it's predominantly green, although I can see the yellows going into it a bit. That's probably why we've got a bit of a lighter green colour. And over here again, the red hasn't gone home. Which is interesting because the red doesn't seem to have gone into that one or that one, but the yellow has travelled and the green has travelled for both of them. So I wonder if there's something in the red dye that makes it less susceptible, potentially, to capillary action. I am not certain. That is something that we'd have to do a bit of Googling and find. Oh, I've gone a little bit out of focus there, haven't we? Whey, look at that, that looks so much better. So that's probably something that we'd have to find out. I wonder why it is that the red has not mixed as much as the other colours. Maybe for those of you in the chat, maybe that's something that you guys could find out. Who knows? Right, I'm going to pop this over here. And I think one of the things I am going to have a little check up on, and if you're going to just bear with me 1 second over there, is earlier on this evening, you will remember that Mr. Keeling was planting some seeds.
No, I can't imagine that there's been much change there. So
You're saying there's not much change there. You don't think the seeds have germinated in a matter of a few hours. But I'm not so sure. I think that maybe something has happened. So should we have a look first? The one that you thought was the least likely was the one that was planted the deepest. And I think that makes sense because it's got the furthest to travel. So let's have a look at the deepest planted pots. And shall we see if there's any growth? No, they've not germinated. Nothing's happened. Okay. Well, all hope is not lost, sir, because you planted some slightly less deep, didn't you? At about 1 centimetre. So, shall we see if they've germinated? Are we ready? They have not germinated either.
Nope.
Unfortunately. But all is not lost because you planted some at 0.5 centimetres. Do you want to see if they've germinated?
Sure.
I'll make a little bit of a drum roll. Drum roll. And no, they've also not germinated.
Right, well, there we go.
Yeah, it seems that so far your prediction that these seeds are not going to germinate in time has come true. But you know what? I'm holding out hope because there is still a significant, terrifying amount of time remaining. Remaining. There is still a terrifying remaining time. So, what have we learned from that? We've learned that germination is not an instant thing. And actually, that kind of makes sense because earlier on in the stream, we were watching the time lapse of the sunflower.
Yeah.
And it took the sunflower, was it 80 something days?
Something like that.
Yeah, it was around 80 days for it to grow to the full point, for its flower to come out, and for the flower then to wilt away afterwards. So that took a little bit of time. Now, I was doing some lessons on evolution. So I think we'll get back to just a few of those whilst I've got this little, I wouldn't call it a wind, but there's something going on here,
Yeah,
which
good.
wasn't there, let's say, an hour ago. So let's try.
You've got that.
Let's try and maximise on whatever's happening. Because, yeah, I think we've done that bit. I'm going to move on now to what can fossils tell us about the past. Now, let's see where my fossils are. One of the things we were talking about earlier on is how on earth do we know about what has gone on in the past when there was no video of it, when nobody was there, when there was no way to record it. And by looking at the evidence that we can find in the ground through fossilization, this is the way that scientists understand what goes on in the past. So this gives me a snapshot into what happened years and years ago. And that snapshot is that there were plants. And you work this out to be around 200 million years old. It's amazing that I can be holding something. Ammonite is at least, was it 60?
66.
It's at least 66 million years old. I'm holding something in my hands that was living, at least, it could be over 200 million years ago, but it's at least, because they became extinct at one point, there was an event that caused their extinction. I think it was these ones. That might need fact checking. But regardless, at least 66 million years old, these little ammonites. You don't see them in the oceans anymore. All these little things. So let's go through a few of these slides, shall we? Where have we got to? So I can describe what fossils can tell us about things that lived in the past. So again, as per usual, we just need to go over and make sure we've got a proper understanding of these key words. And we know what all these key words mean. Do you know what we should have done is pre-recorded all of this?
Yeah, that would be good. And yeah, that would have been really, really good.
I think it would have worked. So, words. Evidence, okay? We need evidence for things. If we are, and this is basically, I think this is the gist of all of today's science as well, isn't it? Yeah? If we're going to say something, we need to back it up. We have been constantly fact-checking things, haven't we, sir? And that's been something that's really, really helping us. Where's my, I had like a cereal bar. I feel like I might just be able to try and, oh, there it is. Can I have this then?
Sure.
I hope the I hope chat doesn't mind if I maybe eat something. I think it'll be okay at this point. Let me see if I can eat something. No, what a mistake again. This is quality YouTube. So the record. Right. The fossil record. This is the collective name for all of the fossil evidence gathered by scientists. Okay, you know what a record is? A record is a kind of list of information. It's the things that we get down. Oh, a record is the thing that we're trying to break today.
Yeah.
The only way we would have been able to break that, I think, is if we had been on screen together the whole time.
Yeah.
I think sounds are enough, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A fossil is the remains or imprint of living things that sometimes, we know that, we heard that in the last lesson about this. A theory. A theory is a carefully thought out explanation of something about our world that is based on learning and scientific inquiry. Now, I think this is really important because sometimes, oh, in theory, you could do this. In theory, you could do that. And what we mean is, you know, we're not quite sure about it. Oh, maybe. But when we talk about scientific theory, that's something quite different. That is something that is based on learning, inquiring. It's based on evidence, yeah? It's well thought through. Sometimes people come to you and they go, ooh, the theory of evolution. Well, it's just a theory. It's just an idea. Well, no, actually, no, there is endless evidence, verifiable, proved over and over again. You can build up a massive case for this. And it's not a theory in the same way as we use the term theory linguistically, okay? In science, it means there's a lot of evidence that this thing has been properly backed up. A little drinking. I want to thank Alex, Mr. Bradley, and Mr. Ferris, for the G Fuel, the PewDiePie flavored G Fuel.
Fabulous.
Much appreciated. And a paleontologist, as we remember, those are the people who study things from the past. Be an amazing job, wouldn't it? Be a paleontologist. You just go around digging up fossils, finding out about dinosaurs and things from history. So, we've got Aisha and Sophia, and they are going to have a little bit of a conversation about dinosaurs. Aisha says, cameras hadn't been invented when dinosaurs were alive. How do we even know they exist? I don't really believe it. Sophia says, well, maybe the Stone Age people did cave paintings of them. Well, I'm sure that that's what it was. Stone Age people, cave paintings, dinosaurs. Make sense? Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Keeling says it makes perfect sense. However, seeing Mr. Keeling, it doesn't make sense because Stone Age people, dinosaurs, not even in the same realm. Let's have a little look. I'm going to change this input over here, back over to this. I'm going to go and have a little bit of a whiteboard. I'm going to go and pop on. We've got a nice evaluation page on the start. Anyone? So, oh, you turned the temperature up there, haven't you? Or is that just blasting out a bit of warmth? Who knows? Let's say the Earths began all the way over here. Now, just because the Earth started at that point, that doesn't mean that that's when time started. Okay, so the Earth formed through the collision of all sorts of asteroids and things and matter that was circulating around the sun. That's a whole bit of history that we're not going into today, although that is science, of course. But let's say that's the formation and start of the Earth, and we are going up to today. Well, where did humans come on that, huh? Oh, somewhere over here? Yeah, somewhere over here, somewhere over here. Actually, no. In fact, I should keep this line going on all the way back to the junior building, and even then, we'd only be this tiny little dot all the way at the end of that little line. We are nothing. We are no part of history, and we certainly weren't around during the dinosaur times. Dinosaur times, we're talking about hundreds of millions of years ago. Okay, human existence, we're only talking of hundreds of thousands of years that we evolved to be the way that we are today. Right, I'm going to go back to what I was talking about over here. I'll take this off for a second. It's got warmer.
Let me know when you're going to swap over again.
I don't know if that's my body warmth or if it's the room warmth or
I have no idea.
hysteria. So, if cameras aren't invented, can you know anything?
I don't know what that question means.
It's a good question, good point, right? Yes, cameras hadn't been invented when dinosaurs were alive. However, we do know about them. And of course, you know the reason we know about them is because of fossils. Humans and dinosaurs have never been alive at the same time. They're not even close to it being alive. Okay, actually, that's a good model of a dinosaur, but it's not actually that realistic because that looks like some kind of raptor. And a lot of the raptors, they had feathers, I think, is what some of the evidence has been.
Yeah, that's certainly being depicted now with that. There's a lot of dinosaurs, aren't there?
They are, because there were, do you know what? Do you know how we learned that depiction? That was to do with a fossil that was found. See if I can get you a picture of the fossil dinosaur feathers. And this is science in action, images and being, oh my gosh. So this fossil, and I don't think it's very obvious. Oh, yeah, maybe it is. You can kind of see it. It showed these raptors, and
I remember that night.
yeah,
That was a good night.
that was a good night.
Was a
Do you
good
remember
night.
that?
No, I don't remember that night.
It has the feathers. Oh my goodness. You can see feathers. I'm pretty sure you can see feathers. I think that's the point of what I'm trying to say here. Okay. It's landed in a way. What we were talking about earlier is that soft tissue material, it doesn't often survive, okay? Because it biodegrades, because oxygen gets to it, because bacteria get to it, and bacteria have been around all that time as well. In fact, they were some of the earliest kind of life forms, and they will eat away at soft tissue. The only way that a fossil can land and form in this way is the absolute right conditions. It needs to land in the right ground, the right dirt needs to go on top of it, it needs to be completely deoxygenated under significant pressure, and then this kind of fossil can form. And it's amazing because the way that this fossil formed allowed us to see these kind of feather formations. And actually, believe it or not, and I know this sounds pretty crazy, but we always sort of think, oh, lizards, they're a bit like dinosaurs, and they are a little bit like dinosaurs, not going to lie. But scientists now who are saying, of course, that birds are more closely related and that they are the kind of remaining dinosaurs on Earth. Now, that's not to say that there weren't creatures, that there aren't creatures alive today that were alive during the dinosaur time. Of course, there were. There were some creatures managed to survive from that time period. So, for example, crocodiles, alligators, those kind of creatures, they were around back in dinosaur times. That doesn't make them a dinosaur, and they're not a dinosaur, but they are from that time period. One of the things, one of the arguments for why they managed to survive while other creatures didn't manage to survive is because, and another one, turtles and tortoises, they survived a really long time. It's because they do something unique. Do they give birth to live young, sir? Do you know? Crocodiles?
I don't believe that they do, but they do. Don't they look after they're one of the only reptiles that look after their young.
For a little bit, they do.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. But turtles, they don't, do they?
No, they just
And they
leave
survive.
them on the beach then.
Eggs? Yes, eggs. Now, what do they do? What do you know about what they do with their eggs that's different potentially to other egg-laying creatures?
Well, they bury them in the sand.
Bingo.
And then they make fake burials in the sand to confuse predators.
That's fascinating. Well, I mean, there's all sorts of theories about it, but one of the things that might have helped them to survive was the fact that their eggs were buried under the sand, and that gave them a level of protection, maybe from outside gases. There's all sorts of theories about extinction events and what really killed lots of dinosaurs, whether it was completely the meteorite and then the kind of fallout from after that, or whether potentially infestation of rodents, all sorts of other kind of little things. There are loads of theories out there. But potentially the fact that they managed to lay their eggs under the ground helped them to survive such a cataclysmic
Yes.
event. I'm going to keep powering just through this last little bit, so
No
so
worries.
you're keen to do a little bit of talking.
You go ahead, finish off the last little bit, and then I'll jump in.
I agree. It's very important to get back in because pacing around's horrible, isn't it?
It's horrible.
Yeah. Wow. Sophia says that's around 164 million years ago, and that is really, when you think about it, that's insane. It really shows that on that timeline of us, we're nothing, you know. And when people come and they talk about, oh, this bit of land is owned by us, and this little bit of land is owned, they go to war over things, and you think, hold on a second, we've only been here for a little bit of time, you know. We're nothing on this earth. Here we are fighting over it, like we are the sole dominion, we are the owners, and we're the first ones and stuff. And it's like, no, we're just a speck. We're just a speck in the history of Earth. It is amazing when you think about it, the intelligence levels that we've got, though, and the way that we have expanded so rapidly. Going into evolution and thinking about it, I wonder what it is about us as a species that's allowed us to evolve so significantly compared to other animals. Because there are other animals on Earth that have large brains like we do, Obviously, we've got a really large brain. You can see we've got these large heads, which contain large brains that are capable of absolutely amazingly sophisticated things. There are other creatures on Earth that have really large and sophisticated brains. For example, whales have large and sophisticated brains. And what is it that maybe puts the whales at a bit of a disadvantage compared to the humans? I mean, maybe you can pause, put your answer in the chat if you want, have a little think, talk to somebody around you. It'd be really good if you could do that. I know you might not be up yet in the morning, but you might be watching this back. So we were just having a little discussion. I wondered if you would be interested. I was saying that whales have amazingly big, complex brains. And what disadvantage do you think, though, that whales have got that has meant that humans have been able to succeed where whales haven't? I mean, I'm not saying that whales haven't succeeded in their own right, but human intelligence seems to have taken on a really big, massive controlling form, whereas whales haven't. What do you think that might be about? Any suggestions?
Legs.
Legs is interesting.
Legs, because when you've got legs, you can walk on land.
But the whales can do whatever they want in the water. They've got complete dominion over that. And if you think about it, our planet is often called the blue planet because the water is a greater surface area of the planet. So potentially they have a greater realm.
They're a bit big, aren't they?
They are large. But is that necessarily a disadvantage?
It means that they need quite a lot of food to sustain themselves, so that their populations can't rise exponentially, because that would eat all, the other life in the ocean.
That's a very good point. One of the things I was thinking, and this is just theorizing, that's what a lot of science is all about as well, is I think that's made humans leap ahead above other creatures, is our capacity to hold and control and use tools. So having our hands, something that whales certainly don't have access to. What that's allowed is for us to develop language. And you might say to me, so, but you can just talk language. And whales, they talk language, don't they? They have their own language that they communicate with each other. They plan things, they strategize stuff. But what they're not able to do is write their acquired information down. So the only things that they can pass on to their younger generations are the things that the older whales remember. They can just pass on that one bit of knowledge. Humans are able to do something really special. We are able to acquire and build and constantly level up our knowledge because of our capacity to write and to keep documentation and to make notes, build libraries and things. And what that means is that we are constantly growing in our understanding of the world and the universe, developing our technological understanding, and just every generation builds on the last. And I think that is one of the things that's given humans the upper hand. These opposable thumbs, the capacity to write, that, and obviously having a big brain. But it would be true to say that since the advent of writing, humans have gone this huge period of time, without writing, and not much changed. Stone Age was a big, long, incredibly long period. And then suddenly the advent of writing happens, and you might say 1,000 or 2,000 or however long, 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years, that's ages. No, it isn't.
Not in the history of time.
Absolutely. 5,000 years is but a speck of dust, even when it comes to the history of humans.
I find it hard to believe sometimes that how long things have been around. Airplanes, for example, only, 100 years.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah. Television. How long has that been around? Since the 50s? 30s? Maybe?
I've absolutely no idea.
But not long, right?
Not long. Not long at all.
Yeah, how we live our lives, you can't imagine it any other way.
No. Right, let's get to the end of this. And I can see you're keen to read a book, sir.
I was going to hop back into my slides for a little bit because I want to finish off forces, and there's a little experiment.
I'll tell you what, why don't you do that? You want to do that now?
Yeah, I'll hop in and I'll have a little go at that.
Go and have a little go at that.
Sure.
So I'm going to try and eat some food.
Good idea. Good idea. I'm going to get my slides back up. So we were on magnets, so I'll just carry on through it, and then when we come to the end, there's a little experiment that we're going to do. We might do, I like to write things up, so we might do that on. So what did we find out? We talked a little bit about that, so I'm going to move on from that slide, and we're getting mainly towards the end, the latter part of magnets now, and then we'll have a little chat about the other things. So. Same poles repel. If you try to put two magnets together with the same poles pointing towards one another, the magnets will push away from each other. They will repel. We say repel from each other, repel each other. In this picture, two north poles are pushing away from each other, so they are repelling. If you put two magnets together with different poles pointing towards one another, the magnets will pull towards each other. We say this is attracting each other. In this picture, we can see a north and a south pole, and they are pulling towards each other. They are attracting one another. Did you know that magnets can attract other magnets, but they can also attract magnetic materials? Well, we did know that because Sir earlier did the experiment where he held that magnet over the objects to see which ones were magnetic.
Do they attract them by putting on like fancy clothing and makeup and that kind of thing? Is that what we're talking about here?
Have a seat. So magnetic materials are always metals. However, not all metals are magnetic. In fact, only a few metals are magnetic. Iron is magnetic. So any metal with iron in it will be attracted to a magnet. Steel contains iron, so a steel paperclip, for example, will be attracted to a magnet. Most other metals, for example, aluminium, copper, and gold, are not magnetic. An aluminium drinks can, for example, will not be attracted to a magnet.
Because it hasn't got a nice enough dress on.
That's it, say. I think you're mixing up the term attraction. How do magnets help in a scrapyard? A car is made up of many different materials. When a car is scrapped, the different types of metals need to be sorted. A huge rotating magnet is used to sort the magnetic materials from the non-magnetic materials. Separating the materials allows them to be reused. Did you know that the Earth is one giant magnet? This is how compasses work, because we have a magnetic north and a magnetic south pole on our planet, which means that magnets in most places in the world will point to the magnetic north when they settle. Okay, earlier today we learned a little bit about air resistance. We talked about how the greater the surface area when something is falling, when gravity is acting on an object, the more air resistance would push up against that object, therefore slowing it down as it falls. What we didn't talk about, though, was water resistance. So let's have a little chat about water resistance. But first, we need to chat about something else, which is state of matter. Now, we haven't really spoken about states of matter. So we are going to have a quick chat about that so that we can understand what's going on. When we talk about states of matter, there are three states of matter. There are solids, there are liquids, and there are gases. Now, solids, the particles that make up solids, are very close together and organized in a way that they are very rigid and cannot be moved around. Therefore, the ideal way to get through a solid is to break it. Liquids are different. There is more space between the particles that make up the liquid.
Oh, water resistance.
That means, should an object try and move through a liquid, it can do so because the particles can move out of the way. It's not like a solid that I can't go through. Water, the particles will move as I move through them. However, because those particles are still quite close together, it does make moving through them more difficult. And I don't know if you've ever been in a swimming pool and tried to walk. Now, swimming is fine. It's a little bit easier to swim through a swimming pool. But if you ever been in a swimming pool and tried to run or tried to walk, you will find that it is harder to move. you move a lot slower than when you are moving through the air. And that's because when you're moving through the air, the particles of the air are spaced out much, much more. So there's very little resistance when you are moving through that air, and that's of course you're falling at a great speed when you'll start to feel it more and more. Liquids, the particles are closer together, so it's harder to move through them. So that's states of matter. Now we talked about air resistance. Air is a gas or made up of gases, and when we're falling, if we create a great surface area, like using a parachute, that means that more of those air particles will hit the parachute as it's coming down, therefore pushing it up and working against gravity. If that's true, then shouldn't we be able to do the same with water resistance? Shouldn't we be able to increase surface area and slow down an object that is falling through water? Well, we are going to test that in a moment. What we're going to do is we are going to take a cup of water and we are going to take a piece of blue tack. We are going to keep the amount of water relatively the same. We will have to empty it, fill it up to get the blue tack back out. We're going to keep the water relatively the same. We're going to keep the blue tack exactly the same amount. What we are going to change, the variable that we're going to change, is the shape of the blue tack. Ooh. So we're going to try it as a ball. It does. Yeah. We're going to try it as a ball. We're going to try it as a cylinder. And then I'm going to flatten it out.
Oh, this is exciting.
And we're going to see if it falls any slower when we drop it into the water.
I'm actually excited about this.
Fabulous. Well, before we get started, we're going to write a hypothesis.
Oh, well, okay. I'm not less excited about that.
Well,
I'm come back in a second.
So, yeah, definitely thrilled about my hypothesis.
I'm thrilled about it taking up some time, to be honest.
I guess that's just me, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I do love hypotenuses.
And if you're writing along, you can choose.
There will be people writing along. I don't know why I'm laughing about it.
If you're writing along, 7 a.m. on a Saturday.
7 a.m. on a Saturday morning.
7 a.m. on a Saturday morning. If you're writing along, you can choose one of these hypotheses.
Can I choose that one?
That's a why.
Why?
One.
That's what it's all about.
Shape
It says the
of the blue tack
Wow, brand name.
will change the speed that
Very exciting.
it falls into water. And then we would justify. So if I was saying this, and if this was my prediction, if I said that the shape of the blue tack will change the speed that it falls into water, I would say why. And I would say that I believe, like air resistance, the greater surface area that is created, the more that the particles of the water push against the blue tack, slowing down the fall. However, if I was to say the shape of the blue tack will not change the speed that it falls into the water, then I would have to explain that too. I would have to justify my prediction and give my reasoning. And my reasoning for that may be along the lines of the shape of the blue tack will not change the speed that it falls into the water because the blue tack will remain the same weight and therefore the fall will be constant. Now, We are not going to be timing this, so I'm going to have to rely on Sir's observation and your observation of this when we do it to see if you notice a visible change in time. So let's go over to the science area.
Ooh.
We are going to test this out.
Gosh, this is exciting. Shall I go over to the video on the board?
Yeah, it's good. Is there a way of actually getting this camera closer? Because I want to kind of beside the cups there so that we can see the drop of the blue tack.
See?
Surely there's something we can do. Oh. See what this can get unplugged for a little bit, can't it?
Yeah, for a little while.
So if that's unplugged for a little while, I'm going to bring this over to you, sir.
Absolutely.
Gosh, this is pretty intense, isn't it?
It is.
I'm going to pop this down here. Sure everything is still connected. Yeah, all looks good.
Beautiful.
And then if I bring this down,
Yeah, and I'm going to move the cup right to the edge and we'll have a little look.
oh, can't see it at all.
No?
Not even discreetly white.
Do you want to maybe take the camera off the stand? You might need to hold it so while we do this.
That's not a problem. I can do that.
Okay, how are we looking?
Yeah, you can sort of. I'm going to come the other side. Right. Yeah, you can see some stuff.
Okay. So what I've got to start with is that same piece of blue tack that I showed you earlier, and I've just formed a sphere with it. What I'm going to do is drop it into the water, and we're just going to have a look at how fast it reaches the bottom.
Oh, that was pretty quick.
That was pretty quick, wasn't it? That went straight down to the bottom.
I genuinely didn't realise that blue tack was that dense.
Well, there we are.
Huh.
Okay, I'm just going to very quickly empty this water out, and then we're going to change the shape of the blue tack. Okay.
Get some chopsticks.
That was pretty intense, right? You enjoyed that? So.
No, I am enjoying this. I think this has a lot of legs. So I'm really, really excited to see what
Certainly has suspense to it, doesn't it?
It certainly does have an element of suspense, especially as you leave and prepare a new test. Very exciting. All right, he's coming back. So we're starting to get people joining into the live stream now. We've got 7 people watching this.
7 people, that is wonderful. If they haven't donated, remember that the Just Giving link is below. And we welcome any donation to the channel.
Especially
we are still
from
here.
Elon
We've
Musk.
been going all night long. And I've just turned that sphere into a cylinder now. So I'll let you choose, because I think this will affect it. I believe so anyway. Would you prefer me to drop the cylinder in this way?
Yeah.
Or this way?
Well,
Horizontally or vertically?
I actually wanted to go vertically. And the reason is I think that's going to increase the speed, because I remember if people who've been watching the live stream for a long period of time, they'll remember earlier on we were talking about the giant squid. And we were questioning, about the shape of it. And that to me looks incredibly streamlined, a bit like a bullet. I think it's going to go super fast like that.
Sure. Well, then let's do it.
I'm excited to see this.
I think the first one felt pretty quick, so it might be hard to tell the difference between this
Well,
one.
I think I'll be able to tell.
I'm holding out hope that the surface area will be noticeably slower. So here we go.
Probably actually wasn't as quick as the first one, but I think that's because it took a
It
twist.
did angle, didn't it? So that was hard to see. Okay, we're going to empty this one more time, and then we're going to increase the surface area.
Brilliant.
This, okay?
I
We're
can't
going to
wait.
keep the same amount of blue tack, so it's going to be the same weight.
Yep.
Just the surface area will change.
Brilliant. Can't wait to see this. How exciting. It's just a thrill a minute over here on the live stream.
Well, so
This is building suspense. I think you being over there, slowly filling up a cup of water.
It is, I mean, it is
It's
suspenseful.
good YouTube, genuinely. Very good YouTube. Yeah. Right. Well, we've only lost 2 viewers since you walked over to the sink. So
Into 5.
yeah, we're fine.
Okay, cool. It's 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Here we are. So we
Right.
have our water. And now I'm just going to take, not long, maybe a minute, flying this out. It's the final countdown. Da-da-da-da.
Do you know what? It's funny because we're watching your fingers through this convex, so it's distorting it, making it look like you have normal sized hands.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's all I've ever wanted. Okay.
Those are his real hands. Just to
Right.
be clear.
Do you think that's flat enough, or should I go a bit more? Should I go for a bit
Get
more?
the full flat.
All right, let's play that a little bit more. Hope people watching don't mind the suspense level.
The suspense is high.
But I'm holding on. I'm gonna be your number one. I'm not the kind of boy who gives up just like that. Oh no, the suspense is high, but I'm holding on. I'm gonna be your number one. Okay,
Right, here it is.
what do we think?
I'm going to be sensible against it. And I think the last one, because you streamlined it, you made it more sort of like a bullet. I know bullets fly fast. Whereas, you know who taught me something today, sir?
Is it me?
It wasn't. It was year 5.
Wow.
Do you remember when year 5 came? Oh, it wasn't even today, it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Do you remember when year 5 came, sir?
Yeah.
Year 5 came and they did an amazing experiment where they showed us all about air surface stuff.
Is that the bit where they were singing "The Tide Is High"?
It wasn't that bit. It was the parachutes.
Oh, I remember that.
And the parachute with the largest surface area was the one that went slowest down to the ground. So I'm imagining there'll be something equitable with this situation to that.
So you think, as I put this in the water, the water resistance, because of the greater surface area, will slow it down against the force of gravity.
That's what I'm thinking.
Let's see.
Oh,
That was very noticeably slow.
wow. That was drama, wasn't it?
That was drama. And you know what it's time for now, don't you, sir?
No.
The write-up.
Oh, wow. Right. Let's get to the write-up. That's what we've all been waiting for, isn't it?
Absolutely. And did you know, sir, just checking in, it's only 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Oh, God, why did you? Why? Just call that 4 hours. I got so excited when you said 3 hours. Oh, my goodness. Why did you do that?
I don't know. I was feeling cruel.
3 hours and 50
Okay.
Oh, dear.
All right. Well, here we are. And we're going to do the write-up of this experiment. So we've already done the hypothesis, I think. Yeah, we already did the hypothesis, so you should already have that in your books or on your paper, however you're doing it. Okay, moving on from the hypothesis then, the next step would be the equipment list. And actually that one is pretty short for this experiment. So equipment.
Sorry, it's just something in the chat.
Huh?
Something in the chat that'll make you feel really good. It's okay. I can tell you.
No, sure. Is it about my name?
It's 2 comments in the chat actually. No, you mentioned it.
Okay, fine.
The first one
This is about right
it
here.
says, "Mr. K, what a lovely haircut."
Yeah.
Yeah. The second one says, "Just half a school day left."
Who's that from?
That's from Mr. Bradley. I think that's motivating.
That is motivating.
Just half a school day left.
Half a school day left.
Oh gosh, we can do it.
Right. Equipment. So anyway, a cup or a bowl or something see-through. It needs to be. What's the word for see-through, sir? It's been on already.
Oh,
Transparent. Transparent. Something transparent. Bowl. Transparent cup or bowl. Depends what you've got at home. That's bowl, not bowl.
that makes sense.
Then we need water. And if you want to measure it out and be accurate, that's fine.
Nah.
Yeah. You could use a stopwatch if you wanted to be more accurate. We could have perhaps used that.
That would
be more
I
accurate.
think, do you know what though? It was so obvious.
It
the
was so
difference.
obvious, and I
Yeah,
knew
yeah,
it was going to be obvious
Yeah,
because of the science behind it. But
Science.
it might be even better to record exactly how obvious it is. And then finally, you need some blue tack. However, if you don't have any blue tack, I would recommend plasticine, or if you can't get your hands on plasticine, then some kind of plasticine-like substance, something that can be molded where it retains its same weight but isn't damaged when dropped into water. That's our equipment list, pretty straightforward there. So then that takes us over to the diagram. The diagram showing what we did, which is to have one cup and one piece of blue tack that is then molded into a cylinder.
Mold is a type of
That
fungi,
is
is that
then
right?
molded into a flat
Type of
surface. Fungus.
Yeah, mold.
And then we would add in the water and we would label. So this is our cup, our transparent cup, our water. You could add the label of how much water and then the blue tack, of course. Moving on to the method then. Our method for this, and remember we're going to use those imperative words, imperative language. Number one, we are going to gather our things, but once we've got that, we are going to fill a transparent cup or bowl with, and we'll say an amount of water, whatnot, 500 milliliters of water. Lovely. 2. Form a ball and we'll give a weight with 100 grams of blue tack and drop this into the water. Measure how long it takes to sink. Okay.
That's really good, sir.
Number 3.
Oh, brilliant.
Form a cylinder with the blue tack with 100 grams of blue tack and repeat the experiment. 4. Form a flat surface shape with 100 grams of blue tack and repeat the test. 5. Gather your results. Now we have our results on this one, so we can write up our results and we're just going to write it in a statement. We're not going to use a grid on this one like we did with others. We're just going to write very clearly in a sentence what we learned. And what we learned was this. The greater the surface area of a shape, the more water resistance acts on said shape. Very clear, very concise. That is the result of our results. And finally, we would do our evaluation. We would review what we found. Now, you might say that your prediction was correct or incorrect based on which one you went for to start with, but then you would evaluate and talk about how you do it differently. So for me, my pointers would be to use an accurate measure of water and blue tack. It would also be to use a stopwatch for a more accurate measure of time. And there we go. Our experiment on water resistance and our writer. Now, before I hand back over to Sir, which I will do in a little while,
Exciting.
I'm going to just read us a little bit more
Oh, Sir Isaac Newton.
about the life of, actually a wrong there, sir.
Is he not a sir?
It's Sir Isaac Newton.
Interesting fact there, but
New. Interesting factoid. I'm about to read.
all right, sir. Did you hear that?
Was that the fact bell?
That was the fact bell.
Did you know that the stars in the sky that you see at night, some of them aren't even there anymore? That's
Explain
because the star's light has taken so much time to get to you.
Like this is a good shot. Yeah, tell me more.
It's because the star's light
Yeah.
has taken so long to get to Earth
Right.
that when you look at it, what you're seeing is how that star looked
Why is it
60
taking so
million
long?
years
Is it
ago.
going really slowly?
Well, no, it's going really fast.
Oh.
But it's so far away that that light takes such a long time that star may no longer exist.
I can't believe that.
That's true.
So what you're trying to tell me is that star's light that we're seeing may have actually been emitted at the time when the dinosaurs were on Earth.
Yeah.
Wow, that's insane.
How many views have we got?
4.
Whoa.
Guys, zooming up.
Yeah.
We're trending. We're trending.
Yeah, tag Elon Musk.
Tag Elon Musk. Tag Elon Musk. Yeah, I will. Actually, I will.
Okay, cool. Where did I get to? Do you remember, sir? You were quite listening to me quite a lot.
Yeah, I think you got to the bit where he stormed in on his parents.
Falling apples and the wonderful telescope. Let's go for that then. I wonder what the falling apples one might be about. Newton's year at his mother's house came to be called his annus mirabilis. In Latin, that means miraculous year. It seemed like a miracle that one young man could figure out so much in so short a time. Discovering the true nature of light and inventing calculus was just the beginning. He also began the work that would lead to the laws of motion named after him and to the theory of gravity. The famous story about Newton tells how a falling apple led him to discover gravity. This story may even be true. In his later years, Newton himself said his first notion of gravity was occasioned by the fall of an apple. Now, people have attributed it to him, it falling on his head, but that was never actually stated. He just said that he saw an apple fall. It's more interesting on the head, isn't it? Like the whole William Tell. I mean, if William Tell had put that apple somewhere else and then fired the...
it would be a whole different story.
It would be a different story, not on his son's head. The story may even be true. And there were apple trees at Woolsthorpe, and that's where he was staying. Aristotle taught that the reason
I've tweeted Elon Musk, just so you know.
Thank you. Yeah. It's because heavy objects have a natural tendency to move downward. Again, it seemed to Newton that Aristotle was wrong. He didn't think it made sense to say that objects had a built-in need to fall down. He thought there must be some kind of force that pulled things down to Earth. Now, I actually think, if you think about it, look, we've got a magnet here, and if I let go of this magnet, it does have a tendency to fall down. So, who was right? Was it Newton with the gravity, or was it Aristotle saying that things tend to fall down? It was Newton.
Good.
He didn't think it made sense that objects had a built-in need to fall down. He
No.
thought there must be some kind of force that pulled things down towards the Earth. If there was such a force, how far up could it reach? Newton decided that maybe the force didn't have any limits. The very same force that pulled on the apple could also be pulling on the moon and the planets as well. This was a brand new and amazing idea. In Newton's time, people thought the universe was divided into two parts. There were forces that worked here on Earth, and there were forces out beyond the moon. They were completely different because people couldn't travel to outer space. There was no way to study these forces. This meant no one could ever learn how the universe worked beyond the small part people could reach. Now, Newton had decided that if he studied the falling apple, he could learn about the forces at work on everything in the universe. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. The force that made an apple fall from a tree was the very same force that made the moon circle flying off into space. No one knows exactly how far Newton got in figuring out all these ideas during his miraculous year, or how much he worked out later. It was a long time before Newton shared his thoughts with anyone else. All his life, Newton hated going public with his discoveries. He didn't like to tell anyone else until he was positive he had worked out every detail perfectly. He wanted to be sure no one could possibly catch him making a mistake. He also seemed to like keeping his bold, exciting ideas.
You said he was bold?
No, bold as in B-O-L-D.
Oh, right.
Exciting ideas, all to himself. Chapter 5. And this is the last chapter I'm going to read, sir, and then I'll hand back over to you for a little while. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Just doing a time check. 7:25, which gives us 3 hours and 35 minutes.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Chapter 5. The Wonderful Telescope. When the plague finally ended in 1667, Newton went back to Cambridge. Here, one of his teachers encouraged him to share at least one of his discoveries with the world. This teacher was Isaac Barrow. It's Mr. Keeling.
Oh, sorry.
the first ever professor of mathematics at Cambridge. In 1669, Newton showed Barrow a paper he had written on his method of fluxions. Barrow was amazed by this wonderful new mathematical tool. He thought it was too important for Newton to keep all to himself. Newton reluctantly let Barrow show the paper to a very, very small number of people, but he absolutely refused to let it be published. In October 1669, Barrow left Cambridge. He thought so highly of Newton that he arranged for Newton to take his place as a professor of mathematics. Thanks to Barrow, Newton was finally able to live exactly the kind of life he wanted. His duties didn't take much time or energy. All he had to do was give a few lectures. He was a very dull lecturer and difficult to understand. Almost no one went to hear him. Newton didn't care. He wasn't interested in the other students or professors. He spent most of his time wandering around the university in badly fitting clothing, with his long silver hair hanging uncombed. Newton was often so busy thinking that he would forget whether or not he had eaten. The rumour at Cambridge was that his cat got fat from the meals Newton left sitting on his table.
Cat got fat. I like that.
It's nice.
The chat is starting to pick up again, sir. I think the excitement for this story. Yeah.
What, Isaac Newton?
But I mean, he's an amazing guy. What can I say?
Personally,
Yeah.
not very.
Right.
Apparently, quite.
That's true.
Quite
If you
mean.
listen to him, he doesn't sound like a great
Quite
chap,
mean.
does he? Yeah.
But actually, as a scientist, revolutionary.
Not bad.
Not bad. Top 10.
Top 10.
He slept only a few hours a night and often not in his bed. Newton wanted to learn more about the way that the planets moved.
Ooh.
To do this, he needed a powerful telescope. But the telescopes of his time weren't good enough for him.
No.
They worked by collecting light. Excuse me.
A little bit sick just then.
No, just a burp.
Okay.
From a wide area and then focusing it through a glass lens. The images they produced were fuzzy, with a fringe of colours. Newton wanted a telescope that gave a clearer image. He used what he had discovered about light to solve the problem. The trouble was the lens, he realised. When white light passed through a lens, the lens acted like a prism and broke the light into separate colours. This caused the light to become unfocused, and the image would blur. Newton had read about another possible way to make a telescope, one that used a mirror. This might get around the problem, because the light would be reflected instead of passing through a lens. But no one had ever managed to actually build such a telescope. Newton had loved to build models when he was a child. He used the skills he had learned then to make a reflecting telescope that worked as well as telescopes 10 times its size. Fantastic.
Amazing. Are you ready then, sir?
I am ready, so feel free, sir.
I'm going to take right over. And
Have we heard anything from Elon Musk yet?
I have sent Elon Musk some more tweets. I've been pressuring him. A few words on the grapevine, but no, nothing.
Oh. And what grapevine is this?
It would be the.
Oh, we've got 10 viewers.
10 viewers. No, that's
They really like that Isaac Newton.
I'm telling you, it's all about
What's-
Newton.
Yeah, Isaac Newton.
That's what they say. You want to read any of them out loud? I don't know if you wanted a little bit of chat time.
Guys, do you miss me? My phone died. Staying up plan didn't go well. No, absolutely not. Shouldn't have stayed up.
Shouldn't have
Should
stayed
have
up.
some sleep.
Yep.
Morning campers.
Yeah.
Morning all. Good morning. Not long left now.
Not long left.
How are you guys not tired?
We are.
We are very,
I'm
very,
genuinely delirious.
very tired.
It's going in like waves. It's quite interesting because obviously we've done a whole thing on sleep earlier on, and here we are testing out some of the things that we were talking about. I don't know about you, sir. There's like waves of kind of a little bit of energy pops in and then it just crashes completely.
Yeah, it just goes, doesn't it? Where's
It's
it go?
horrible when it
Yeah,
goes.
it is, yeah.
Genuinely horrible.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to ride a wave at the moment. So humans like us have only existed since around 200,000 years ago.
That cannot be true.
It's actually true. People seem to think that we've always been here as long as the Earth has been here. But what we were saying a little bit earlier on is that actually we are but a speck on the history of Earth. We are nothing.
That cannot be true.
It's true. We're nothing. So let's see what Aisha's got to say, because Aisha's always got something interesting to say, hasn't she? So there was a gap of over 66 million years between dinosaurs becoming extinct and humans coming into existence. Yes, Aisha, there was. If humans weren't there to see them and to record what they were like, how do we know about them now? Good question. Is there anybody in the chat who may be able to answer that? Because there was a big gap, 66 million years. Okay, we've been looking at this through the morning. What is it that we're able to look at? What is our evidence? What do we have that tells us about the existence of these creatures from so long ago? I'll give the chat a little second whilst I pace forwards and backwards meaningfully. I'll drink some water as well. I've got to check on the chat. So, what's the chat been saying? Yeah, that's a good point. Are tired. Fossils, very good. You're so right. Thank you, chat. Fossils. That's the point of what we're trying to get through here. All of these amazing bits of evidence, okay? These are sources of information for us. We can trace these things. We understand how long they have been around, and they give us an insight into the world from before. Okay, Okay, we had a look at the fossils earlier. Obviously, if you want to keep looking at the fossils, you can go back. I'm not going to go and repeat myself. The best evidence we have about living things, as we said, is a fossil record. So scientists have been building up a collection of these fossils. Yeah, and when every time we get one, we pop it into a little collection and we make a record of it. Pretty cool. So, what is the best evidence we have for life on Earth millions of years ago? Do you think it is cave paintings, photographs of prehistoric animals, the fossil record, or diaries of ancient humans? Well, I'm going to go through these one by one. Let's go from the bottom. Diaries of ancient humans. Well, here's the thing. Ancient humans weren't keeping diaries. Ancient humans weren't writing, okay? There isn't a lot of evidence for the ancient humans because it didn't have the capacity to write. Yeah, if you think about the advent of writing. Maybe someone in the chat can tell me the advent of writing. I don't think it was that long ago. I'm gonna have a little look down here. You can keep an eye on me whilst I just check, when did humans start writing? Let's have a little look. Humans started writing BC, so 2000 BC. Yeah, earliest kind of symbols is back to about 7,000 years ago. Bit of writing, 5,000, 7,000, something along those lines. That's when we start. Let me get the video back on here so I can keep an eye on it. We've had all sorts of technical difficulties going on through the night, so I need to make sure that we are definitely still going. So, yeah, of course there aren't old ancient diaries. They didn't exist. People weren't writing things, okay? Well, even more than that, cave paintings. No, of course not, because we're talking about stuff from 66 million years ago. And humans, we're talking about a span of 200,000, right? Like I said, very little, very small. In fact, 66 million years ago is kind of like the end of the dinosaur things. You can be going back hundreds of millions of years if you want to be going through all of the stuff.
You cannot be serious.
I am being serious. Photographs of prehistoric animals, well, obviously there are loads. No, not something that exists. But the fossil record, that is the thing that helps us tick. Fantastic, we got it right. So, not all prehistoric animals lived at the same time. The fossil record helps us understand which animals lived when. For example, the Stegosaurus and the Tyrannosaurus rex existed further apart in time than the T-Rex and the invention of smartphones. How absolutely incredible is that? When we watch things like Dark and we look at all these dinosaur programs, you always see a little Stegosaurus with a T-Rex, but the gap between them is greater than the gap between a T-Rex and us.
You cannot be serious.
I'm being serious, and that is absolutely incredible, isn't it? Yeah. Good. I think that's about the gist of that, isn't it?
How are you finding my input at the moment, sir?
Really helpful.
Good. Can you tell me how great my question is if I ask you one?
Go on, ask me a question.
That was a question.
Ooh. 65 million years ago, 90 million years ago. There you go. As you can see quite clear on that number line, the gap between that and that is big. You know, we kind of lump dinosaurs into this one category, dinosaurs, but actually,
can I ask, why
do
we group the dinosaurs into the swan category?
Why do we or why don't we?
Why do we group them into the swan category?
I think because
they're beautiful.
Yeah, they're beautiful. There's a lot going on under the surface that you quite recognise, but also you don't want to go near one, do you? It'll bite your head off.
You can't be serious.
They're dangerous. So let's go. Have you seen that one where they get that? They put a sock on the swan's head to get a photo of that. Life on Earth has always been very diverse, so it's not just dinosaurs in the fossil record. Yeah, for a long period of time, we're just looking at plants, aren't we? Yeah, so that's also a big part of the fossil record. How's this? Fish, plants. These are all things.
Up to 14 viewers, sir. If they haven't donated yet, the links below. Oh, sorry, apologies, everyone. If you haven't donated yet, the link is below the video. Please do. We are up to £2,099, which is an awfully annoying number when £1 more would get us nice and round to 2,100.
That's a lot. That's more money than we expected, though, isn't it?
It is more money than we expected. It is a lovely amount. It is a lovely amount. Well
What
done.
an amazing contribution everybody has made, and it really does make a difference to all the children.
Oh, actually, sorry, I'm telling lies. So it's actually now up to £2,109. So we
Amazing.
have broken that barrier. So thank you so much to our
Absolutely.
latest donator.
Incredible.
Thank you.
Right. True or false? All fossils are from dinosaurs. We know that that's absolutely false. Right. I'm going on to another bit of lesson. And then what I'm going to do after I do one more of these, I'm going to go and check up on some of those ongoing experiments that we've set up for the night. I can see the celery. Have a little look at our little line.
That sounds great because after you've done that, so I
experiments.
think I'm going to
celery.
go on to space.
I see the
I
stuff.
think.
Is it happening? I feel
think
like
we've gone to space.
I just want to hold that on until we get good big numbers because we've been building up to this for a long time.
Yeah, it's not that great. It's
Well,
just a few slides.
I don't know about that. Not from the way it's been built up.
It's no mayor.
It's snowmare.
It's snowman.
Snowmare. Boo. There we go. I love this one. Right. Living things and how have they changed over time? Great question. So, I think one of the first things we need to do is we need to be clear of some of the language that we're going to use in here. We need to make sure that we understand what all of these words mean. So, sedimentary rock, we've come up with that one already. I'm going to just sit down. I'm still visible in this, aren't I, sir?
I can see you.
Brilliant. Sedimentary rock is formed when sediments collect at the bottom of a lake or sea, right? So there are lots of animals and they might drop down to the bottom of the sea. And of course, you think all that sediment that lands on top of it, that is absolutely perfect for forming fossils because that lands on top of the animal, it creates a kind of layer around it, blocks off the oxygen and stops it from decomposing. And that's one of the best ways that we can acquire. I'm going to have to get a little bit of my drink, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm
Here we are.
suddenly gone through like a flagging moment.
That's fine. If you need to swap over for a little bit, just let me know.
No. Boy. Right. We've got a geologist. Now, a geologist, earlier on we were looking at paleontologists, right? All these ologists. These are roles, these are jobs, these are things that people do. A geologist is someone who's looking and studying the earth and the way that the earth is formed. So we need these geologists and they're going to understand the rocks. And actually, I did bring a load of rocks along to look at. You know, there are loads of different rocks. They're very exciting. And maybe we can have a quick look, actually. It was one of the things we were meant to look at and I didn't remember to do it. So let's come over to the science table. I'm going to just pop this a little bit closer over here.
Science table.
Is it science table or science zone? I can't remember what.
It's something to do with science.
Science. That's science. Right, there we go. Put that like that. I'm going to change
Lovely.
this into this. I'm going to pop that onto that. And bingo! Right. Rocks. Oh, no. Oh, dear.
What's wrong?
I've realised the problem, sir.
Yeah.
They're not labelled.
Just do your best.
I don't know if... Oh!
They've got numbers on them, haven't they?
Yep. Perfect. Right. I don't need to look at anything to know what all of these are, obviously. So, we've got over here... That's quite a soft rock, I'm not sure. Well, this one I do... The numbers are wrong. The numbers are definitely wrong. Because... I like that slate. Hold on a second. Right, this one I know. This one is a smooth rock. I've got a feeling that I shouldn't really be teaching rocks. It's not something I've done in a long time. That's a rock, isn't it? Marble?
Yep.
This is called New Red Sandstone. I love that. Can you see all those like layers that it's got in it? And those are probably layers from different bits of time. Right, okay. But you know what? I'm not teaching rocks. I've just realised. Let's get back to something that I did know a little bit about. That was the science zone. Did you enjoy the science zone? I hope you did. That was a really exciting area.
Our viewership decreased by 4.
Yeah, I thought I knew more about rocks. And then when I looked at them, I realised I don't know a lot about rocks.
Right.
Luckily, I don't teach it. Right. Fossils. A model, that's an important one. It's used to describe something that can't be experienced directly. So sometimes we need to model things so that we have an understanding. I can use fossil evidence to describe how living things have changed over time. Right.
Do you know what
So-
you never used, sir? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, what?
The 3D printer.
Oh, goodness me. We do have a 3D printer over there. I don't know if my brain is capable of getting around what's going on with it.
No.
So I'll show you something that has been 3D printed, though, while we're on it. If you look at this, and this is science.
Yeah.
3D printed this beautiful little boat. Look at that.
That's cool.
That has come out of the 3D printer that Mr. Bradley sent. Amazing detail. You can even see the little boat wheel inside it. Looks a bit like the Steamboat Willie.
I was thinking Steamboat Mickey. Yeah.
Mickey or Willie? What is it? Steamboat Mickey? Of course it is. Yeah.
The Mickey Mouse one is Steamboat Mickey.
Yeah. Nice. Look at that.
I think.
Right.
Or is it Steamboat Willie? It might be Steamboat Willie.
Right. So let's hear. Oh, Aisha, she's always got something to say, this girl. Why does it have layers like that? Well, Aisha, and it's a bit like that rock that we just looked at over there. The layers are, they're like little layers of time. Yeah, different time periods. Each of those layers are. As sediment and forms down on the ground, it compacts and it creates these kind of stripes. So a lot of these are from different time, different periods of time in history. They could, some of these like darker bits, I think, are from different extinction events when lots and lots of creatures passed away. I think it's because some of it used to be underwater. She's absolutely right, because we know that those layers form down, and it's amazing that you can have mountains popping up that used to be underwater. That's because, of course, the Earth is tectonic plates. They're always moving, so certain times rocks are being pushed up out of the ground. I think it's because the layers are different types of rocks. The mountain is made of sedimentary rock, and from the previous slides, we know that sedimentary rock forms when layers of sediment, which are small pieces of rock, sand, and minerals, build up over time. The different combinations of different types of sediment often make each layer look different. 8, 9, 10, 11, oh 9. Each layer of sediment is built on top of the one beneath it. So you see all these sort of rock layers. It's a little bit like when you cut into a tree and you see all the rings, and each ring shows a different year because of the way that the tree has grown through the different seasons. So you can age a tree a little bit by the rings. But in the same way, each of these shows different time periods through history. Yeah, the older stuff is obviously going to, well, I guess it might not be obvious, but it is down at the bottom and the newer stuff at the top. And that kind of makes sense, because if you think the new stuff's going to fall at the top, isn't it? And then it's pushed down, and then you think then it's pushed down, and pushed down. So that is what's going on with that. The layers that we can see above Earth's surface were formed over millions of years underwater. This is the thing, you go on a walk to the beach and you're looking around and you look at those stripes and you might not think twice about it, but they are the evidence that we need. They are our primary source of evidence to prove the history of the Earth. Yeah, we can date the rocks, we can date the different things that are at those different layers. And when paleontologists are going searching for fossils, or when geologists are specifically looking at the rocks, they are able to look and see what materials, minerals, what kind of things happened at different periods and times in history. And sometimes you can go and you can see a layer that's really rich with certain types of fossils, and then suddenly they're not in the next layer and they don't exist any further up. And what does that tell me? Well, maybe there was some mass extinction that happened. The Earth is full of mass extinctions. They're happening at all different time periods. We often think that the dinosaurs are the only mass extinction, don't we? But they're not. There are loads of times and periods of mass extinctions. As the Earth changed over time, these rocks have been pushed upwards to become mountains or cliffs. So what happens is the Earth is made of a series of different plates, and these plates are kind of floating around and moving. And sometimes as these plates sort of together, they come together, like imagine these two plates, you can put your hands up, they come and they're kind of pushing and they're knocking things up. So rocks are coming up too. So sedimentary rock beneath our feet, just like the mountain, but they are hard to observe. That's sometimes these layers can be seen when we dig down into the ground. I always think it's interesting because we find out so much about history when we are constructing buildings, and that's because often people start digging into the ground for the foundations of the building, and as they do so, they unearth all sorts of different things that have gone on in the past. I know that when high-speed 2 rail was being created in London, and same with Crossrail actually, as they dug down, they found out different bits of history. They found they're not ancient at all, by the way, but they found historic plague burial sites and things like that. And it gave us an insight into how people lived in the past. Well, as you dig deep down into the ground and you find these different rocks, it gives you an insight into the creatures and what the atmosphere was like, the different minerals in it. And yes, I'm talking about the atmosphere as well, because you can trace the amount of carbon that's in different layers. And the amount of carbon tells you something about what is on the earth. So at times when plants were rife across the world, then obviously that they were producing a lot of oxygen, and at times when plants might have died off, the carbon dioxide might have increased. So we can see how different evolutions of creatures and living things have changed the atmosphere around us based on what we can find in the layers of rocks. Ooh, which of these is the oldest layer of rock? A, B, or C? Well, Mr. Keeling has just put his hand up to say B, but Mr. Keeling unfortunately is wrong. It's actually C, because we know that the bottom layer is going to be the oldest. So you think about stacking up. If you've got like a tower of Lego blocks, yeah, you're going to put the first Lego block and then you build the Lego blocks on top of it, don't you? Yeah, it would be kind of weird if you started and held a Lego block here and you put them underneath. It doesn't quite make sense. So obviously the layering up and up and up and up. I keep saying obviously, it's not obvious unless you know, okay? But now you know, so it becomes more obvious. Geologists are scientists who study rock to learn more about our planet and its history, right? This is a really important job. And you think, well, what does it matter? Rocks, yeah? But rocks tell us about our history. Well, why do we need to know about our history? To understand our history is to understand the Earth, is to understand that things have happened. We are going through a significant change as the planet right now. Thanks to humans' activity on Earth, we are increasing the amount of carbon dioxide and different gases that are in the atmosphere. This is having a serious knock-on effect. Yes, sir.
I put my hand up for B.
Oh, it was C. So close though.
You
were only one off. Not bad. So
I got C in the chat.
You got C in the chat. That's good. Geologists are good, I think, was the main gist of that.
Like that.
Yeah. How might these rock layers be useful to them? Yeah. Again, understanding history, recognizing where we come from.
Is that Indiana Jones?
Recognizing that is Indiana Jones's stepbrother.
Lovely. Is he a geologist?
That's his goddaughter as well over there. By looking at the composition of different layers of rocks, geologists can learn about what was happening in the Earth at different times. Now, look, you're telling me what has this got to do with life? But understanding the rocks is understanding the life, okay? And people might say, well, how do you get this information? This is all great and good. So how can I apply this knowledge, this understanding of the importance of sources to access information? Well, I can apply that into all of my subjects. So if you think about history, how is it we know what happened in the Tudor times, for example? And this is science. It's because we have a variety of different sources. Now, what happened in the Tudor times, maybe you could look at different sources because maybe the Protestants have a slightly different perspective on what happened than the Catholics. Okay?
This
and
is
actually,
science.
This is science because it's all about evidence collection
Geology.
and comparative and stuff and all that kind of thing. Sources. Right, I'm actually going to pause there. I know this is getting real riveting because I want to do, before Mr. Keeling comes back on for the, I'm going to try and make it sort of 8 o'clock. I'm thinking a lot of people are going to come on at 8 o'clock, and I feel like that's the kind of time that you need to be doing the big planet thing, yeah?
Reveal.
So, what we've got now, and I'm really excited about this, is our first update in hours on how things are going on. We'll have another update in like an hour or so.
Update of
in how stuff is going.
Oh, we've had another donation.
Oh, that's really lovely.
We're up to 70% of our target.
That's amazing. I think our target really was 2,000. We got a little bit cheeky, didn't we?
It was, but we're homing in on that 3,000. And last time we got a few donations after, which was lovely as well, after we completed the event. And I think sometimes people hold off to see if we actually can do it, if we actually make it to the end. But we've had another £11 donated. And comment, great job both. So we are now up to 2,120.
What I like about that donation,
Yeah,
it made it round.
I like it too. Yeah, I think they probably heard our frustration, and it was from Miss Core.
Can you see me in the science zone? Oh, thank you so much.
And we've got a message this morning. Keep going, guys. Not long now, and well done with the sunshine and a smiley face.
It is a beautiful sunshine outside.
It is beautiful sunshine. It's almost worth doing a weather report because that's science.
It is science, actually. Should we do a quick weather report?
Sunny.
Give me a little tune.
The
The weather today is sunny.
Right. That's
So,
nice.
Over to this experiment. And do you know what? I'm actually really hungry. What have we got?
John,
Did I not finish that?
No.
Oh,
there's some hearts here.
Yeah, even me, who's not squeamish, is now looking at those hearts and being a little.
They're going off a bit.
They're going off.
They're starting to smell like vinegar.
Yeah. Like that might be the vinegar as well.
Yeah, I can smell the vinegar too.
Can you see me?
Yes, and we can see the board too. And we've got 15 viewers.
Brilliant. Right, we are in the science zone. Now, look, I've got a couple of experiments that I'm going to show you here, and you can be the decider as to whether the first one was successful or not successful. Not all experiments can be successful, sir. They're not all going to be a success.
Do you want me to do the write-up?
No. Right. Mr. Keeling is real keen on, and I love the idea of the constant. Is it the constant?
The constant.
It is constant.
You mean the control?
Oh, the control. I did mean the control. The control. And this is the control. This is one where we have not added anything to see what goes on. This is an empty cup. And we put the celery in. And we were talking about capillary action, which we're also checking on, to see what goes on with. Now, one of the problems, we were a bit concerned that the celery had been out too long. It wasn't going to work. So we're going to see if we did this too late. And it's possible we did this too late. So here's the control. That's what a normal piece of celery would look like. Brilliant.
Is it what a normal piece of celery will taste like?
You'll have to try that for yourself. Here is one in water. And we use water because it's water, isn't it, I guess? Why do we use water, sir? Because it's pretty non-reactive. It shows us what it would look like if it's just in a liquid. So we've got one in the air, here's one in the liquid. And it just looks like a piece of salad as well. Let's go on to the green one. Okay, right. Now, interesting. So I was just checking this. Is that on the outside or no? So there is. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, I can see.
Can you see? You can see it on the YouTube though.
Yeah, they can see quite clearly on
YouTube. There is a kind of layer of green that has been sucked up through capillary action up here, and we can see that the green has been absorbed. So it has kind of worked, not all the way around, but definitely I can see this line of green. If I look on the other side, there are little patches actually, so it's sort of come in unevenly. The yellow is unlikely to show much because
can't see anything really.
No, well, I don't know.
Maybe. Was that the outside there? It looks like a stain rather than.
I don't think we did this quick enough, sir, and I don't think it's reacted well enough. I'm going to have a little look at red, and then we're going to move on to our other capillary action experiment. And then, oh boy! Well, that's done something. I think it looks pretty red, doesn't it? I don't know if that's just the red of the renders. No.
Can you maybe cut into it and see if there's anything inside that that part?
Nah, it's not worked. Okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you what has worked though is this experiment. Whoa. Okay.
Now, what is going on over there?
Good question. This morning or last night, or I don't know, we put some red dye into this one. We put some green dye into this one, and we put some yellow dye into this one. This just had water, this just had water, and this just had water. But look what's happened to the water. The water in here has turned green. What's happened is the dye has been sucked up by a capillary reaction and has moved down to this containing area, and it's turned out a bit greenish. I think some of the yellow's gone in because you can see it's a much lighter green than that dark green as well. This one, you can see some of the green's gone in. Now, I don't see much red in that one, but the green has definitely gone into it. And this one, you can see that the yellow has gone into it. But again, I don't see much red. There is a little bit of red actually starting to come out. There's more red now than there has been ever, but not a lot. I don't know what it is about the red, but the red does not seem to have sucked up in the same way as the other ones. Okay. Next thing that we're checking into in the science corner, I'm going to go and grab it. In fact, I'm going to take these ones back. I will still check up on these later on, even if it's a failure, because, you know, who knows. The next thing we're going to check up on is our tooth experiment. And the tooth experiment, I'm sure many of you were present for, and if you weren't present for, I do recommend that you go back. It's in the part 1 of the Teach-A-Thon, and this one was all about the reaction for tooth enamel. It was what would happen to a tooth with different liquids. Here is our control experiment. There's no liquid in here, and you can see that that's what an egg would look like if nothing happened.
So that's a pretty good egg.
That's a pretty good egg. Now, Mayor Richard Parker, who was the person who officially opened this experiment, he said he didn't think the water was going to do anything. Let's have a look and see if he's right. I think he was quite correct.
No, actually, I would say that that egg is quite wet.
It is pretty wet, actually, compared to the other ones. That's a very good point. Thank you, Mr. Keeling.
You're welcome.
This doesn't have any kind of bubbles on it. I'm trying to see if it scratches. It doesn't. It still seems pretty strong, pretty tough. I'm scratching it here. The enamel is holding up well. Okay, sorry if my finger was in the way the whole time there. But the point is, if I scratch it, can you see it stays the same? Not much has happened to the enamel in that way. It feels to me like the water has not reacted with the enamel. We're going to move over, oopsie daisy, now to the milk. And if we look at the milk, again, it doesn't look like much reaction is taking place. I'm just going to give it a little scrape. It's very hard to see because the milk is a sort of translucent colour. And Mr. Keeling, you were kind of pretty sure something was going to happen here.
I think when we take that out of the milk, I think we're going to see something interesting.
I would note that there's no bubbling on the top, nothing going off. And one of the reasons we did say earlier on that it might not react so much is because of the calcium. You know that teeth are made out of calcium. Let's go to the Coke. Now, this is one of the ones that we thought a lot of reactions were going to happen, but actually not a lot has happened here. If I scratch it, you might not be able to see this on the video, but it's not really got enamel coming off. There is a little bit more reaction than the other ones, but really barely anything. I've got to say, you can't see much. I'm surprised not a lot has happened here with the Coke. So now let's go to the vinegar, and my oh my, quite a lot has happened. You can see that there is an excessive amount of foam that has built up around this egg. If I give it a scratch, you can see, look at these scratch marks on here, where the enamel is coming off. Okay, so it's weakened the enamel, it's reacted with it. This is an acid, and it's clearly not going to be good for our teeth. Oh yes, thank you. So that is that. And this one over here, I'm most fascinated by this because this is the apple juice that we got over here. And yes, it is constant, very high in sugar relative to the other ones. And let's have a look at what's happened. Wowzers! You can see that that one has definitely reacted significantly. Enamel is just pure peeling off. There are bubbles still constantly coming off it. There is a reaction still ongoing. Most interestingly as well, it has this kind of bumpy, ridged surface that has formed all over it. You would not want that on your teeth, would you, Mr. Keeling?
Absolutely not. No, thank you.
And just before I pass you over to Mr. Keeling, I've got one last little thing, of course, which is just to thank one of our sponsors. This is Class O2 for these lovely wax creations. They smell so good, don't
They smell incredible.
Right, are you okay then, sir?
Yeah, I think we'll do a bit of space.
I'm excited. I've been very excited for this for a long time.
Okay, so we are still live. We are still here. So would you check in with Elon Musk for us and see how he's doing, whether or not he's going to donate. Please, if you are on the chat, do tweet at Elon Musk. Ask him to donate for the cause, worthy cause, especially with his pay rise, which we've been celebrating all night, really. Please do get him to respond. Okay, sorry, just having technical issues. Not like us, but we solved it. We haven't had any technical issues.
No technical issues.
Which has been good.
Everything's been fine. It's not like
loads
of live streams or anything have
It's not like we've had to do about 25 million live
gone
streams.
down. Class O2.
Thank you for promoting that. So that's
Really good. I just thought, whilst you're there.
yeah. Well, that was my poignant slide. Do you remember my poignant slide?
Oh my God, yeah.
Darkness is the absence of light. Without a light source, everything is darkness.
Yeah.
Light creates every colour that you can see but have, and there's a man walking into the light.
So poignant. Such a poignant moment.
Poignant, yeah. It was poignant, I thought.
Here we go. This is what we've been building
space,
up to.
This is what it's all about. So, what do we already know about space? What is your favourite fact? Now, I shared my favourite fact about space earlier, and it was about the stars, because, as I said to Mr. Jordan a little while ago, the stars light, some of them, the stars that we see at night, are so far away. The light takes millions and millions of years to reach Earth. So when we look at the sky, we're looking at the past. And if it was possible to outrun light, which is not, we can't move faster than the speed of light. But if we could move faster than the speed of light, we would be able to look on the past, because we would be running away from the vision of what we see right now. So how was the universe made? Well, there are many differing viewpoints, both religious and scientific, and sometimes both on the matter of how the universe was. One theory is the Big Bang theory. We're not going to watch the video because I don't want any copyright strikes at this point. And another one that we mentioned earlier was eternal recurrence. So that thought that the universe starts, it gets larger and larger and larger, and then it collapses in on itself and starts again. So it is a cycle. And Mr. Ferris was talking about a donut universe earlier that's did pick up.
Oh, he was. That was fantastic. The inverted loop.
You're always on the inside and the outside, traveling around in the universe. So, how does the Earth, Sun, and Moon move? Well, everything in the solar system, everything in the universe is constantly moving. The sun at the center rotates on its axis. So people sometimes think that the sun is fixed, but it's not. It rotates too, just like the Earth, just like the moon. So the sun at the center rotates on its axis and takes 25 days to rotate in full. Earth, meanwhile, takes 24 hours, 1 day, to rotate on its axis. When I talk about its axis, what I'm actually discussing what I'm actually discussing when I talk about the axis is an invisible, an imaginary line rather, that puts the Earth on a tilt or leaning at an angle that it spins on, like this, an imaginary line running through the Earth. That is the axis. And it's the same for every spherical body that rotates on an axis, which actually creates our seasons. We might talk about that in a little while, so it's good that we've got this here so that we can visualize that. So the Earth takes 24 hours or 1 day to rotate on its axis. This causes the day and night, and it's why it seems to us that the sun moves when it does not. At least it doesn't move across the sky. The Earth also orbits, travels around the sun. That takes 365 days or 1 year to get all the way around. The moon also spins on an axis, and that orbits the Earth. The moon's orbit lasts 27.5 days. Before we get onto that then, just a little fact about night and day. Do we have a torch, sir?
Yes. Or can I be the sun then?
Yeah, you can be the sun.
Don't turn this off because it makes a difference.
I don't think I'll make much of a difference.
No, a little bit of a difference actually.
So, basically, the sun stays in the centre of our solar system.
Wait, I'm going to go from this angle, then you can see. There you go.
But the sun, which is in the centre of our solar system, does rotate. And do you remember how many days I said it takes for the sun to rotate on its axis? So,
No.
25 days.
Really?
25 days, yeah.
When you say rotate on it spins around.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Now, the sun's light is currently hitting Earth. Earth as well, also on its axis. Now, at the moment, you can see that the axis is this direction here in relation to where it is with the sun. That means that the bottom part of the Earth is bulging out towards the sun, and the top part of the Earth is tilting away from the sun.
So there is a top and bottom.
So, well, there isn't a top and bottom, but
I'm being pedantic.
But because of that, that means that currently the southern hemisphere, this bottom half of the world, is experiencing, so the southern half of the world is experiencing summer, whilst the northern hemisphere up here is experiencing winter. The southern hemisphere is closer to the sun at this point, whereas the northern hemisphere is further away. Now, as this orbits the sun, so this isn't its daily orbit, this is we're talking about it orbiting the sun over the period of a year. Let's say it's gone a quarter of the way across here. What you notice now is because the axis is still in this direction and will always be spinning on its axis in this direction, you notice that the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere are actually equidistant now from the sun, equal distance. So this point will either be spring or autumn. Now, it was summer over here for the southern hemisphere, so it will be autumn as it reaches this this quarter journey around the sun. The northern hemisphere is experiencing winter, so at this point, when it's equidistant, it will be spring. Do you want to move? So I know the sun wouldn't do that, but if you move there, we can pretend that the Earth has now gone halfway around its full rotation, around its full orbit of the sun. And what we notice now at this point is that the northern hemisphere of the Earth is closer to the sun, meaning that the northern hemisphere is experiencing more light. It is now the summer in the northern hemisphere, and it would be the winter in the southern hemisphere. Now, finally, if I move over here,
Sign back on.
okay, over here, so we can see that this side, if it was in this direction, would be equidistant, and again, it would be spring or it would be autumn. Now, if you just keep the light on here, that would take 1 year, and that's how we experience the seasons. But Earth is also always creaking on its axis, and it takes 24 hours for the sun to move around one full turn. Now, when the sunlight is directly hitting this side of the Earth, it is experiencing daylight. The other half of the Earth that is not bathed in sunlight is experiencing night. And as it turns, other parts of the world start to be bathed in light. And because we're turning, it actually looks like the sun is moving across the sky, but it is not. We are the ones that are moving. It just looks like the sun is moving, but the sun stays where it is. That is how we experience day and night, and that is how we experience the differing seasons.
Oh,
how are we
fascinating.
doing with Elon Musk, sir? Has he?
He's not got back to us yet, but I'm still
Right.
holding out hope.
Okay, fabulous. Well, we'll see. Okay, moving on slightly then, we're going to have a little look at the planets, and then I'm going to show you a video. I'm going to turn the sound off for this video, but I do find this video absolutely fascinating, so I hope you find it fascinating too. Now, I've shared this video before on Pobble Live, and it was fine on there, so hopefully it will be fine here too.
It was brilliant.
We'll have a look. So we're starting off with the moon here, and we're comparing that moon with our moon. We can see quite a difference in size here. Then we compare our moon to another moon there. And then this moon we compare in size to Mercury, which isn't too much bigger. But then we compare the size of Mercury next to Mars, which we can see is altogether a much larger planet than Mercury. And then next to Mars, we see Venus, which again is an altogether much larger planet than Mars. Moving on, we see Earth, slightly larger than Venus. Moving on from Earth, wow, we look at Kepler 2b, quite a lot bigger than the planet. Think about how big our planet is and then compare it to this. But then we're getting bigger. There's Uranus within our solar system, much bigger than the Earth. Slightly bigger than Uranus, slightly bigger is Uranus. And then much bigger, we're going to get much bigger in a second. We have Saturn. Okay, so Uranus was much bigger than us. Saturn much, much, much bigger than Uranus. Jupiter slightly bigger than Saturn. And then we have Proxima Centauri, which is a small star, slightly bigger than Jupiter. But then we have our sun. And can you see, we can barely see the Earth in comparison to the sun. That's how big that is. But that's just a medium-sized star, because we've got Sirius A, again, not a vast star, but bigger than our Earth. Sun, sorry. And then we've got Vega, which is bigger again. And then look at the size comparison. So this is our sun, which dwarfed our planet, but look at it compared to this star here. And then look at that compared to this star here. Our sun, almost just a dot now. And then look at that. You cannot see our sun anymore in comparison to this star. So when I say our sun is a medium-sized star, it is dwarfed by some other stars that exist out there in the observable universe. But then much, much bigger than those stars that we've seen. And now we're not even a speck. We can't see Earth at all. We can't
Could
even see
you,
our
if you
sun.
pause, sir, just to identify what we're looking at there, because you can't see anything.
Well, yeah, that's the point, because it is a
It's
black,
a black
hole.
hole.
A black hole.
Right. Whoa!
There we go, Cat's Eye Nebula. So now so large we can barely see anything of what we saw at the beginning of planets. Beyond that is another nebula, far bigger, the Helix.
So, what is a nebula?
Nebula is a collection of stars. It's a giant cloud of gas and stars and things like that in space. So we've got the Orion Nebula here.
Are we part of a nebula, sir?
I don't know. Are we?
I'll fact check.
Fact check. There's Omega Centauri. 50 light years across, so you'd have to travel at the speed of light for 150 years to get across there.
No. We're not in a nebula.
No. And then that is the Milky Way, which is our galaxy. And then far vaster than that, and far vaster than that,
Gee whiz.
and far vaster than that.
What's that?
That's the universe.
Oh, the known universe.
the known.
What we know so far.
So there are magnificent things in our solar system, the size of which is incredibly hard to comprehend.
Unfathomable.
Unfathomable. That's a word that I like but can't really say very well. Now, this is something that I really, really like. This is the little blue dot, and I don't know if you can pick that up.
You can't, but shall I bring the camera a bit closer just for a second?
Yeah.
So, I can't. Can you just point out the blue dot?
So it's just a speck here.
Right.
A little speck there. So this photograph was taken by Voyager 1, which was a space probe traveling out into the universe. And this was about 4 billion miles away from Earth. And you could just see Earth just as a tiny little speck. That's all that could be seen of Earth from the photograph of Earth that far away.
What's
from
that
us.
strip of light? Is that a transfer?
I'm not sure what that strip of light is, but that is us. That tiny little speck that you can't even see
That's
on
mad.
YouTube is us. And Carl Sagan, who was an astronomer, saw this, and he said something about it. I want to read to you because I thought it was very, very poignant. Look again at that dot, and I'm going to let you see that dot one more time. He says, look again at that dot, that tiny little dot just there. Size of a full stop. Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines. Every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor, and explorer. Every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and every sinner in the history of our species lived there on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. Everything we've ever known, that dot. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Think of the endless cruelty visited by the inhabitants of one corner of this pixel on the scarcely distinguishable inhabitants of some other corner. How frequent their misunderstandings, how eager they are to kill one another, how fervent their hatreds. Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, delusion that we have some privileged position in the universe are challenged by this point of pale light. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbour life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. Visit? Yes. Settle? Not yet. Like it or not, for the moment the Earth is where we make our stand. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot. Home we've ever known.
So I absolutely love that, and that is deep, is meaningful, and I'll come over here and profound. However, could we just break that down a little bit? What are we getting at there, sir?
So what we're getting at there is everything that ever existed, every brave thing that's happened, every deed that's been done, every cruelty that's happened on this tiny, insignificant speck of dust.
So, people who think what they're doing is so important and so significant.
And the things that you get caught up in every single day that stress you, that worry you, is all happening. Everyone's. Billions and billions and billions of people right here.
Yeah.
Worried, stressed, upset, anxious, hurting, fighting, killing. On this tiny little dot.
So what's the implication then? The implication is
this is all we know.
Mm-hmm.
Its significance to us is paramount. Everything on this dot is everything we love and everything we know. But to the universe, it's insignificant.
I like that. Okay.
And because of that insignificance, yet the significance to us, we should protect our planet.
And significant means important, and insignificant means
Not important.
Thank you.
And we should try and be kinder to that planet itself and to each other.
So would you full screen that for us?
This?
Well, all of these.
Sure.
That's better.
So, ideas about the planets. Let's find out and share what we already know. In groups, answer the following questions. So if you've got people around you, you can answer this. If not, you may type it into the chat. But can you name the planets? Do you know the order of the planets? And where have you got your ideas from? So, sir, let's start off. Can you name the planets? And can you name the planets in order?
Yeah. Oh, gosh, they're not in order.
Without looking.
Well, I remember if you go to part 1 of our 26-hour Teach-A-Thon, then there is a fantastic moment when the speech and language base come in.
I loved
Wasn't that a great moment?
Was a really beautiful
They
moment.
sung a song for all of the planets, and they told us all sorts of information about the planets. And that was
they
when
did so well.
Candidate Khaled Mahmood was here.
And I think he was impressed, wasn't he?
He was very impressed by that. So, can I just have a go?
Yes, okay.
Mercury?
Okay.
Is that the first one?
Mm-hmm.
Mars?
No.
What's the yellow one? Venus.
Yes.
Right. Mercury. Venus, then Mars.
Yeah.
Earth?
Yes.
Can I go Neptune?
Oh, sorry. It wasn't Mars.
Oh, is it not?
No, it was Mercury, Venus, Earth, then Mars. Sorry, sir.
Oh, Mars is further away.
Yeah.
Neptune? Saturn? I don't know. I mean, I know the rest of the planets, but the order I haven't got a clue.
Okay. So it is,
Is there a nice mnemonic? Or
there is, and there's one that we've got, and there's one that we'll learn. But it's basically Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn.
Wait, hold on. Earth, Mars, Jupiter's the next one?
Yeah.
But that's massive.
No, it's about the distance from the sun, that size. Mercury, Venus,
I understand
Earth,
that, but I'm just
Mars,
surprised that we're quite close to that thing that's just so
Jupiter.
enormous. Yeah.
Saturn,
Yeah.
Uranus,
Mm.
Neptune, Pluto.
Now that's interesting because I know often when you look up at the sky at night, you can see Jupiter and you can see Mars. I don't know about whether you presumably can see the other planets. I think Saturn and that, but Jupiter and Mars are often very noticeable, aren't they?
Yeah.
That makes sense because they are,
They are
well,
close
even though
and
Mars
they're
is
large.
close, but Jupiter is massive. Mars is smaller
Mars
than
is
Earth,
smaller
right?
than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is there anything else on there?
No, that's what we're covered.
Oh, well, I'll come back.
And here we are. This is what
Whoa!
we said. So Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter.
So this is not to scale though, is it? Because I thought Earth could easily fit into just that storm alone.
Yeah, it's not perfectly to scale, but it gives you a fair representation of the planets and where they are. So Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. No Pluto anymore. But what about Pluto?
Whoa, what about Pluto?
So we did talk about this. The International Astronomical Union, the IAU, downgraded the status of Pluto to that of a dwarf planet. So no longer a planet, a dwarf planet, yes.
I just wanted to let you know in the chat, people have actually been joining in and they've been getting. So we've got here people who've got the order right: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, which I think they said just before you said it as well. We've got some thumbs up, people supporting, saying not long to go. Miss Loftus tuned in this morning. 3 hours left. Well done, guys. Darcy's
back.
sorry, yeah, which is nice. Saying hi. I think you got some people from Causeway Green who've tuned back in this morning, sir. It's good to see, and a few people from Anglesey as well. So it's alive and kicking.
Yeah, fabulous. Pluto was downgraded to that of a dwarf planet because it did not meet the 3 criteria that they used to define a full-size planet. Essentially, it meets all the criteria except one. It has not cleared its neighboring region of other objects. So within its orbit and within its orbital path, it hasn't cleared objects of smaller or similar size to itself. And because of that, it cannot be classified as a full planet. Not about the size of the planet itself. And then we've got some facts about the differing planets in our solar system. So some interesting facts that we're going to go through.
I love it.
Venus, second planet from the Sun, is 108.2 million kilometers from the Sun. So
That's a long way.
that is a long way, a very long way. It's so far away that I can't imagine it.
I'm unable to imagine it as
I
well.
am unable to
Now,
imagine.
sir, it's interesting because that planet is quite yellow. Now, why would it be so yellow?
I don't know.
I bet you do.
I don't really.
Do you really not know?
No, you
I
tell
actually
me.
know.
Go
Well,
on.
because you can find spots on Earth that are quite yellow as well.
Oh, really? Why is
Yeah,
that?
sometimes if you go to bubbling little things in the volcanic, there's sulfur has this kind of
Sulfuric.
yellow. So maybe sulfuric acid. It does actually
Wow.
say there that sulfuric
I
acid
didn't know that.
burn yellow colour, and that sulfuric acid is rich in the environment, which makes it very hard to get stuff down there because of the acidic nature. And what have we found out today about acids, sir?
Rots your teeth.
It rots your teeth. We're going to come back and confirm
So
that later.
you shouldn't eat Venus.
It's probably best to
It's what
avoid
you're saying.
eating Venus.
Don't eat Venus, or don't put your teeth on Venus at least.
462 degrees centigrade. Bit on the warm side as well.
It's certainly on par with this room.
Did the Russians land something there once? I need to find out about that.
Fact check.
check.
Fact check.
Fact check.
So, discovered by Babylonian astronomers, the discovery date was 1700 BC. It is named after the Roman goddess of love. Temperature is 462 degrees Celsius. Colour is clouds of sulfuric acid, which said, and they make it look a burnt yellow colour. It's made of rock. It's a rocky planet. Has no moons, no natural satellites. And an interesting fact about Venus is that it rotates on its axis and orbits the Sun in 243 days. Remember, sir, how long it takes for us to rotate and to orbit the Sun, rather?
Is it 3,650 days?
No, very close. You got most of the digits right. You just the place value was a little wrong.
365,000 days.
Too far the other way, I think. So
Is it 365 days?
It is, yes.
So, I like a fact check, and it turns out that the Russians did actually manage to land satellites and things onto Venus 3
wow.
times, and they amazingly did provide some photos of like what it looked like, because I do vaguely remember that in my head, and it's like this just wild alien world. It's quite exciting because unlike a lot of the planets, it has a kind of atmosphere because of all the gases. So things like Mercury and Mars don't have much of an atmosphere, whereas this does. So it has clouds, it has gases around.
Maybe
it's
we
quite
can
a-
get it up on the other pictures of it up on the other screen. Show it to the camera.
That'd be nice.
Really interesting.
That'd be nice.
Mercury is the first planet from the sun. We're talking 46 to 70 million kilometers from the sun, so still very, very far away. Roman god of messengers is who it is named after. Temperature, interesting one on this one. When it's out of the sunlight, it is minus 173 Celsius. But when it's in the sunlight, it is 420 Celsius. So actually, even though it is closer to the sun, because of the lack of atmosphere, as Sir was saying, it's not as hot as Venus. Colour, grey, made of iron and rock. Moons, 0 again. Rotates on its axis and is the quickest planet to orbit the sun. It takes Mercury 88 days because it is the closest planet to the sun. Okay, Mars, the fourth planet from the sun, is 227.9 million kilometers away. It was discovered by Egyptian astronomers.
Whoa!
Yeah, 2000 BC, so about 4,000 years ago.
Can I pause with the pictures of Venus?
Sure. Do you want to come in and have a look?
Yeah, just I find it like an amazing sort of. Oh gosh, let me get this up so I can see it on the view. Look at this sort of amazing yellowish kind of like a post-apocalyptic kind of
really
world.
bizarre, isn't it?
I just think it's quite
It's
amazing.
a very like, I don't know, weird.
All sort of cracked, and you've got this sort of cloud up at the top, and these kind of valleys and all sorts of things. It really looks like a proper alien world. And this is not actually from it, but that is the BBC's impression of what it would look like. So they think that there would be these vicious lightning storms from, there's a lot of activity in the sky, which would be creating a lot of static electricity. So you'd be down on this land, lightning stormings, and the surface is a little bit like certain parts of Earth, I think, personally.
Yeah.
And I know that there are theories that there could potentially have been water or life or something a very, very, very long time ago. I just think it's quite an amazing place we don't know a lot about.
No,
Thanks, sir.
thank you. We know more about Mars.
We do. We're quite keen on Mars, aren't we?
Yeah, we like Mars. I like Mars.
You love Mars.
I do love
You
Mars.
prefer Freddos, though, don't you, sir?
Love Freddos. So Mars, named Roman god of war. Temperature generally ranges between minus 87 degrees Celsius to minus 5 degrees Celsius. So pretty cold, pretty chilly planet. Its colour is red. It's known as the red planet.
We're up to 20 viewers, sir.
We're up to 20 viewers. Wonderful. That is really good news. Red rock. Moons, 2 Phobos. We actually learned about Phobos, didn't we?
Yeah.
We learned that if you jumped really hard for Phobos, there's a chance.
No way. Is that on
you
here?
Would, I mean, the fact isn't there, but it's
Phobos
one of the
and
rules.
Deimos. So which one was the one? One of them you would have enough power to launch yourself off completely, and the other one, we'd have to get it the right way around.
I think Phobos was the one where if you jumped, it was 770 meters, and then you would slowly fall, but then you would gain speed and you would probably break your legs. And
Yeah.
you
It said that you might survive.
might survive.
One of the things they said about it,
It's
Phobos,
soft,
yeah,
wasn't it?
because it's so small, it's not and doesn't create as much gravity. It has a sort of soft, padded kind of layer of dust on the surface of it, and that's quite an amazing concept, isn't it? The gravity's so low that should you jump, you'd actually jump 770 meters high in the sky, and you would slowly come down. But yeah,
You would speed up
a little bit.
yourself,
Yeah, but you survive,
Survive, probably.
possibly.
Probably. It's theoretical.
It's
isn't
all
it?
theoretical,
It's all
sir.
theoretical. Rotates on its axis and orbits the sun.
But that one, if you jumped,
You'd leave it.
you just go into space. That's incredible to me.
Terrifying. The sun orbits it in 687 days, so almost twice as long as Earth.
The sun orbits it. It orbits the
It
sun.
orbits the sun. And, yeah, it's only the next one along, actually, but it takes twice as long to orbit the sun as us. The third planet from the sun, that is us, 149 million kilometers, from the sun. It's named after, no, it's not named after anything like the other ones. Earth is the only planet not named after a Roman or a Greek god. The word Earth comes from both English and German words, Jörth, Earther, and Erd, which mean ground. Temperature depends where you are on our planet. It can range from minus 88 degrees Celsius all the way up to 58, the highest recorded temperature.
58
degrees Celsius.
That fluctuates quite a lot, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
I actually, yeah.
Depends
58
where.
degrees. Where is
Where?
that? I think one of the hottest places, isn't there somewhere in, is it Ethiopia or somewhere in Africa where there's it's very low and the incredibly high heats are attained. It's a fact check, isn't it?
It's a fact.
I'm going to go and fact check that one.
How are we doing with the chat?
Chat is going really well. We've got loads of chats, all sorts of comments from all sorts of people. People
Yeah.
are asking if we had breakfast.
I think we're so tired, we're not quite hungry.
quite
I think
hard
it's
to
hard
eat.
to eat when you're very tired. I think.
People are talking about how those planets look like they'd be warm. People are asking for likes and subscribes, which is great. We got one from Mr. Pemberton. Thank goodness for that scientific conclusion. I can't remember what our scientific conclusion was.
Which was of yours or mine?
Who knows? It was a lot. I can't remember what I said 5 minutes ago, let alone.
You said something about a hot bowl that you've got to.
Yeah, we've got some sunglasses emojis.
Wow,
That's pretty nice.
that's pretty good.
I'm going to go and fact check this.
Should we have a look at what we've raised so far? I feel like it's probably time for that. We'll pause that and we'll just go through a few more facts in a moment. Wow, time is hurtling ahead. 37 minutes I've been talking pretty much from 8 o'clock. So we are getting close to our last 2 hours, which is nice.
So the hottest place on Earth, the record is actually in Death Valley, California. It has the record highest air temperature of 56.7 degrees.
Wow.
So hottest place, Death Valley. What are we on?
We have had another contribution. Lots of love, Mr. Jordan. So proud.
Excellent. That's great.
And we are up to £2,150.
Okay, we're rocking
So
it.
we're at 71% of our target. If anyone's watching, anybody wants to donate, we are almost there. So I think your money's pretty safe to say that we've done the 26.
We're
close.
amazing.
Let's not say we are. We are pretty
at
tired.
any point pass out here.
So fabulous.
You're going to keep going now, aren't you?
Just going for a few more minutes.
Come on. You can do this, sir. I believe in you.
Some PowerPoints about important people in science as well, which I'll do a little bit later.
Do that a little bit later because I'm going to have a little check-in on a couple of things.
Absolutely.
When you
And
finish.
I feel like I should finish my Isaac Newton
But
story
before
as well.
that, I'm going to read a little bit more about Charles Darwin.
That sounds nice. So I think maybe finish this.
Yep.
Your check-ins and Charles Darwin.
Yep.
Then we'll look at some famous people.
That's how it's going to go.
And then maybe Isaac Newton. And then the BBC want to talk to us
I was
about
going to
10
say,
o'clock, don't they?
I think it'd be nice. You can listen to what it sounds like to be recorded on BBC Radio along with us.
Yeah,
And
you
so
can just come in.
you can just listen to that. We'll show you as being recorded, and that's an experience in itself, isn't it?
Absolutely. And then we'll
We'll
probably
do that.
wrap up with elephant's toothpaste.
Elephant. Oh gosh, the elephant's toothpaste.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you think that's what we finish with?
Oh, go on. We've got non-Newtonian fluids as well. Miss Duncan got us a load of cornstarch.
Oh, okay. We're going
couldn't
for
make
what?
that. Both. I'll tell you what. You just keep doing this. Let me research. Keep going.
So we're not named after a Roman or Greek god. The colour of our planet: blue, green, white. Made of rock and metal. Interesting. That's the type of music that we're made of.
Oh my gosh, rock and metal.
Rock and metal. You wouldn't think, would you?
Birmingham.
I think
Birmingham.
rock. Birmingham. Absolutely. Yeah.
Birmingham.
Home of rock. Moons. One. The moon, otherwise known as, rotates on its axis and orbits the sun in 365 days. Saturn, the 6th planet from the sun, is 1.433 billion kilometers away from the sun. Discovery date 800 BC. Roman god of many things, including time and wealth. Mostly yellowish brown, very cold at minus 139 Celsius. What's it made of? Well, it's one of the gas giants, so mainly it's made of hydrogen and helium. Moons, interestingly enough, it has 62 moons. 62.
I'm going to get a bowl for this non-Newtonian fluid, okay?
Sure. The amount of days in 1 year are 10,756. That's how long it takes for Saturn to orbit the Sun. A very, very long time. In fact, let's work that out. 10 years for us would be about 3,600. So that's about 30 years-ish, give or take. About 30 of our years to go once around the Sun for Saturn. Looking then is the 5th planet from the Sun. It is 778.5 million kilometers from the Sun. Discovered by Babylonian astronomers. The discovery date was between 800 and 700 BC. Named after the king of Roman gods, Jupiter. The temperature ranges from -87 to -5. That's very close, in fact. Even though it's so far away, that's very close to the temperature range on Mars. Interesting. Color: white, orange, red, brown, and yellow. Made of gas, another one of our gas giants. There's mainly hydrogen and helium. Same as Saturn. Moons, a lot again, in fact, more moons than Saturn. It has 67, including Europa. Days in a year, less for this one, it's closer to the Sun. 4,333 days is how long it takes to orbit. Neptune is the 8th planet from the Sun. That's the furthest away. Let's go for the 7th first. Let's go for Uranus. Uranus is the 7th planet from the Sun, and it is 2.877 billion kilometers away. It was discovered by a man named William Herschel, and the discovery date, fascinating, it's probably because it's so far away that we needed more advanced telescopes to see it. So the others were discovered, BC, but these had to wait until we could see further into space. So we've got an actual discovery date for this. It's March 31st, 1781. Uranus is named after the Greek god of the sky. Temperature, very cold, a -197, unimaginable cold. Color blue-green, made of ices like water, ammonia, and methane. Moons, 27, a lot of moons, these planets that are further out. 27 moons, including Oberon and Titania, named, no doubt, after the characters in the Shakespeare play Midsummer Night's Dream. Days in a year, 30,687. 30,000, so that would probably take us, about 90 years to get around it. 90 Earth years, sorry, to get around the Sun. Finally, Neptune, because remember, Pluto has been downgraded to a dwarf planet. Neptune, the 8th planet from the Sun, 4.503 hearts and vinegar.
It smells so good. It's fresh in here, sir.
It's hearts and vinegar.
It's old hearts and vinegar.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Right.
4.503 billion kilometers from the Sun. Discovered by Urbain Le Verrier and Johann Gaia on September 23rd. And again, we've got a specific date. Again, because it's so far away, it would have to be seen through a telescope. And it would have to be better than this date. How much better? About 60 years better. September 23rd, 1846 is when we discovered Neptune. Named after the Roman god of the seas. Temperature slightly colder.
Why it was named after a Roman god of the seas.
I have absolutely no idea.
It's got that kind of bluey tinge.
No idea.
Well, who knows?
Who knows?
We'll never know.
We will never know. And we will never dream to know.
No.
No one ever asked to know.
Well, this one's interesting. It's God of the sky. That
We've
one
already
does.
spoken about this.
Forget it then. What's next?
They're just the Roman god of the seas. Minus 201 degrees Celsius. I
Chilly.
think that's the coldest one we've seen.
Yeah.
Colour?
I'm going to say green.
No, blue.
Oh, wow.
Made of gas, mainly hydrogen and helium. And in fact, all gas giants mainly made of hydrogen and
That's
helium.
interesting because what did we find out about hydrogen and helium earlier on with the children in part one, which is
That there are really, really low amounts that make up our air.
barely anything.
Yeah, barely anything. But all of the gas giants mainly made of hydrogen and helium. And actually, the sun at its core, what does it have?
Hydrogen. But before you move on from that, it would be quite nice in the chat if people were watching part one because none of the children here knew what 78% of all of the air around us was. Do you remember that?
I know what it was, yeah.
Well, let's keep it quiet. Let's see if the chat
Let's
can
see if
mention
anyone in the chat
78%
can
of
get it.
all of the air, all of this stuff is something. What is it?
Let's see if they know. 14 moons. A lot of moons, these further away planets, including Triton. Days in the year, 60,000. So that would take about 180 years to get around Earth years.
Did you
to
just
get
do
around
that
the
maths?
sun. I did it for that one, which is half of that one, and my maths was shaky at best on that. About that.
Impressive.
Rotates on its axis and orbits the sun in 60,190 days. 1 year on Neptune is the same as 165 Earth years. So my maths was actually completely wrong.
I believed it.
Yeah.
I reckon they
I
all
reckon
did.
the chat did. I reckon nobody was.
Let's see if anyone got what the
What
gas
was the guess?
is. Hello. Oh, one person has got it. Give it to Darcy. Do you know that's what
Darcy. Oh, we shouldn't say names.
Shouldn't they say
because,
names?
obviously, we shouldn't be saying names.
Forget
But
that.
Absolutely do.
It is nitrogen. Well
and
done.
Wonderful that she absolutely is. So you were saying about mnemonic.
Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
To remember, a really good one is my very easy method just speeds up nothing.
That's actually pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, my very
My
easy method
just speeds up nothing. And what was that we learned earlier on for the compass? The compasses?
Naughty elephant squirt walk.
Naughty elephant squirt walk.
And there was another one. My very elderly mother just served up noodles is also a good one.
I'm not going to remember that.
Right.
I will remember this though.
Okay.
My very easy method just
We
speeds up
talked
nothing.
about day and night. So I'm not going to go over that. We've actually talked about position of the sun.
Sun.
We haven't talked about time zones, but I feel like maybe it's time to go back to experiments, move on.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little thing. We're going to make a non-Newtonian fluid.
Well, I'll let you drive
Yeah,
and I'll just join
You join in as and when.
Sure.
I tell you what would be useful if we remove these whilst I sit this.
Sure.
So, I'm making something called a non-Newtonian fluid, and I think it's exciting to make a non-Newtonian fluid because we've been learning all about Isaac Newton.
Newtonian fluids, yeah.
Isaac Newton. And Isaac Newton, as if you've been following us all through the night, we've been discovering he wasn't the greatest guy in the world, was he?
No, he wasn't really well liked, I don't think.
No, but he was the person who, he didn't invent gravity, but he did sort of work out what was going on, come up with the first theories around it, this idea that there was a force coming down to Earth. Now look, his theory is just a theory. So there are theories that it's a force coming down to Earth. There's a theory that we're pushing up against. There are all sorts of theories around here, but gravity is what we're working with at the moment. So this is an interesting fluid because it doesn't follow all of the same rules that you would traditionally think of. And I think presumably that's why it's called non-Newtonian. Sir, would you mind a little fact check on why exactly it's called non-Newtonian? That would be really, really handy for me. So I'm going to pop this, and you can do this along at home. This is one of these at-home things. I've never done this, so I might get this wrong. We might have to do it a couple of times. Mrs. Duncan was really kind, and she came and brought us the required ingredients for this. So what we're going to need is cornstarch. I'm going to just zoom this out a second. So can we see both the science zone and the board?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
A non-Newtonian fluid is a fluid that does not follow Newton's law of viscosity.
Perfect. My guess was correct. So it doesn't follow Newton's law, which implies it's not a very good law. So what we need to do is put about an equal amount of corn. So here's my cornstarch. Other brands, of course, are available. Corn flour. She doesn't say it's cornstarch. Other brands are available. We're going to put about an equal amount of flour as we are going to put in water. So I'm going to find a vessel to transfer the flour in. I'm just gonna pour
Oh, I love flowers.
You do. You're a big fan of flowers. We did a lot of work on
Little
flowers.
chicken. We're waking up on the old not just eat on the just giving
Oh, that's
site, which is really lovely. I mean, this really is about raising the money for the children and helping gain that kind of tech equipment. And we're up to 73% of our target. We
amazing.
are at £2,205 now.
Honestly, it's incredible.
We've had some lovely. We've got some lovely comments. We've got what a fantastic effort. Donation of £50 there, and then we've got a wonderful donation of £5 from a student that I recognise. I won't call out the name on the chat or on the live stream, but it says thank you, Mr. Keeling. You are a star. So that is really lovely too. So thank you so much.
You're a giant burning ball of gas.
That's exactly because we had the stars on. They probably recognised that I was quite, in the kind of
Yeah,
gassy.
you understand what you're
Because
saying.
I've been burping a lot, haven't I?
You have been producing quite a lot of gas. That is true.
Mr. Jordan, thank you
are a
for
bit of a
that.
star.
That's pulled that a little bit.
Oh, is it pulled? Will you realign that?
I'll realign it a little bit. I don't know if that's working. There we go.
There we go.
There we are.
Guys, we can see the board.
Wonderful.
See this
Okay.
right.
We have got 26 people on right now, so if
That's amazing.
anybody does want to donate,
Cornstarch.
please
Oh!
look at the link
Corn
below
flour.
and add your contributions.
I've got to say, it helps when people are on because I was when we had one person watching, I was really struggling.
There's points where I was almost falling over.
Yeah, it was tricky.
Okay.
So what we're doing is we've measured this out exactly, and I'm doing an equal part of.
What is Newton's law of viscosity?
Well, the
Viscosity,
idea would be that
Viscosity.
this viscos is law.
Yeah.
Basically, this isn't his law.
No, but what is his law?
Well, he believes in the opposite what this is going to produce.
Okay, well, what is this going to produce?
Fact check it. Come on. I don't know. Right. Go. Right. So measured out properly, please. So if you get a cup at home, where are you? There you are. Measured out a cup at home. Best thing to do is put about a quarter of a cup of this stuff, cornstarch. I'm going to say that's about a quarter of a cup. You're going to measure it out properly though. I just don't have the equipment. And you're going to put about an equal amount of.
Okay, so Newton's law of viscosity defines the relationship between the shear stress and shear rate of a fluid subjected to mechanical stress.
So what? Explain that a little bit.
No idea.
I think what that means is that this is a liquid and it should act like a liquid basically, but it's not going to act like a liquid. So it's a little bit hard to mix it all up, which is kind of interesting because I'm starting to get an idea for why this is going to be a bit of a tricky customer. I'm going to put a lot more cornstarch into here. So, sir, what I think that means is most liquids, if you were to bash your fingers into them, you'd sort of go straight into it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Whereas with this one, I think it's going to do something a little bit different.
A bit like when you run on really thick custard.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever done that, sir?
No, but I've seen it on Brainiac.
I saw it on Brainiac too. That was a good show.
It was fascinating, wasn't it? I think we just stopped it when Richard Hammond went to Wales, and he just went for a peaceful life, I think.
Yeah, you never heard of Richard Hammond again after that, did you?
Well, I haven't really heard of him lately, to be honest.
Right, already,
Yeah, it's just acting very much like a solid, to be honest.
it's quite amazing because you can see that it's liquid, but as I run my stick through
I
it,
don't know, it's
it kind
all completely dissolved.
breaks, doesn't it? Which is quite interesting. Right. Oh, I'm just getting my fingers in, I don't know why I'm. Whoa! Now that is amazing. Already, we've got something incredible about it. I know it hasn't all mixed in. I'm going to put a little bit more water into this. Okay. It's really weird, and it is reacting to. Whoa!
That really is interesting.
Now that's interesting. So
That
what's
is
happening?
interesting.
I squeeze it hard. I can grab it and pick it up, and then suddenly it turns into a liquid, which is
That
absolutely
is
bizarre.
fascinating.
I've never been able to grab a liquid before. Grabbed it, and it's just.
I'm genuinely impressed by that.
So, do you want to get your fingers into this?
I don't, but I want to watch you do it a bit more.
Right. So I wish people would. That is
is
quite
really
amazing.
cool.
So I'm able to sort of run my fingers in, and it feels like a solid. And then all of a sudden, now, so I've heard that what you can do is you can hit it. Would you like to just hit it?
Sure. Whoa, I felt that. That was really weird.
Yeah.
It's a liquid.
And it suddenly becomes a liquid. So when you hit it, it becomes like solid, but then you can see it. If I just move my fingers through it gently, it is a
Does it feel like liquid?
Yeah, so would you mind? We need to do a little bit of a fact check right now to find out exactly what is going on. And I tell you what, I'm going to leave you to play about with that exciting show. Do you want to put some more cornstarch in?
No, I think it's good how it is.
I'm going to wash my fingers and we're going to come up with an explanation.
Are you going to write up a reason for it then?
Yeah, well, what would be our prediction would be really good. So I was wondering if in the chat we could have a few predictions. What do we think is going on there? Because that is quite unusual that you can...
It is bizarre.
If you can turn it around, sir, because we can only see your hand there, sir. So what happens when you run your fingers from one end to the other real quick?
It's hard to move it through.
Really, look,
it's
really struggling.
Becoming a solid.
High resistance. But if you do it slowly, sir,
It's fine.
it's just like being in a liquid, which is quite amazing. So
Yeah,
I want some
in the
predictions.
chat,
What's
do you
happening?
think is going on? If you're, even if you're an adult in the chat, if you know what's going on, actually, I'm going fast now, and it's easy through it now.
That's quite amazing.
It's changed.
So I think what we'll do is we'll come up with a bit of it. I've got a few ideas.
It's not becoming solid anymore.
Let's have a look. Great job. I'm fasting because Eid. That's good. Make snow. Yeah, good. People donated. That's good. People are emailing Elon Musk, which is really, really good. So what's going on with this non-Newtonian liquid?
It's fully become a liquid, sir.
The unique behavior of non-Newtonian fluids arises from their molecular structure. In Newtonian fluids, like water, so most fluids we're going to call Newtonian fluids, and they follow Newtonian law. The molecules are relatively uniform and they flow easily past each other. But in these non-Newtonian fluids, the molecules are often long chains or have structures that can get entangled or align under stress, leading to changes in their viscosity. So what's happening, you can imagine with water, I would imagine it like putting my hand into some marbles. They are just easy to just move through. Okay, I wish I had some sort of examples of things here, but I don't. And, oh well. Easy to just move my hand through those marbles. However, if we took something like this, which I do have an example of, this is a bit like my non-Newtonian fluid. Okay, so if I slowly put my fingers through this tangled mess, I can easily get my fingers through them. And look, can you see how it kind of pours all around? But if I go hard at it, they've all tangled tight together. So we were looking earlier on in the stream at this idea of molecules and how everything is made up of molecules. We were looking at carbon dioxide and oxygen, and we were looking at the makeup of those. So this cornstarch experiment, unlike water, which I want you to imagine like marbles, yeah, which I don't have it, it doesn't matter. But imagine if you were going to put your fingers into just a bowl full of marbles, yeah, you would be able to just quite quickly go through. They would all move apart, and they move in a kind of uniform manner, yeah, which allows that easy kind of movement. Yes, there is resistance, and that's an important thing to notice because water has resistance, and we showed that earlier on. If you want to go back onto the live stream and check, we were popping different surface area chunks of blue tack into the water to see which one dropped the most. I'm just going to check on the thing that it's still. Oh yeah, there we are. So
I think recommend trying this at home. Actually, that if you've got corn flour, mix it with water, have a feel. It's unlike something. It's weird, isn't it? It's a strange.
That is quite amazing. If I bet you've got corn flour in your cupboard, and
I'd just give it a go.
Do they need permission from their parents?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Any science that you're going to try at home, just make sure that you've checked with your parents. Mainly, it's using up their resources, isn't it?
Just do it.
No, don't listen to Mr. Jordan.
No, ignore it.
Ask permission. Always ask permission.
Sneak, steal it. Right, but this is my Newtonian fluid, just like I was saying, and you can see that yes, it's moving, yes, it's flowing, but the molecules are all tightly tangled together. And when I bang into it, it actually hurts. But when I go slowly through it, my fingers come out at the other end. And I think that is an absolutely perfect way of modeling and explaining what's going on with those molecules in the non-Newtonian fluid. So that's pretty exciting, isn't it?
It is.
Non-Newtonian fluids. we've been learning all about Newton. Now, a couple of the other things I want to go and check in on now that we are here. Obviously, thanking one of our sponsors, we've got Class O2 for these lovely smelling things.
Yes, absolutely.
In fact, sir, would you mind
We'll do some thank
just to
yous
thank
our
some of the sponsors
I
who
think.
did some of those things? Whilst Mr. Keeling is getting that ready, I just want to check in on one of the experiments that we did do earlier, because earlier on in the live stream, we set up an experiment with a method and a hypothesis and everything, and it was all to do with germination. And what we were trying to do, oh my gosh, we've got a lot to tidy up, haven't we?
Yes, we do.
Do you know, look at this, it just moves like this. Absolutely amazing. We set up an experiment for germination, and
Can we just say thank you again? Sorry, so just chipping in. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 more donations for a total of another £40.
brilliant.
Which brings us up to £2,245, getting us to 74% of our target.
That's
We are doing, people are being amazing and they're supporting, and it's a wonderful thing. So thank you so much for people that have donated so far. And I'm just going to call out some of the sponsors, as we say, because I've got those lists up now. I'm not going to call out specific names of people, just in case they don't want that sharing on the live stream. But what I am going to do is just go through the kind of sponsors that are sponsoring. So I want to say thank you. Let's go back down a little bit. Let's say I want to say thank you to Peter Wilson from the BBC. He was the one who came and did the interview
the
with
BBC
us.
has been very useful.
They've been very helpful.
If you want to see Anglesey Primary School, if you go onto BBC West Midlands, you can go and go onto iPlayer. It's there.
Yeah.
If you look at the evening news from the 14th, which is yesterday, I think you need to go to 16 minutes 30. I think that's what it is.
In fact, do you know what, sir? Peter Wilson is in the chat at the moment.
Peter Wilson is in the chat right now.
He has said, "Good morning on the home stretch, looking strong," and we've got the bicep there as well.
Yes.
So thank you, Peter Wilson. That's wonderful.
So yeah, like I said, if you want to go on to BBC West Midlands, and it doesn't matter where you are in the country, you can access that, and I think it's about 16:30, and then you can see Anglesey Primary School, obviously in conjunction with Causeway Green. They have interviewed some of our children. You see them doing the heart dissection, a little interview with me and Mr. Keeling. So that's really, really good. And that was
and they've given us a real good slot on that as well. A good few minutes of a really, really kind of, and they've really shared our message, which is a wonderful thing. It's really nice of the BBC to do that for us.
Well, thanks, then, sir.
So thanks then, but thank you. Let's get some thank yous out. So thank you to 3S Associates, £50 that they have donated to us. Thank you to Tame Ground Maintenance, another £50 there. £200 from SDS Limited, Specialist Development Contracts Limited. Thank you so much for that. Pure Leasing Limited gave us £200. Wonderful, wonderful donation. Thank you so much for that. Genie Cleaning Services. We haven't done the draw for the name, but we will do that. We'll do that later. The name for the dog and for the raffle, and they've donated £200 as well as some lovely balloons that say supporting Teach-A-Thon too, which is really, really, really nice. So thank you, Genie Cleaning Services. I believe that is all of
the Magnetism and you kind of come up with it. But this is very exciting because we've been checking in with this all night. We set up the experiment for germination and we planted those seeds, and Mr. Keeling was pretty negative about germination. He thought it was going to be
it's not going to germinate, not in that amount of time.
Slow process, and nothing was going to happen. And I said, don't be so boring, Mr. Keeling. These things are going to fire.
Whoa, someone has just donated £100.
Wow, that's absolutely
£100 has just been donated. Well done, both doing a great job. We are at £2,345.
So I am going to show you these. Now, Mr. Keeling, you put the seeds in at different measurements. And if people were doing it along at home, you asked them to set up the experiment and tell them at the different depths in the soil whether it was going to germinate. So are you ready for 5 centimeters?
I'm ready to not see any seed germinate.
Every single one's going to germinate.
Okay. That was your prediction.
Prediction.
If you were wrong, what are you going to do, sir? Because
I'm going to move on to another experiment.
Didn't you say, if before the end of sorry, really sorry,
just
to interrupt, just very quickly.
Not a chance.
Didn't you say £3,000? Didn't you? No, you didn't say anything.
Thank you. So, for 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters of depth. Have we had germination?
No.
I didn't work.
I mean, do you want to dig in, find the seeds, and see if they are starting to actually germinate?
Sure. In a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll start doing that. Here we go. 4 centimeters.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look at 4 centimeters. Do we have germination? No, we don't.
Oh my goodness.
Don't be serious.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, yes you do.
Oh my
Let's
goodness.
get that onto the.
No, there's nothing there.
Well, there is. No, really. Well, you got me all excited. Put that back. Right. 4 centimeters. There's nothing. Okay, but that doesn't mean we're out of luck. Are you ready for 3 centimeters, sir? At 3 centimeters, we dug it in. Is that germination?
It's not long enough to germinate, sir.
No, there is germination. Hey, hang on. 2 centimeters. We dug this one in at 2 centimeters. Surely it's going to be something. Are you ready? Nothing either. Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 centimeter. Nothing. Surely half a centimeter has germinated. Sir,
Yes, sir.
this science experiment seems to have not resulted in any progress.
Well, that's good for me because that's what my prediction was.
Well, I have a question though.
Hmm.
Have we failed in our scientific experiment?
Yes.
I have another question for you. Have we failed in our scientific
That
experiment?
sounds very similar to the first question that you
And the
asked me.
answer is
No, of course
No.
we haven't failed. We have found something out, and as long as we found something out, we have succeeded.
yeah, I think that's a really important point, and we've been trying to stress that the whole way through. Science is not about getting everything right. That science is sometimes about getting things wrong and actually understanding the things. You have a theory, you think something's going to work, and then you find out that it's not going to work. That is science. For example, our guy we were learning about earlier on, which is Albert Einstein, of course. He had all sorts of theories, many of which were correct, many of which have been proved to not be correct. I can guarantee you that Albert Einstein is not sitting there feeling concerned that any of his theories have been disproved, because that is science. We make a hypothesis, we test it, we find out whether it was right or whether it was wrong, and that's what science is. As we've got a few more people in the stream, I think one of the other things that was quite a success story of the day.
I think we finished with the eggs. What do you think? Or that gets very close to the very end. I think we should leave the eggs.
I'm leaving the eggs, but I am going to show my capillary action.
Absolutely. Okay.
So we'll start with another failed experiment, and I won't go through all of it. But one thing we tried to do.
Oh, the celery. Yeah.
We tried our best, and we did set this up.
We set it up pretty late. That was the problem.
We tried to see whether the celery would absorb different coloured liquids through capillary action. And we set up some basic ones with water, and obviously nothing happened there. We then put some food dye in. This got green food dye in, and actually what ended up happening was nothing. I don't know if you can see that on the screen, but nothing happened. And actually, that turned out, we found out that was again our mistake, because we'd left the celery for a little bit too long. The ends had all dried up. We tried to cut it off, and it didn't work. Yet, not to worry, because we came up with a second solution on how we can show capillary action. And this is something that you can all do at home. All you need is different cups. I didn't use cups because I couldn't find cups at the time, but I did find this. What we ended up doing was we put red food dye into this one, we put green food dye into this one, and yellow food dye into this one. And we actually just put plain water into this, this, and this. And what's happened as the night has gone on, and this is using capillary action, the dye has been absorbed through this material, and it has kind of sucked itself down, and it has poured into the other liquid. So it's amazing, because actually the water has gone uphill, basically. I don't know if you can see this, but it's gone from a lower point, it's gone up, and then it's gone back down again, which I think is amazing. So you see, it's almost defying gravity, sir. So the green dye in here, you can see it's gone up, 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 over the top, all the way down, and it's ended up in here, turning that into a green colour. Defying gravity.
But that reminds me of the sun.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, doesn't the Wicked Witch sing I'm defying gravity?
I mean, I'd love you to sing it for us.
I don't know the lyrics.
Oh, okay, that's a shame.
It's a shame.
Right, was there something else I was going to show here, or are we moving on to something?
You were going to show the failed celery, but I think you've done that.
I think I've
haven't you?
done that, yeah.
You've done that. We're not going to go on to the eggs right now because I think that'll be
No,
nice little
saving that till
wow
later.
for later.
Shall I read a little bit more of my story? I know it's a little bit of a down.
Well, why don't I just take over for actually yes, because you read for a little while.
Yep.
Because you're probably going to be sorting out the BBC
I am.
part, aren't you? So you read for a little while, and then I'll talk about some scientists, and then I'll finish reading my Sir Isaac Newton book. I'll keep that going for a little while as well.
Right, we did, and I realised it's not as exciting as all of science, but we were just learning a little bit about Charles Darwin and why this guy is such an important, influential figure. And in this chapter, we found out beforehand that Charles Darwin, he was around in a time when people believed that the Earth was just created in 6 days and that was the end of it. And they didn't sort of look and discover and find out more about the history of the Earth. We were looking at evolution earlier on, and we were looking at how that works. And Charles Darwin was the guy who sort of first discovered evolution. And we just got to this part where he suddenly had the chance of a lifetime. So Charles graduated from college in the summer of 1831 at the age 22. He planned to return to Cambridge in the fall to do extra work, then become a minister. In the Church of England, ministers can marry and have a family. Charles would be in charge of a country church, preach sermons and help people. In his free time, he'd been able to explore nature. In August, Charles got a letter from his friend Professor Henslow. The professor had a surprising question for him. Travel around the world. Are you up for it? A captain in the British Navy named Robert Fitzroy would soon sail around the world. His ship, the HMS Beagle, we said that's a very important ship, would be gone for at least 2 years. There were several reasons for the trip. Great Britain wanted to do more trading with countries in South America. The captain and his crew would make maps of the ocean waters around South America, so other ships would know the best routes to take. Captain Fitzroy liked science and nature. He wanted to bring along a naturalist, someone who had studied nature. The naturalist would have to pay his own way, but he'd be able to collect plants and animals. Captain Fitzroy also wanted someone to talk to and share meals with on the voyage. Another thing for those who weren't reading earlier, one thing we found out about Charles Darwin, he didn't do that great in school. He wasn't that great a student, but he was fascinated in something, and he did then follow up with his dreams. It wasn't proper for the captain to be friends with the sailors under his command. Professor Henslow knew Charles loved nature, and Charles had a pleasant, friendly manner. Interesting. So he didn't need to be the best in class always, because he was a nice, well-rounded gentleman, which is, one of the most important things. He'd make a good companion for the captain on the long, lonely trip. Charles rushed to ask his father's permission. At first, Dr. Darwin didn't approve. What about the danger? What about Charles's plan to become a minister? Wasn't he ever going to settle down? It all sounded like a wild scheme. I'm going to have to have a little drinky of water. You can tune into one of our live streams from last night where we were cooking, weren't we, sir? And we were talking about the flavours.
I think if you want to see two teachers enjoying a steak,
we really enjoyed a steak.
You can watch that. You can watch us make a banana bread. You can watch us do a ghost hunt.
There was a ghost hunt. That's a very good point.
You can watch all of the, you can watch the silent ghost hunt. I think that's when we the interference with interference. Yeah.
Charles's heart sank. Oh, so sorry. Wasn't he ever going to settle down? It all sounded like a wild scheme. Charles's heart sank. Traveling on the Beagle seemed much more exciting than being a minister, and although sea voyages could be dangerous, Charles didn't think his father needed to worry. Luckily, Charles's uncle, Josiah Wedgwood, helped persuade Dr. Darwin to say yes. I love this. Darwin had a kind of a direction in his life set up. He'd go into this job and get that role and blah, 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 blah. And an opportunity came along. And rather than just settling for the life that was, set out for him, the route that was, predestined, he saw this chance to do something different. And he took and he grabbed that opportunity. I think that is really, really important. Luckily, Charles's uncle helped persuade Darwin to say yes. Charles packed his things and said goodbye to his family. In October of 1831, he went to Plymouth, England. Circumnavigating, which means going all the way around the world in a ship, was fairly common by Charles's day. 300 years had passed since Ferdinand Magellan first circled the globe in 1522. For the Beagle, however, there were many delays. First, the ship had to be repaired. Then, the weather turned bad. Charles could do nothing but wait. To help pass the time, he began to keep a diary. Charles decided to keep a journal of his entire voyage. At last, on December the 27th, 1831, the Beagle set sail. So he's taken that opportunity and off he goes. The Beagle was 90 feet and 4 inches long. 74 people lived on board, including 10 officers and 38 seamen. The boat carried drinking water and food, including about 6,000 tins of preserved meats. There were no refrigerators then. Not 1 inch of room is lost, Charles wrote. Charles had to share a small room called a poop cabin with 2 officers.
Sorry.
It was called a poop
It
cabin.
is called a poop cabin.
cabin.
Yeah.
With 2 officers. His sleeping hammock was strung over a table. During the day, the officers used the table to work on their maps and charts. Charles shared this same space. On his first try, Charles couldn't even climb into his hammock. It kept swinging away from him. Finally, he got in, but to stretch out his feet, he had to take out one of the drawers built into the wall. It was tight fit. There is a picture of him stretched out in his hammock with his feet stretched into
And
those
what room is he in?
the poop room. It's actually called the poop chamber. No, the poop cabin.
Lovely.
As it turned out, Charles spent a lot of time in his hammock. By the second day at sea, he got seasick. Charles suffered terribly during most of the trip. Charles once told a friend, "I hate every wave of the ocean." The Beagle's first stop was the Cape Verde Islands. These tropical islands lie north of the equator, about 500 miles off the western coast of Africa. The Beagle had been at sea for only about 2 weeks, but already Charles felt as if he had stepped into another world. Everything was new and different. Charles saw coconut and orange trees. He walked on volcanic rocks. Right away, he started collecting new insects, new flowers, and new sea creatures. Charles also became curious about how the island had been formed. Before leaving England, Captain Fitzroy had given Charles a new book called Principles of Geology by Charles Lyell, a geologist. And we learned about geologists earlier on when we were looking about where do we find fossils and how do we know about the history and how do we understand evolution. So geologists look at rocks. At the time, people believed that God had created mountains, continents, and oceans in the same way God had created living things. But Lyell said something different. He proposed that the Earth had been formed over a long period of time through natural processes such as volcanoes and earthquakes. Charles was fascinated by Lyell's bold thinking. Now sitting on the island beach in the hot sun, Charles had a wonderful idea. He would observe all the plants and animals and places he saw on his trip. He'd collect specimens, explore, and ask questions. Perhaps he could write a book too. Maybe he could discover new ways to look at our world. Charles was filled with excitement. His life now had purpose. He would follow his heart and become a scientist. Wow, that's what today is all about, isn't it? Following our hearts, becoming a scientist,
Cutting up hearts.
Cutting up hearts. Guys, do you want to see some hearts?
No, please.
You want to see some hearts?
No, I don't want to see those.
They want to see hearts. I've seen it. It's in the chat. Look what's happened to the hearts that we were cutting up.
Oh
do you know what? I need to turn the light on. That's what we're missing.
Warning, explicit, guys.
These are the hearts, and if you want to see the dissection of the hearts from yesterday, then you can tune into that. It was quite an eventful part of our live stream. Right, so
Do we have sealable bags left, sir? Because I've just realised we didn't do our explosions.
We do have seedable bags left. I'm going to take a little minute if you want to do something. if
Yeah,
that's all right.
well, I'll go through the bit that I said I'd go through,
Brilliant.
and then I'll read some more about where did Isaac Newton go? Oh, there he is, Isaac Newton. So here we are.
We were going to do it. I'm happy to do explosions in a minute as well, sir.
Absolutely, sir. So let's get back in. And we're going to do a little who's who. So if you don't mind monitoring the chat when you're back, so after you've had a minute, we'll see if anybody knows who the people are before they guess. But for now, just put it in the chat. Just have a look at yourselves and see if you can guess who these people are. These are all scientists, all famous scientists. And we're going to see if you can recognize any of them as we go through. And then I'll tell you a little bit about the people that come up. So let's just make sure you can see who's who of scientists. Here we go. Let's see. Okay. Number one. Anybody tell me who this gentleman is? Can anybody tell me who this gentleman is? Let's have a look what people are writing in the chat. Who is that? I'm not sure. Okay. Anybody know who this scientist is? Not Isaac Newton. Good guess. Isaac Newton is actually this person here. Isn't Isaac Newton. Anybody know? Hello, it's Mrs. Galloway here. Hello, Mrs. Galloway. Do you know who this scientist is that we've got up at the moment? Any idea? I haven't grown a beard. Okay. Gareth Bale? No, it's not Gareth Bale. Copernicus? It's not Copernicus. This is Galileo. Galileo was the first person to study the sky with a telescope. This led to discovering Jupiter's moons, the rings of Saturn, seeing that our moon has mountains and that the stars made up the Milky Way. So discovered quite a lot of fascinating things. Now, Galileo, like many scientists, actually got a lot of things wrong. Hi.
I forgot to celebrate something which happened half an hour ago. That was our 24-hour mark. Did you realise that?
Well, we've passed our previous attempt.
We have.
We've absolutely smashed the 24-hour Teach-A-Thon. More like the 24-hour what-a-thon. What-a-thon. Forget-a-thon.
Yeah.
24-hour forget-a-thon.
Amazing.
And we're into our 25th hour.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, it's not the real one.
Oh, gosh. We've been pestering Elon Musk for a long time.
But, you know, flash through occasion. No one got Galileo, unfortunately, sir.
Okay.
I think someone said Gareth Bale. That was pretty close. Mrs. Galloway's in, and she said Copernicus. It wasn't. It was Galileo. Did get a lot of things wrong, but found out a lot of things too. So, how about this person here? Who is this gentleman? Does anybody remember?
Hello,
anybody know who this?
Can you just remind
be?
people not to say their names on the chat?
Please don't say your names on the chat. Please keep that private because this is a public video and anybody can access this video. And also we have said throughout this video which schools we are a part of. Just like to also say class 02 on Vinted. Ooh, smells like a dream. Who is this? I'll give you a clue. We talked about this gentleman before on the stream, and he accidentally discovered penicillin. Does anybody know the name of this scientist? I'm sure that you do, sir. But does anybody else in the chat?
Oh, sorry, you're meant to be focusing on.
No, it's fine.
Right, I'm reading.
Anybody know who this gentleman is?
Fleming.
Fleming, absolutely. Who said that?
It was Miss Galloway.
Miss Galloway. Fantastic knowledge. So yes, Alexander Fleming.
Alexander Fleming
Saved millions of lives by discovering the
We did a whole bit on Alexander Fleming.
We
earlier.
did,
Please
absolutely.
tune in.
Penicillin, he discovered it by observing mold keeping bacteria away. Okay, how about this lady here? How about this lady? Does anybody know who this is? Anybody?
Oh, sorry. Elon Musk?
No.
Not Elon Musk.
Have we still got Elon Musk in the chat?
We've not. We've got someone saying Alexander.
I think that's probably the last one.
Oh, that was the last one. We've got he.
No, that's a laugh.
Let's see if we got. Give it a second, because some people are coming through with all sorts of ideas.
Fabulous.
We've got a load of deleted messages.
Oh dear, that's not good to hear.
No. W. I don't think we're going to get this one, sir.
No? Okay, well, then let's find out. This is Marie M. Daly. And Marie M. Daly's research helped us to understand how the human body works. She examined how proteins are made in the body, as well as discovering the relationship between high cholesterol and clogged arteries. This led to new understanding of how food and diet affect the circulatory system and the heart. So if you maybe this is a name that you would know. Okay, how about this? Do we recognize this? This is a very famous gentleman. Maybe some of us might get his name. We'll give the chat a minute, see if we can figure out who this is.
We've got please don't say any names on the chat. We need to keep reminding you.
Well, you can say names of the scientists, just don't say your own names,
say your own
please.
Names, please. We have nope.
Any of the teachers?
Nope, not yet.
I think the next one we're probably going to get after this one.
Okay, go for the next one, sir. No one's getting it.
Well, let's have a look at this one then. This is George Washington Carver. Now, George Washington Carver was an American scientist and a teacher who was famous for many agricultural discoveries and inventions. And I'm sure you recognize the name George Washington Carver. Born into slavery, Carver went on to become a brilliant botanist, person who studies the different plants, and later devised more than 300 ways in which to use the peanut. 300 ways to use the peanut. I only know, sir, 2 ways to use a peanut.
What are your 2 ways to use a peanut?
You eat a peanut.
Eat it.
You put it with butter.
And you put it with butter, peanut butter.
Does
and
anybody else know another way to use a peanut?
Is that the real question? Oh,
Well,
it is.
300 ways
300 ways.
to use the peanut.
I wasn't paying attention.
What other ways are there?
Could you have a face cream?
Maybe.
No, next one.
Nope, next one. I think the chat's going to come alive with this one because I think we're all going to recognize this gentleman.
All right.
And actually, the next one we should recognize too. How many? Don't say it out loud, sir. How many do we get?
To be honest, so far 0.
Wow, okay. Surprising.
Oh, 1.
Okay.
Mrs. Green.
Wow, okay.
She's understood it. She's got it.
Yeah, having a little wander away, are you?
Well,
That's a little walk.
yeah, a few people are now getting it.
Okay, so who is it, sir?
It's Irvin Manman. It's Albert Einstein, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein.
We actually did a little bit of it. We did a story on him, one of the big little idea books, didn't we, on Albert Einstein?
Yeah.
So we learned a lot about him earlier on. Actually, really nice guy. Used his fame for social justice, which is lovely, isn't it?
That is very good.
A big advocate of black rights in his day, which is lovely. Albert Einstein completely changed the way that we understand many things, including rewriting the law of gravity and discovering the famous equation E equals mc squared. Okay. Who's this?
Oh,
we should know that one.
We should know that
I'll have a
one.
little check in the chat.
That one's been all over.
So we're still on the last one. Einstein. Does anybody recognise this gentleman? I don't know. Okay, well, that's fair enough. Part of science is not knowing.
That's what we've been saying. He's got a very lovely haircut. Is it James May? It's with like James May.
It's not James May.
Not James May.
I honestly don't know who that is. First one to get it. It is Isaac Newton, Sir Isaac Newton. Not a very nice guy by all accounts, but a very intelligent one who discovered a lot. Isaac Newton is perhaps one of the greatest scientists that ever lived. He discovered gravity, built the world's first reflecting telescope, and showed that the colours of the rainbow make up sunlight. Who is this? I think we're going to go through them a little bit faster now, so I'm going to get into the book in a moment. But who is this?
This looks like a modern one.
Yeah.
Tell by the clothes.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to have a look if people are guessing it?
It's fine.
Let's have a look.
How many have we got on at the minute, sir?
People are asking if it's Sean. People are asking. People are saying, why are these all so hard? Who is that? I don't know. I don't think people know, sir.
Had another donation, kind donation. Well done, Mr. Keeling, from 3R nearly there, up to 2, 3, 5, 4, 78% of our target.
Fantastic.
And May Jemison, let's have a look. In 1992, so you were correct, sir, about it being contemporary. May Jemison became the first Black American woman to travel to space.
It's an astronaut suit.
Astronaut suit. Jemison first trained as a doctor and worked as a medical officer for the Peace Corps. Now, I actually read this last night when I put these slides on as a little amendment to the original slides, and I thought you would probably be somebody that knows a little bit about the Peace Corps.
Yeah, I know a lot about the Peace Corps. So basically, it is.
I thought you would. I was excited. I thought you might be able to share.
It's a military organisation that is got one purpose in life, and that is to eat peas. That's all they do. So they eat peas, they cook peas, they pick peas. It's just peas, 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 and they take that very seriously. I'm right, aren't I?
Peace.
I haven't got a clue. What's the Peace Corps, sir?
It's an organisation that go and spread a message of peace around the world and go and do charity work and,
What a
and
fantastic
kind of
thing
things
to
all
do.
over
What a fantastic thing to do.
in places that need help and support. And it's donating your own time to go and do that. Some people go and do that for years.
I was going to say, money is valuable, but time is precious, isn't it?
Yes, money is valuable. During a time in space. During a time in space, Jemison conducted lots of her experiments, earning herself a number of awards, such as the 1988 Essence Science and Technology Awards. So amazing things.
Oh, the ESTA.
The ESTA. You've
That's
heard of that,
amazing.
sir?
Oh, no.
You're obsessed with peas ever since you tried those out in Martin's garden that you stole.
I did not take anything from Martin's garden. Let's just not.
Do you remember that onion you were trying to
No, let's just be very clear.
Who is this? Does anybody recognise this? I think somebody might be able to get this one, sir. Let's have a look.
I'm going to go and have a look at the chat. No.
No?
Someone's asking. No, I can't say that. People are just saying it's pretty hard.
It's pretty hard.
No, not sure, sir.
No? Okay. This is Marie Curie. I'm sure we've heard of the charity for Marie Curie, the Marie Curie Cancer Trust. So Marie Curie discovered polonium and radium and helped develop X-rays and carried out the first radiation research into tumor treatment.
People did get Marie Curie, actually. They just popped in a little bit late, so there was a few Marie Curies in
Fabulous. That's really good to
Miss
hear.
Padwager and Miss Galloway both got that.
Wonderful. Did lots of really good things for helping the fight against cancer. A fact check for me, sir. Did Marie Curie die of radiation poisoning? Was that Marie Curie?
It's fact check time.
Or was that another famous scientist? Was it Marie Curie who died of radiation poisoning because obviously she was experimenting quite a lot with polonium. And her husband, I believe, as well.
Yes, she died. Well, yes, I don't want to read that, but she did.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Not
Thought
a
so.
great way to go by the
No.
sounds of things.
No. Okay, who is this? Does anybody recognise this gentleman? We'll give a few seconds to put anything in the chat that you might think.
Ooh, who is this? Who could it be?
Any guesses?
No guesses just yet. I guess if you give it a second.
Yeah, we'll do. No problem.
People just say no, it's a bit hard. Mr. Green thinks it's a little bit hard.
It's a little bit hard.
It is a little bit hard, to be honest. I mean, if you ask
But,
me.
you know, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't matter because we're learning about new scientific figures, isn't it? And it doesn't matter if we get this wrong.
Yeah.
This is actually Charles H. Turner.
Ooh, who is Charles H. Turner?
So Charles H. Turner was a behavioral scientist whose research focused on animal behavior.
Oh, fantastic.
Turner is most famous for, I loved reading about this.
Oh,
Actually.
wow.
He's most famous for his discovery that insects can hear. Through his research, he also found that honeybees could recognize colours and patterns and have some idea of time.
I love that we've come back to honeybees because honeybees have been a recurring
Look
theme.
at that digestive
That's
system. Could you
absolutely
talk
amazing.
us through that, sir? 'Cause
Yeah,
yeah, so this has got to be the
I don't think that's the answer. No. Somewhere else.
esophagus.
I know there's a sort of mouthy thing here with the proboscis. That looks like the equivalent of an esophagus.
Yeah, and that looks like the stomach.
and an equivalent of
The
the intestines.
equivalent of the intestine,
However,
yeah.
they are invertebrates and they do have quite a different sort of mechanism than we do have. But I just love that the honeybees have been a recurring theme, how important they are,
Oh, they are
for the pollination, for the world, and how we need to look after them and not kill all of our wildflowers in our gardens. So,
But we do have to get rid of daffodils and bluebells.
unbelievable.
Okay, who is this? And again, it doesn't matter if we don't know, and if it's hard. Just give it a go.
I recognise this person.
Yeah. Do you think you could have a guess, sir?
No.
No, that's fine. Lots of engagement. That is really lovely to see. It's really sparing us on in these last few minutes. Do you need to contact the BBC, sir, or are they going to contact you?
I'm going to go fiddle, fiddle.
Fiddle, 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 fiddle.
That's not going to be till about 10 past 10 anyway, so.
That's fine. Okay, so let's have a look then, see if anyone did get it right. If not, that's fine too. This is Catherine Johnson. Now, Catherine Johnson was a mathematician who worked for NASA and calculated the flight paths of many spacecrafts over the course of 30 years, including Apollo 11. Johnson was part of the team that calculated where and when to launch the rocket for the Apollo 11 mission in 1969, which sent the first 3 men to the moon. So a brilliant mind that got the 3 people there. I wonder if the chat can tell me all 3 people to the moon on the Apollo 11 mission. Now, there's the first person who, the one that people remember the most. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. And then there's the person that followed him off, who a lot of people also know the name of. Not so many people know the person that was left orbiting the moon, who went all the way there and didn't get to get actually set foot on the moon. Can you imagine that, sir? You travel all the way to the moon and then you don't get to stand on the moon.
Oh, is that
Paul,
whiny one?
Yeah, I'm not going to say his name because I want to see if people in chat can get that
I
one.
know about him.
Yeah. Right.
Is there a picture of him?
Not on here. No.
Oh.
No. I just want to know if people know. So, who were the 3 NASA astronauts that first landed on the moon?
I know one of them, sir. Buzz Lightyear.
Well, you're almost there, sir.
Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz. Well, we got Buzz. That's part of it.
The other one was Stretch Armstrong.
No, it wasn't Stretch Armstrong. Stop giving it away, sir. People aren't getting this.
It was Buzz Lightyear and Stretch Armstrong. Pretty certain. And the old
Neil. We've got the word Neil.
Have we got Paul?
We haven't got full names yet. We've got Buzz and we've got Neil. So we're getting there. We're halfway there. Anyone give me the full names of the astronauts? Neil Armstrong, that's our first name.
Neil
Absolutely.
Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong, that's number one. That's the one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Who was the next one?
Or one small step for a man.
Yeah. High. Lots of the lows. Not many comments on who they were. Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
We got Buzz Aldrin. Well done. Does anybody know the poor fella?
I mean, Paul.
The poor fella that was orbiting the moon, didn't get to stand on the moon. Do you know his name, sir?
I remember that he's a whiny wine, but I can't remember his actual name.
It's poor Michael Collins.
Michael Collins. That's
Poor Michael Collins. Didn't get to go onto the moon, did he? Bless him. All that way. Okay, who's this? Anyone recognise this person here?
Hey, Michael Collins.
Hey, did someone get a Michael Collins?
Someone did get the Michael Collins.
Wow, well done. Good answer. Poor Michael Collins.
Hey, Mr. Green got it as well.
Hey, well done, Mrs. Green. Poor Michael Collins.
Wow, loads of people got Michael Collins. I wonder if you said Michael Collins and then loads of people typed it.
Maybe.
It's possible.
This is to you. To you. Tu is the first woman from the People's Republic of China to receive a Nobel Prize. And we talked about the Nobel Prize, didn't we?
Yeah.
Because with the Nobel Prize, you get $1 million.
Wowzers.
$4 million. She won the 2015.
Tom
Nobel.
Hanks didn't get to go on the moon. That's one of the answers. It's quite funny.
That is good. I mean, didn't he go on the moon?
I don't think I think they had a disaster.
Didn't
and
they?
they had to-
Oh, was that Apollo
13.
13? Was it?
13?
Which one was the?
something
Was
went
it
wrong.
13? The one where it went wrong?
Houston, we've got a problem.
Yeah,
That
Houston,
one.
we got a problem. Was
Yeah,
that
yeah.
13?
I don't know. I made up 13.
She won the 2015. No, I thought it was Apollo 19.
Yeah, it might be.
Maybe wrong. She won
Fact
the
check.
fact check. Yeah, go on.
All
She
right.
won the 2015 Nobel Prize in physiology or medicine with 2 other people for her work in discovering drugs used to treat malaria. It's a really deadly disease, so that's an amazing feat, actually. An amazing feat. Claims a lot of lives, malaria. Her work has saved and continues to save millions of lives all over.
It was
the world.
13, sir.
Was it 13?
13,
Was it
yeah.
13? Fabulous. So, to you, Nobel Prize for discovering drugs to treat malaria. How amazing is that?
That is absolutely incredible. I mean, malaria is a massive killer around
Yeah.
the world, and that
Yes, it
is
is.
so. That's amazing.
You were talking about this gentleman earlier,
Whoa,
weren't
I
you?
was talking about this guy. People should know this
Yeah, you were
one.
talking about this guy quite a bit, actually. You did a whole lesson around some of his findings.
Yeah,
Was it the finches you were discussing?
I was talking about the finches. I was talking about his
those
discovery
hearts.
of evolution. I was talking about the HMS Beagle. Yeah. So if anyone can guess this one, that would be good.
That would be wonderful. And don't forget, check that donation link before and give as much as you can for the children and their tech. We are 78% there, guys. We are nearly at our goal of 3,000. Keep pushing, keep donating, keep sharing. Let's keep going. Who is this then, sir? Can you tell us?
This would be the very Charles Darwin. And one of the things that we were looking at is this guy. He wasn't a great success story in school. He didn't, always come at the top of the class, and he wasn't always able to remember everything the teachers told him. However, he had a passion, and he had a passion for nature, and he had his life set ahead of him. But an opportunity came along, sir. And you know what he did? He didn't just do the boring 9 to 5. He decided, grab life by the horns and go with it. And he did it. And look what he's achieved. He was the guy who consolidated the concepts around evolution.
And he looks so friendly.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah. Charles Darwin was a famous English naturalist, biologist, and geologist. Lots of things.
Right.
He is known for mainly for his work on the theory of evolution. This is the idea that all different species have evolved from simple forms, including the theory that humans evolved from apes. I just want to say, I've had this aroma wafting through the air ever since I kind of stood back up. And I don't know what it's at Class O2. Smells like trees. Okay.
Oh my.
Okay, who is this? This is Eva Crane. Eva Crane was a scientist that studied bees. Wow. Again, sir.
Bees are a recurring
Bees.
theme. I'm covered in bees.
So what happens then?
Honestly,
25
I
hours.
can't. I'm off.
Mate, 25 hours now.
25 hours. Oh,
Do you
it's
wanna
longer
do
than
48?
that.
Do you want to just keep
No,
going?
oh my god, no.
Do you want to do the weekend?
It's longer than that because we got up at 5:30, didn't we? So
Eva Crane was a scientist that studied bees, becoming a world expert. In 2000, Crane visited many countries caring for bees
honeybees.
and the differences between species of bees.
I don't know if it's,
Oh,
Hey,
I'm so
whoa!
glad that this one's absolutely love this gentleman with a passion. Love this gentleman. Can we tell
Here's the boy.
who this is? I wonder who's going to be the first one to say this
Who
one.
can get this one? Who can get this one? People telling us to go and eat. Honestly, we are so tired that it's not.
We'll eat after we sleep.
It's not actually possible to eat. There's food in front of us, and I am not able to eat it.
Have all the snacks.
You certainly got through a lot of.
I certainly did. Those carbs kept me going. Although I did crash like you at that point. as
Yeah.
well.
I really struggled at about, what was it, like 3 in the morning. I just couldn't even move, could I? I think at the moment it's adrenaline.
Attenborough, there we go.
Hey!
Attenborough. David Attenborough. The
Attenborough.
legend that is
Sir.
Sir David Attenborough. What a man, what a life, what a career, what a voice.
Oh, wait, hold on.
And if you're watching this, David Attenborough, because I know you have links with the BBC, please
Like,
think about
subscribe,
donation.
donation. Probably earned a
Absolutely.
few quid from all of your BBC appearances, I'd imagine.
you would imagine.
Yeah.
David Attenborough is a scientist who studies animals and their behavior. He has been making natural history and wildlife documentaries for over 60 years.
Now, interesting fact about David Attenborough, he isn't actually that smart or capable. He's actually controlled by a parrot. There's a parrot that controls him.
I've seen the video, yeah.
Yeah, it's real. There it is. There's the picture. That's the one. He's actually pulling small levers in the back. He's just made him put his hand up. And he's made that parrot has made this entire career. Bet you didn't know that.
That is
Remarkable or
fictional.
unbelievable.
It's fictional.
Yeah, it
It's
is fictional.
utterly fictional.
Fictional. Right, what's next?
Next is Sir Isaac Newton.
It's story time.
Story time.
Oh, that's really what I want. I want
Ready
to sit
for
down.
the BBC interview. So I'm going to do a little bit of story time for a few minutes, and then I think we'll go and we'll see if we can get the BBC to do the final interview with us to see how we've done. That wall we hit, the song that we sang, what was it?
Miss Calloway's told us to stop moaning.
Really?
She's right though, isn't she?
She is. I mean, we are going on a bit, aren't we? Showed us. Right. Sir Isaac Newton, Chapter 6, Fighting About Light.
Say chapter 6.
Chapter 6.
Oh.
Newton's wonderful telescope caught the interest of an important club in London. It was called the Royal Society, founded in 1660. This was a group of scholars who met every week to watch experiments and talk about science. The Royal Society thought the best way to advance knowledge was to discuss ideas. So each man could build on or knock down what the others were thinking. Excuse me. Their motto was nullius in verba, which means, roughly, don't take anyone's word for it. Clubs like the Royal Society were springing up all over in Newton's time. This period is often called the Age of Enlightenment. Enlightenment means learning the kind of important knowledge that changes the way that people think. The great scholars of the time believed in working together. They wanted to deal with issues of all kinds using reason, logic, and observation, not superstition or religion. Newton is considered one of the Enlightenment's greatest figures, but his personality didn't fit the Enlightenment ideal very well. He didn't want advice from other people. He wanted to keep his work to himself until it was perfect. Even then, he hated talking about it with other people. If they questioned him, or even worse, thought he might be wrong, he lost his temper. Still, it was flattering for Newton to have such an important group interested in his telescope. He let himself be persuaded to share. In 1671, Barrow displayed the telescope in London, where it was a huge hit, even with the king. Newton donated a telescope to the Royal Society. In return, the Society made him a member. Joining the Royal Society in 1672 led Newton to take another important step. He would try to behave more like an Enlightenment scholar. Instead of keeping his research secret, he would share it with others. He sent the Fellows of the Royal Society a paper about the research on light he had done 5 years earlier. He couldn't resist bragging a little about how important the work was. We just found out that Newton's had quite a nasty temper.
Oh dear.
He proudly described it as the oddest, if not the most considerable detection which hath hitherto been made in the operations of nature.
Mr. Keeling, did you know that you were on Hits Radio yesterday?
I knew that I'd done an interview for it, but I have not heard the interview.
You were on Hits Radio.
Fabulous.
And yeah, that was what I wanted to interrupt with.
Wonderful. Do they have the link?
Oh, this is very exciting.
Oh, what's going on?
Well, guys, I don't want to interrupt your
No,
live
I
stream
can
too
pause.
much, but
I can pause.
over here, and I can't move the camera much closer, but we have. Oh, let me move this out of the way first. We have a 3D printer, and I think we are getting the Hubble telescope 3D printed right now.
Whoa!
I know, this is very exciting. You can see it slowly going into action. I don't know if you can quite see that, but this is the 3D printer, which is about to recreate the Hubble telescope, which is what has allowed us to explore and see into space beyond our wildest imaginations. It's been one of the biggest things to discover things. So I'm really excited for this. Anyway, sorry, sir, you want to?
No, I will continue, but we'll check in with that. We'll see what the Hubble
in,
telescope
I'll
looks
turn it
like.
back over.
Wonderful. He described the experiments he had done and asked the society members to see if they could get the same results. At first, all seemed well. One member wrote to Newton that his paper had met with a singular attention and uncommon applause. You okay there, sir? What's going on? No.
I just like questions, Mr. Keeling. I didn't know who was back. Why is he back? And someone just said, "Because he can." Made me laugh.
Because he can.
Because he can.
However, not everyone agreed with everything he said. They had questions. Some people tried his experiments and claimed they didn't work. Newton felt as if they were attacking him, and he fought back. One member of the Royal Society in particular made him very angry. This was a man named Robert Hooke. His job was to demonstrate experiments at the Society's meetings. Hooke actually agreed with much of what Newton said, but he didn't believe that Newton's experiments really proved what Newton said they did. Disagreement of this kind is common among scientists. It's an important way to work out the problems with an idea and to make new discoveries. Unfortunately, both Hooke and Newton were very sensitive and proud, maybe a little stubborn. They didn't just discuss ideas, they had fights. As arguments grew worse, they insulted each other, and each accused the other of stealing ideas. They became enemies for life. Newton never learned to enjoy give and take arguments with his fellow scholars. He missed working alone entirely for his own satisfaction. I desire to decline being involved in such troublesome and insignificant disputes.
I just saw a lovely note in the chat, and I think I'm interpreting this right. There are some people who are actually using, I'm going to come in for this because I like this so much. There are people who are using now devices that we managed to raise money for in the last 24-hour Teach-A-Thon to access this right now. How exciting is that?
No way.
That's pretty cute, isn't it?
That is amazing.
That is what it's all about.
That is amazing. Oh,
Oh,
bless. He proclaimed he went back to working all by himself. Chapter 7. The Secret Life. Let's see how many pages we've got here. Chapter 7. Yeah, I think we can do chapter 7. We'll do chapter 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we'll do chapter 7. Chapter 7. A Secret Life. You can interrupt me when the BBC.
well, I'll start it off. They're going to join us on at 10. They won't be on until 10 past 10. So they'll do that little preamble. I'll deal with that whilst you keep talking to chat.
Well, I mean, if the chat want to hear the BBC,
Well, it's just going to be us sitting waiting for the thing to. Oh, you mean the
No,
sound?
the start. If they want to hear the start,
Yeah,
see what the
that's
chat
good.
wants.
That's
Do
good,
they want to
that's
hear the BBC or do they want more Isaac Newton? What is that? Laugh?
Oh, everyone's desperate for more Isaac Newton.
He's not a nice guy, is he?
He's not a really nice guy. He's not quite as inspirational as Charles Darwin. Let's be
No,
honest.
he's not. And Einstein was really cool too.
Yeah. So I don't know why you picked him.
I thought he was nice at first time. Brilliant scientist.
Oh. Right. Just keep going.
Yeah, they
For
want,
now,
they
you're
want
going
me
to keep. For now,
going.
you're going to keep going.
Chapter 7, A Secret Life. Arguing with other scholars. What a nice guy.
It's not nice.
He's not a nice guy.
This is meant to be inspirational.
He's very good at science.
But he's just not nice. Oh dear.
Arguing with other scholars was
The
not
change
Newton's
scientist.
only problem.
Do you want more Darwin?
He also had a more personal difficulty.
Oh, great.
Newton was a fellow of Cambridge University. Being a fellow meant the university gave him money to live and work there, safe from the world outside. Cambridge was a part of the Church of England. Every fellow had to become a minister in the church within 7 years. By 1674, Newton's 7 years were almost up. But he couldn't become a minister because secretly he didn't accept the teachings of the church. Newton was a Christian and very serious about his religion. However, being Newton, he wasn't willing to just accept someone else's explanation about anything important. Newton read the Bible with the same fierce, questioning mind he turned on the natural world. He decided that he did not agree with the Church of England about the Holy Trinity. The Church said that God was one being made up of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and all three were divine. To stay at Cambridge, Newton would have to swear that he accepted this idea, but he didn't. He thought it was wrong to call Christ God. If he refused to agree with what the church said, he would be forced to leave Cambridge in disgrace. But he didn't want to lie about something so important, which is respectable, actually, very respectable. In 1675, he approached King Charles II. He thought the king might be able to help him because he was the head of the Church of England. Newton didn't want to tell the king the real reason for his problem. Instead, he explained that he wasn't just a fellow of the university. He was also a professor of mathematics.
Show off, isn't he?
A bit showy of it, yeah. According to Newton, this meant he should not have to become minister. This argument didn't really make sense. Fortunately, King Charles didn't care.
Good.
Well, there we go. Newton didn't have to become a minister. The king decided. Well,
I wouldn't have chosen him either, to be honest, listening to everything.
he just didn't care. That was
Yeah.
fortunate, I guess. Wow, interesting life of Newton. You know, you don't think, do you?
You learn something new every day, don't you, sir?
Yeah, you do. He was able to stay at Cambridge without having to lie.
I want to kind of, would you mind pausing just 2 seconds? Because I just kind of would like, I think it'd be quite fun to see this 3D print thing.
Sure.
We're going to come on to that in a few minutes. So let's, I think we can
Do you want to see? Yeah.
pick these things
Go ahead.
up. Would you help with the microphone? Because
Yeah, of course.
anything. Just to come and have a little look
Yeah,
over here,
got it.
because this is science.
Absolutely.
Look,
Just
right
because
here.
this is science.
This is a 3D printer, which Mr. Bradley has set up, and it's in the process of 3D printing the Hubble telescope. I just think it's really cool.
Look at that go.
It's amazing, isn't it? Really awesome. That's what you're slowly layering the plastic on.
It's quite satisfying, isn't it? You get
That's
videos
the-
on YouTube
that's
where
the
where
thing.
it's just you know those satisfying videos.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
Making all the different parts of the Hubble telescope. I just think that's really cool.
It is
Right.
cool.
We move it back over here. So.
Sure.
Put that back down. And
Got it?
put that back onto here.
Sure.
Go and plug this back into here.
Hi guys. Welcome back to Sir Isaac Newton. What time are we on, sir?
We're going to be on with them in 7 minutes.
Okay.
So we've got a little bit more time to kill. And you're doing such a great job killing time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
No worries. Just as he had a secret religious life, Newton also had a secret scientific life. He wanted to unlock the mysteries of alchemy, and alchemy was part magic, part religion, and part science. Could you imagine being around in those times when alchemy was kind of...
Just absolutely incredible.
It'd be
isn't it?
fascinating, you know, to search for the philosopher's stone and
Yeah.
trying to make gold, and you know, just
Amazing.
it would be fascinating.
Well, the discovery. He was the age of discovery, was he?
Age of enlightenment.
Age of enlightenment. That's what
Yeah. Absolutely. In secret, alchemists searched for the philosopher's stone, which would turn other metals into gold, and the elixir of life, which would grant immortality. Newton spent even more time and energy on alchemy than he did on ordinary science. His servant reported that Newton often sat up all night in his private lab at Cambridge, bent over a roaring fire, working on mysterious experiments. This might seem odd and puzzling. Why was a scientist involved with secret rituals and magic? Actually, it's not hard to guess why alchemy might appeal to him. He hated to have his work criticized in public. You okay, sir?
Yeah.
Alchemy offered him a perfect excuse to keep it secret. Alchemists considered themselves special, much wiser than ordinary people. Newton liked seeing himself as part of this select group. But there was more to Newton's interest than that. In Newton's time, science was still in an early stage. It was not always possible to separate myths from facts.
No, it isn't always.
No, it isn't always. Alchemists believed they could turn other metals into gold because they thought that everything was made up of tiny particles that could be separated and recombined to make something else. Hydrogen and oxygen atoms, a water molecule, H2O.
Ooh, H2O.
H2O.
We've been looking at molecules, haven't we? And we've been looking at non-Newtonian fluids.
Yeah, oh, I like
So,
that.
I know, if you want, we used equal parts water and starch.
Is it now a
and-
complete liquid? Because it was going more liquidy when I
Well,
was.
I think that's because the stuff at the bottom hasn't maybe mixed into it. Maybe a bit more cornstarch needed. But go back and watch the cornstarch bit because that's absolutely
That
incredible.
was really interesting. The questions the alchemists asked were not foolish. Some of their knowledge would eventually lead to modern chemistry and contribute to our knowledge of how atoms combine to form molecules. Still, this was the age of enlightenment. Serious thinkers were turning away from the idea of special, secret wisdom available, only to the chosen few. After Newton died, the Royal Society discovered he had written over 1 million words about alchemy.
Whoa, that's a lot of words.
It's not bad, is it?
No.
1 million words.
Million. Imagine if they were pounds, and imagine if Elon Musk had donated them.
Ah, could you imagine?
Mm.
Maybe you should.
Probably still.
If you're on the chat right now, please tweet
Elon
at Elon Musk.
Musk.
He still has 52 minutes
Oh
to
my
get
God,
onto our
52 more
stream.
minutes. I can't-
52 minutes to get
52
onto our
minutes.
stream and to donate. That would be wonderful. At Elon Musk, please help out Lizelle and Sanma. And congratulate him on his bonus.
Bonus.
We'd
56
love to do that.
billion, we
Love to congratulate him. And that's for 1%. After Newton died, the Royal Society discovered he had written over 1 million words about alchemy. They were so embarrassed by this that they marked the papers
This is science, isn't it?
not fit to be printed.
Yeah.
This is science.
Yeah, good.
Newton's writings about alchemy were not published until 2004.
Whoa.
You'd think they'd published those earlier.
Yes. There's a backlog going on over there, eh?
How are we doing with the BBC?
Well, all right, we've got a couple more minutes, so you've got to just keep reading.
Just keep
reading for 2
We've
more
got nothing
minutes.
else for now. We've got nothing else.
I don't know what. Well, I know what we're going to do after the interview. We're going to
feel
do
like
some experiments. We've got
to check the eggs. I think straight away after.
we're going to check in
intro,
with the
we'll check
BBC. We're going to
eggs.
be checking in with the eggs, which Richard Parker, the mayor of Birmingham, officially opened. So don't forget to go back to part 1 of the 26-hour Teach-A-Thon to see Richard Parker officially opening that. That was pretty exciting.
And then we're going to try pop a bag with Mentos.
Yeah. Yes. This is what I meant. I
Yeah.
can't wait.
Vinegar and
Bicarbonate
bicarb,
soda.
and then
Wasim Zafar, the local councillor, has been very, very supportive and very helpful. He
Yes.
came to start that off.
actually, do you want to do a check? Actually, while we're here,
You
see
do a
how
little
much
check.
how much we've raised at the
Well, I
moment.
might shout you to come over here, and we can even put the cameras on.
So we're still at the moment. We're still at 78%. So hopefully, this chat with the BBC will help us to get just a few more donations. And if you would like to donate to the cause, please see the link below the video or tweet at Elon Musk. And let's get Elon Musk on board. Let's get him donating to the cause. Chapter 8. A competition. After his fight with the Royal Society, Newton withdrew into himself. He concentrated on his secret study of alchemy. He claimed he wasn't interested in scientific research anymore. Maybe he meant what he said at the time, but his greatest work was still ahead of
I'll
him.
tell you what, will you come over here then, sir, for a minute?
Sure.
And we'll just do this. You bring everything. We'll turn to allow. Over here.
Joe, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me? He's just about to come.
I think you're on mute, my friend.
Okay. Unmute, allow. Can you hear me now?
I can indeed. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, we're good, thank you.
Oh, I love the environment. You're setting the scene for me. Brilliant. Thank you both so much for your time this morning. I'm going to put you through to Elise now, if that's okay.
Super.
Brill.
Lovely. Just to let you know, we've got 2 minutes of a bit of Whitney, so enjoy that, and then we'll hear around 45 seconds of silence. Don't panic, we'll be returning to some normal music. You just won't hear a certain section, but you don't need to panic, you're still connected through, and I'll let you know if there's any issues at all. Okay, mate?
Okay, super. Thank you.
Lovely. Have you got any questions before I put you through to Elise?
Nah.
No, I think we're good.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. I'll put you through right now.
Brilliant. So at the moment, we're just on the radio with the BBC. So we're going to talk to them a little bit about what we're doing, try and raise a little bit more money for the stream. You can watch along. It is science because we are currently talking to the radio. It is science. So please watch along for the next few minutes and then we'll join you back on the stream to finish off. When we come back on, we will be doing our egg experiment. So very, very exciting. We'll be back with you as soon as we can.
Just making sure that it's a bit boring for them after just watching us. We should get the camera on the 3D printer, we shouldn't.
Yeah, that might have been good.
You can carry on reading and such things up.
That's upside down, so Isaac Newton. I could. I mean, I suppose they can hear me, can't they?
Yeah.
So he concentrated on his secret study of alchemy. He claimed he wasn't interested in scientific research anymore. Maybe he meant what he said at the time, but his greatest work was still ahead of him. In 1684, 3 members of the Royal Society were chatting in a coffee house about current scientific issues. Should we be, it said 45 seconds of silence or something, didn't they? Or Whitney Houston.
Did not go touch anything?
I'm going to turn the sound up.
Oh, I think the sound is up as much as it needs to be. Okay.
These 3 were Newton's enemy, Hooke,
I'm really glad you did. I'm really struggling.
named Edmund Halley, and Christopher Wren. Now all of those names, except Hooke, actually.
I know Hook. He's got a Peter-Pan.
Hi, Annalise. How are you? I hope you're feeling well. For Saturday, the 15th of June. Now, for a lot of people, Saturday is about taking it easy, taking it slow, getting out and about with the family. Maybe just not having anything on your to-do list. Well, actually, over in the Lascelles in the West Midlands, there's quite a bit that's been happening because there is a school that is attempting to break a world record today. Since 9 a.m. yesterday morning, Anglesey Primary School started a science lesson. And that science lesson was to run for 26 hours. So it's due to finish, if my maths is correct, in the next hour, or within this hour, actually. It's all to raise money for some new technology for kids at home who can't afford it. Now, our reporter actually went down to the school to speak to pupils, as well as the teachers involved, Sam Jordan and Sean Keeling.
My name is Isaac and I'm 8 years old. Isaac. So Sarah's going to be doing something really important. How does that make you feel to know that he's going to be helping you? It makes me feel happy. It makes me feel like he's a kind person because he's helping out our community. Like he's getting Chromebooks for us and then he's raising money and plus he's teaching for 26 hours straight with no breaks.
How do you think it's going to be after those 26 hours?
Very tired. He might miss a day of school and sleep in the whole day.
He might not come in on Monday.
Yes.
Shall we do a big good look on 3? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Keeling and Mr. George.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a very long time. I can only imagine what the lessons are going to be like at 3 a.m. this morning.
We did try this. We did try this back in COVID. We managed 24 hours and we were absolutely dead at the end of it.
And we had the whole primary curriculum at that point as well. So we had every lesson we could possibly teach.
This is just science.
Just science.
Let's go back to the 24-hour teach in COVID. How on earth did that come about? Why did you do it?
think we were just we saw there was a need in our community. I mean, genuinely, we had houses not only didn't have Wi-Fi, they didn't have any device, and suddenly we're told to go back to our homes and learn from there. And we're thinking these are the most disadvantaged children, and they are now being put at an even greater disadvantage. So we thought we need some way of getting money to raise to allow these children some access. And I mean, it was quite an achievement. How much did we raise in the end?
It was about 6,500.
And these kids, like I said already, you know, they're already at that disadvantage. So we need to be giving them that step up, you know, that extra push, and making sure that, honestly, the spirit you see in this community and in Albury, where Sean is working at the moment, it's honestly inspiring. I mean, you heard the kids just then; they are amazing.
They really are amazing, and I'm so thrilled that the guys you just heard there chatting to Molly Green are with me again this morning as they come to the end of this brilliant challenge. Please welcome Sam Jordan and Sean Keeling. How you doing, guys?
I've got to say, I've just listened to those two guys from 26
they were
hours
so
ago.
optimistic, weren't
Yeah,
they?
they really were. I do not feel like those people anymore.
Listen, I've got every respect for you guys because I'm terrible without sleep, and the fact that you guys have just kept going, and not only just kept going, look, you've been teaching as well. Can you please just tell me in a nutshell how you're feeling, Sam, right now?
I feel terrible, but you know what? It's all for a good cause, and that's the priority. I almost crashed completely at that.
Yeah, you were pacing.
I was pacing.
You hit that wall.
But you get a second wind.
Sean, what was the worst hour? What was the worst? So when you looked at the clock, you were like, right, we really are struggling.
For me, it was probably around. It was actually in the last few hours, because even the last 3 hours, it was like, well, that's 3 hours, and I was sat there, and I was thinking, am I awake? No, and then I had to jump back in, and we need to just go with it. But yeah, I think we both hit our walls at separate times, so we managed to kind of carry each other through.
Yeah, that was good.
Tell me what the sorts of you've been doing, like to with this science, as you know, what have the kids been learning? How have you? I'm not going to lie to you guys. You know, at school, science. I've really struggled with science, so I can't imagine having to teach that for the length of time that you have. What have the kids been learning with you guys?
Well, we have done a mixture of everything. We've been doing experiments on tooth enamel and looking at what different liquids affect enamel. We've been looking at capillary action. We've been looking into evolution, plants, germination,
Dissecting hearts.
Oh, we dissected
We
hearts.
dissected hearts,
Yeah.
and we also did a very scientific ghost investigation.
We did.
didn't
We investigated
Very
where the ghosts are
scientific.
real. They're not. It turns out.
I'm obsessed. This could be a TV program, couldn't it? I feel like you touched on every sort of area of science possible. And the kids, have they really enjoyed watching you and being part of it?
Well, they're actually watching us doing this right now.
Yeah, we're still live right now. We're
still live.
streaming to them. They're listening to this whole interview.
So they're loving it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's literally like you're broadcasting to their house. I mean, this is so important. I heard you guys touch, on that conversation, how, when the world shut down, a few years back, and you guys were just flabbergasted that the kids were just expected to learn at home but didn't have the materials they needed. How important has this challenge been to you, and why did it need to be done, Sean?
Oh, it's meant absolutely everything. And, every single donation that we've had, whether it's been from people that have sponsored, whether it's been, people that have seen or heard us on the news, and actually the generous communities that we're part of that are sharing that wealth between them, so that they can make sure that everybody has access and everybody has what they need. And it was actually really touching, because Mr. Jordan just brought it to my attention that somebody in our chat on the live stream actually said they were using the technology that we raised money for last time to access this live stream. So that was lovely, wasn't it?
It's good.
I mean, the fact that you did this before and you've done it again, have you got any desire to do it again?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think one thing we've found out today is that we are definitely 3 years older, and 26 hours is 2 hours longer.
Yeah.
Guys, I was with you when we were with you guys when you did it the first time round. It's such a treat to speak to you again and to be able to see you doing this again. I mean, you must be nuts, but also it's for a really important cause. So I'm looking here. You've raised already. Do you know how much you've raised already? You've been keeping an eye.
Yeah, we've kept an eye. It was around 2,000, somewhere around there, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so far it's £2,454.
Whoa! That is amazing. Fantastic.
And we want that to keep going. You've got 40 minutes because you finished up at 11, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
I want to see. Can the BBC Radio listeners right now who are listening to this, can we try and push them to 3? I feel like that. Can we make that happen?
What did you say that would happen if you got to 3?
Yeah, no, that would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
How amazing would that be? I reckon as a team, we can really pull together this morning. If you're listening right now, what do they need to do, Sean? Where can they go to if they want to donate? Because these kids, this technology is so important. Give kids the best chance in life. What do they need to do?
Absolutely. So the best thing to do is to go to the Anglesey Primary School YouTube channel. There they'll find our live stream, and underneath it, and under actually every video that is the Teach-A-Thon to, they will find a link to our Just Giving site where they can donate and give generously.
So just type Anglesey Primary School into the YouTube search bar, and our channel should be it will be the first one that pops up.
So the best to go to YouTube, type in Anglesey Primary School, all the details are there. If you want to head to the Just Giving page, the Just Giving official URL is justgiving.com/crowdfunding/teach/a/thon2, the number 2. I really want to see you guys raise some more money. We're just under 40 minutes to go, and I know how important this is to you both. Dare I ask, Sam, what are you doing after the challenge? I'm going to say sleep will be quite high on the priority list.
It's very well. I think we've actually made an absolute tip of the place, so I'm going to have to spend a little while tidying up. But luckily, both of our wives are going to help with that. And then yes, it's bed.
Yeah, I think there's an hour of cleaning to do.
Yeah.
There's about an hour of cleaning.
I just want to say as well, how amazing you both are, because what a challenge. And, for your kids to see you guys as role models, putting in this amount of effort and time for them. I mean, to have teachers like you in this world, we're so lucky, Sam and Sean. Thank you so much for the hard work you've been doing. And I want you to just know that we're with you every step of the way. You've got just over 35 minutes to go. So
fabulous.
Keep those eyes open, keep on smashing it. We love you guys, Sam and Sean. Thank you so much. I shouldn't call them that, should I? Because the kids are going to be like, what?
No, they know.
Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck. That's Anglesey Primary School breaking a world record today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again, guys. Really appreciate your time.
No, that's
brilliant.
absolutely great. Thank you so much for all your support.
Of course, wishing you the best of
you.
again. Really appreciate it.
That's great. Thank you. Take care. Bye. Bye.
Right. Well, now that you've heard us being incredibly frantic on the radio, you can watch us doing. I'm now going to be leading.
Oh, should we do the eggs? Let's do the eggs.
Would you put that onto the?
Absolutely.
Now, I am always excited about the eggs because this.
Should we take them out this time? Actually, take them out and give them a rub, because that will really show what it's done to the eggs. I can do that, can I?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'll do half of them. You tell me
I'll
which are
do
the
the-
grossest, and
Yeah.
I'll do the grossest.
You can do the. Well, you'll see what the grosses are in a minute.
Right.
So, is that videoing this?
I believe so.
Just-
Oh, have we got the microphone close?
There we go.
Actually,
Right. That's
yes, microphone's good.
Right. So, yesterday we were very lucky to have the mayor of Birmingham, Richard Parker. He came down and, like a proper mayor should do, he officially endorsed this experiment. Okay. So if you ever want to go and see that, go and just click on the part 1 of the live stream. So, the purpose of this experiment was, and this is an experiment the year 4 had done. We were looking at what different liquids, what different things react with teeth. Now, Mr. Keeling did offer one of his teeth, and I said, sir, that is just a donation too far. So instead, we tried to find something that was similar to a tooth. Well, it turns out a tooth has a layer over the top of it of enamel, and something else has a layer of enamel, and that is an egg. Okay, I'm going to put that picture of that egg over here. So what
this
we're
is
doing,
control egg?
Yeah, that's a control egg.
Oh, that's
this is just the example.
This is the example egg. Right.
So what we hold on, where am I at? Enamel,
Enamel.
right? A layer of enamel over the outside. So what this is we're using this as an equivalence to the tooth. Okay, it's not an actual tooth, but this is the equivalent of a tooth, and the enamel on the outside. Whatever happens to the enamel on the outside of this is going to be the same thing that happens to the enamel on your tooth. And if you want, to come in and join in with this, so we're just doing a little a check-in on how this experiment is going.
And then we're going to try and get one more experiment in there, something.
I'll try something. I can't really think at the moment. We've
That's
got Mr.
absolutely
Pemberton
fine.
is just joining us here as well, which is really
Hi,
nice.
sir. How you
Morning,
doing?
morning everyone. Well, I thought, guys, after 25 and a half hours, you guys need a boost.
Oh, look at that.
Other
There we
drinks
go.
are available.
Straight in there. Straight in there. Brain's not working, is it? So do you want me to take this one?
No.
You sure?
So this is the enamel is on the outside. Now, this is what we're calling this. So
The controller.
this is the controlled egg. The
Absolutely.
reason it doesn't have any liquid is we want to see what would happen to the egg in just a normal natural
Yeah,
environment.
absolutely. Leave it alone.
And so I know I'll explain that a little bit through the night, but just in case there's some extra people tuning in now. Now, Mary,
Should we give that one a rub? Because we're gonna
Yeah,
rub all of the egg. So we'll take out the controller and we'll just show that there's no magic to this. If we rub the egg, the enamel is still absolutely fine. Nothing's happening to that egg, is it? Yeah. And again, like we showed you before, if I squeeze the top and bottom so hard, it won't break.
Right, next one. We've got this one, which is the water. Now, we know that water doesn't react much with anything, and in this particular circumstance, it doesn't seem to react with anything either.
And so, would you like to maybe give this one a rub?
You can give this one a rub. So this is the
plain water egg. We're expecting
egg
this
in just plain
to just be
water.
fine.
nothing perfect.
Perfect.
So
That's exactly what we expected.
that's telling us that water is absolutely fine in our teeth. There's no reaction with the enamel. Absolutely fine. I'm gonna have a little.
I'm excited for milk.
You are excited for milk.
I think something's going to happen with the milk.
Now, one of the things we said earlier on is that our teeth are made out of calcium, and so it's likely that the milk is not going to be so bad.
I think it's going to be surprising.
I'm going to bring it out, and oh look, if I give it a rub, it's actually been absolutely fine. It is a little bit sticky, sir.
I am surprised that didn't do anything.
You are surprised that?
Maybe it needed to be in longer.
But it doesn't matter.
It
So this
doesn't
is the
matter.
time.
I've been proven wrong.
Right, the next one we're going to, and this is the one that we thought was going to do a lot more. This is Coca-Cola. The reason that we thought that there would be more reaction here, because if I bring it out, you can see this has a limited amount of reaction. There is some, if you have a look at that straight
wow,
there,
yeah.
can you see that if this was left in your teeth, then it is going to damage the enamel somewhat, okay? But it hasn't gone crazy, has it?
No, it's too bad. That's not that we're advocating fizzy drinks, though.
Now, I'll let you play with the other two.
Fabulous.
Yeah, you're very well.
Wonderful. So I will take the egg that has been soaked in vinegar. And that does not feel good to start with. And you can see, without me even rubbing it, that is starting to come off. And if I do give it a rub, that egg,
Oh my goodness.
and it's very weak here.
Is it
Look at
soft
that.
as well?
That is really soft and weak. It's almost like it doesn't have a shell. Look at that.
So this
That
is
is
the one
just-
that is
this
a
is
high acid,
vinegar.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's high acid. This is the vinegar. The whole surface of that shell has come off, and that is so thin. Look at that. There.
Pretty amazing.
Wow.
Over a very short period of time too.
So there's one. Okay.
And your
The
last
last-
one
The
here.
last one. This is the one that you found.
I'm so surprised by it because you go and you think Apple, you think Apple's safe, no problem.
You think good for you. Now I've got to say, sir, this doesn't feel as soft as the other one.
So there's more of a visual
But
reaction.
we can see, look, they're just the same.
Yeah, it's trash the enamel.
It has, it just rubbed off. But the egg
I'm gonna go and look at the chat.
is probably, I would say, firmer. So what does that tell us? Well, ultimately it tells us that high acid, high sugar is bad for the enamel on your teeth. But actually, if it came down to sugar and if it came down to acid, which is worse, we would have to probably say acid.
It's
That's damaged the teeth. So the worst one, I mean, that is bad. That is bad, absolutely. But it is not quite as bad as the vinegar. I think
It's really nice. I just want to add that we've got certain people now who are joining into this live stream who've heard the BBC West Midlands radio that
wonderful.
we've just been on, and they're now joining, congratulating us. Some people have made a donation who just heard us on the BBC, so thank you so much for that.
Wonderful. That's really, really good to hear. And do you know what? Just before we finish, I think we'll do one more check in. But I was in the middle of talking about Sir Isaac Newton. I think we're probably done with him.
We are
for
done with
now.
him. It turns out Sir Isaac Newton is not much of a nice
He's not
fella.
a very nice fella, actually. Quite angry, quite volatile. Not the best person in the world, but a brilliant
scientist.
Brilliant
What are we going to do
scientist.
now? Because I'm absolutely...
Well,
we
we
were
are
gonna do
in the
an
last
explosion
half an hour.
experiment, weren't we?
We were going to do the explosion. Do you want to try that out? Should we just go rogue and just see if we can pop open the bag?
Right. You up for this as well, sir?
I am.
Right. Should we each take a bag? We should each take some vinegar, some bicarbonate soda, and just see who can make the biggest explosion. Right. I'm going to go for, what was the best vinegar? Was it balsamic? Where's the balsamic, sir? Over here. I'm going balsamic. That was the best one, and we're going to try and make an explosion. Why not?
I'm gonna try and maybe get a tray or something.
Yeah, maybe catch it in. That's probably a good
Yeah.
idea. Do we have the baking? The conductors. Nice reminder of yesterday. All right. So baking powder, sir. Let me just have a look for that. Could you talk about chemical changes again?
Yeah, I could talk about chemical changes. So what's going on here? We've got vinegar, which is an acid, and it is going to react with an alkaline, which is the bicarbonate of soda. Now, during that reaction, what we're doing is it's a non-reversible and it is a chemical reaction. And what is being produced from that interaction between the two chemicals is carbon dioxide. Now, that's interesting because one of the things we were talking about is the acids that is in your stomach. And sometimes when you eat certain food, there is a bit of a reaction that goes in your stomach, which produces extra gases. And we were talking earlier that sometimes that's why you're belching. And we'll see the kind of reaction with the acid that might go on in your stomach through doing this. Now, look, like a lot of the things that we are building up there, nothing might happen here. But as we've said the whole way through, in science, sometimes things work and sometimes things don't. And that's absolutely fine, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Now, my choice is balsamic vinegar. There is also the choice of Mentos and Coke, if you prefer that. But my choice is balsamic vinegar, and I'm just going to load in bicarbonate soda, and we're going to see what happens. So here we go.
We're going one at a time, or we'll go one at a time.
I think we'll go one at a time.
Sensible. So we're having a look at this interaction. I'm going to get this a little bit closer to you, sir. Oh, you've got that on there as well, which is absolutely perfect. So I'm going to get that in the screen. I've realised we're high energy now, and I've still got half an hour to go.
I can feel that. That is certainly filling up with pressure. I wonder if it's going to pop the bag.
Ooh, we don't want it to spray all over the place. You can move your hands out a little bit so we can see what's going on at the top. That's absolutely fine. Look at that.
So I didn't get it quite as volatile as I wanted, but that's not too bad.
So just to confirm, your stomach is basically a sac as well, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And your stomach is producing an acid, which the vinegar is an equivalent to. It will smell, and your finger's going to stink as well. So when we're having some sort of high alkali content, there might be a reaction like that. And sometimes when we're curious, why are we so gassy and burpy, there is that reaction going on. Right, so are you going to have a good try?
Okay, so what are you going to go for? I mean, there's two more vinegars to try there. There is the bicarbonate of soda, or there is Coke. And do we have the Mentos?
For no particular reason, some red wine vinegar.
Why not?
Vinegar, what
Why
an amazing
not?
choice. Got children, everyone saying hello, Mr. Pemberton. That's really exciting.
Okay, do I pour? How much do I pour in here?
You go for as much as you want,
What do I
sir.
want?
You are the scientist, sir. You are the experiment.
A very, very carefully measured amount.
Absolutely. Look at that.
Of a scoop of baking powder.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, whoa! Look at that go!
Whoa! 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 Oh my goodness!
Wow, Mr. Pemberton.
I think that is winning. That was a bigger explosion. Well done.
That is really good. Oh my gosh, that is fantastic. Am I going to
Right, sir, it's your turn. What are you going for? What are you going to go for?
What's the remaining one that we've got?
Well, you've got malt vinegar.
Malt vinegar. Let's just do the malt vinegar.
Right.
Right.
What you put on your fish and chips.
Fish and chip vinegar. That is exactly what we need in here. And that was, by the way, the malt vinegar is the one that we put in with the egg. So it was really bad for your enamel, it turns out.
So it might be bad for your stomach as well.
It might be bad for your stomach as well.
In that sort of quantity anyway.
I'm right. This is what I'm pouring the liquid in first and pouring the bicarbonate. Right.
Okay, here we go.
This is the one that Richard Parker said he thought was going to be the worst as well. Do you know what's getting printed out of this? We're getting the Hubble telescope printed, 3D printed.
That is amazing, isn't
That is
it?
incredible.
Oh, God, I'm making a mess. I'm not looking.
Right. Is that?
You're really going for it, sir. Have you gone 150 mil there, do you think?
I think that's about 150 mil.
All right.
Right, and then I'm just going to pour a load of this in. And I'm going to squeeze the top of the bag.
And
ooh, it wasn't as good a reaction.
You know what?
It's an amazing reaction. I mean, look, you can see
it is a great reaction.
But I think
that is a great
winning
reaction.
was the red wine.
Absolutely. So you want to make a chemical change with a bit of pop at home. The correct winning combination is
red
wine, vinegar, and carbonate of soda. Now, sir, we had half an hour left. We started that. Luckily, now we only have 24
minutes.
24 minutes left. What are we going to do? Science for 24 minutes. I'm going to check the PowerPoint. What have we got left on there?
You check
There are probably things that we haven't quite finished yet.
I'm going to
so
have a
look.
little check on where we're at the moment in the donations.
Oh yes, keep those coming if you can, as generous as you can. Let's
Got
try and
lots
get
of
to that
children
3,000
saying hello to
before we
Mr. Pemberton. Got Mrs. Green saying we're now at 82%
82
of our target, which is absolutely amazing.
Which is wonderful. We are getting close, and we're going to try and find something to look at and to access. We did that last night. We've done a lot of these, but there is something I know in this PowerPoint that we have not touched on yet. We've done our circuits.
So more exciting stuff. Really, we bigged that moment up, and now we're going to have to go down to something a little bit less.
Yeah, we're just going to bring it down, and then we're going to say thank you at the end, the final tone.
We were. Yeah,
I think that's what we're going to
I'm
do.
hoping that this 3D prints in time as well. And
Yeah.
Did you say the coat was flat?
I'm afraid that. Oh, hold on a second.
Whoa!
Hold on a
the Mentos
second.
whilst we're getting
It
off
must
the
be fresh.
PowerPoint.
Fresh, fresh.
Look
The
at
Coke.
that.
Where
Try with the Mentos.
the Mentos? Where are the Mentos? We've got to find the Mentos first. So.
Okay.
You can see that two men have been in this room for a long period of time. Oh God. Where are they? Where are they? Hey! There you go, Mr. Hampton.
Right, we need a bag. Do we need a bag?
Do you want a bag?
Or we're just going to put them in Mentos?
I think we
straight
can
into
probably
the
just put
Yeah,
the
the
straight to the bottle.
Why not? In the tray.
Right.
Well,
So
why
you've still
not?
got 20 minutes after
Why
this.
not? Here we go.
Are we gonna,
Right.
The whole
Chat,
pack?
What do we think is going to happen? Let's get some. Yeah.
let's have
people-
some. Let's have some. How many Mentos shall I put in the bottle?
I
There
think
we
just,
go.
I just
We need to put one in. Is one
no,
enough?
no. I think just go for it.
It's two.
Just all of them.
Two.
Just pop them
Three,
all
People
in.
are very
four,
excited on the
7,
chat.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 14
I think
Mentos.
just all in. We might as well.
Very good. We've got a lot of people watching, so which is really nice.
That's gone a bit haywire.
Wow, that is quite a reaction. Look at that. It has exploded all out. Most of this is sprayed. We've now got.
I think I've
look at
got
this.
half a bottle
And
of
it's still-
Coke and we are still.
It's still going.
We're
Do you notice
still
that there's
going.
something interesting about this reaction that's different to the vinegar and bicarbonate of soda? Whereas the vinegar and bicarbonate of soda is we've had the vinegar and bicarbonate of soda reaction is a chemical reaction that's producing the carbon dioxide. Yet in this one, it's all to do with the surface area. So the carbon dioxide in the Mentos, they've actually got these tiny little ridges and all sorts of things, and the carbon dioxide is touching them, reacting with them, and having a surface that it can then expand on. So it's a very different kind of reaction to the first one.
So we've got I Can't Stop Laughing, I'm so excited. And then we've got Caroline Penn, who's back on with us, saying, safety, we should go outside and we should open the fire door. Right, now back to matter and particles. So
There we
we're
go.
gonna
There we go.
finish
That's
off
killed
with
another
something,
3 or 4 minutes. I think we're getting there.
something a little bit calmer now.
You're
just
going to
to
talk
end.
for a little minute,
I'm
aren't
going
you?
to talk for a little minute. So
We'll get him to
talk
deal with
about
something. Then we can do
let's-
another compliment.
Why don't you try and set some big finale up, sir, while I'm just
Absolutely no
doing-
idea.
absolutely no idea, but just have a little think, and I'll just talk through some the last parts of the PowerPoint. We have managed to use up the 300 slide PowerPoint, but we're going to go on to matter and particles, and we may have discussed parts of this before, but we haven't seen this part of the PowerPoint, so we are just going to go with it. So matter and particles. Everything in the universe is made of the same stuff, and this stuff is called matter. Now, I've got some images here. So we've got a squirrel on a log. We've got the sun in the sky. We've got some rocks, and we've got water coming down the rocks. We've got television. Then we've got a bug. And I'm saying, yes, everything. It doesn't matter what it is made of matter. Even you and even me. All matter is made up of teeny tiny little particles. These particles are too small for us to see unless we use a very strong microscope. These particles are like Lego blocks. They are only a limited number of them, but they can be combined in an infinite number of ways to make different structures and objects. Now, I talked a little bit about this earlier, so I wonder if you can remember what the three main ways these particles can be organized are. We call them the states of matter. These three ways of organizing. Now, there's one where the particles are very tightly together. There's one where they're slightly looser and you would be able to move through, or these particles would be able to move around you. And then there's the very loose particles that it's very easy for us to move around in. Can you tell me what the three states of matter are? I'm going to check in the chat and see if you can get them. Let's have a quick look. Can anyone tell me the three states of matter? Hey, we've got them already. Well done. That was straight away. Fabulous. The three states of matter, and I'm happy to say that's from my class as well. Three states of matter are gas, liquid, and solid. So well done. Fabulous. We've got our solid, which is that one where I said the particles are really tightly together. You would have to break that in order to get through it. So, for example, the board over there, or the board behind me, the only way that I could travel through that is if I break that board. Because the particles are so tightly together, they won't move. Even though if we actually zoomed in really close, we could probably see the gaps in between them. Liquid, those particles are free. They move around. And so whilst it would be harder for me to move around in a liquid, I could still do it. Finally, is gas. Now, gas is all around us at the moment, and I am currently moving through gas. In fact, we are all moving through gas. And Mr. Jordan asked earlier, what gas makes up the gas that is part of our air? 78%. It's not oxygen. That was a small percentage of our air. We learned this yesterday. Can anyone tell me what the largest amount of gas in the air is? Just add it into the chat if you can.
Last minute.
Well, that's really nice. Does anybody know the main gas that makes up air is? 78%. It was 78%, wasn't it, sir?
78% was nitrogen.
Oh, nitrogen!
Did I give it away?
Well, you got the answer, so well done. It was nitrogen, so well done. Solids, liquids, and gases. So the solid holds and
Can I
keeps
just
its shape,
ask the
unless, of course,
chat?
it's been broken.
Can the
And then
chat
it still
just
holds its
decide
shape. Oh,
green or red?
oh, you know what they're going to say. What did they say last night when we were making banana bread?
It was all
You
red.
know what they're going to say.
Green or red? That's all you need to say in the chat. Okay,
Okay,
green
let's
or
see.
red?
Green or red? Quick as you can.
You keep
Red.
going whilst we prepare something for the last
Red.
5 minutes.
Red. Red.
Anglesey red.
Red.
Anglesey red.
Anglesey red. Well, it's a no.
Oh, but what about Causeway Green? What about Causeway Green?
Causeway green.
Causeway
or
Green.
Anglesey red.
Causeway Green.
How about we
Causeway
just
Green.
go a bit of both?
Causeway Green.
It's a mixture of both.
It's a mixture of both, guys.
The solid still holds its shape, so even when it's broken, and it might splinter and it might be other parts of it, it still maintains that shape. The particles are packed tightly together; they can't move very much, is what we say. And then, looking at liquids, then a liquid forms a pool, not a pile. It takes the shape of any container that it is put inside. The particles are less tightly packed together and can move around. Finally, a gas will escape from any container that it is not sealed, like a burst balloon. Particles are spread out and around freely. They can move around a lot. Your turn to act like a particle. Now, this would be really fun in class because we could move around. I could say a solid and we could all get together. I could say a liquid and you kind of move past each other. A little bit of pushing, but organised pushing. And then a gas, which is just free and moving in any direction you want. But obviously, we're not in class at the moment. So if you want to be a particle, you can. If not, just think about how the particles would move. We're not going to do words because it's the end. We're just going to have a little chat about microorganisms a little bit because Sir did talk about microorganisms, but I had put a little bit together as well so that we could talk about it at the very end. And these are the very, very last slides that we haven't covered of the 300 lots of slides to get through, and we did get through them. So microorganisms are very tiny living things. They are so small that they are not visible to the naked eye. So you can't just see them with your eye. So a microscope is needed to see them. Microorganisms can be found all around us. they live on and in our bodies. And sir, what was that word that you used where microorganisms work with our bodies? It was a relationship. It was. Can anyone in the chat tell me?
Year 4 should know.
Year 4. It's a type of relationship, a type of relationship between the body and with the microorganisms. Does anybody know what that is? Not Simba. It's something. Anyone into the chat? How about you, Mrs. Penn? What was the question? What do you call the relationship between microorganisms and the body for the greater good of keeping the body healthy and alive? Symbiotic. Yeah, it's symbiosis. It's a symbiotic relationship. Absolutely, working together. And thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh's come on, sir, to see us at the end. All the way from Hong Kong. All the way from Hong Kong.
People all around the world tuning in.
Absolutely. Look at that. Fantastic, Mr. Singh. And Mr. Singh, he said that there was a condition. I forgot what it was that he would donate. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what the condition was.
It was major. Also, Mr. Singh, actually, we took on board a piece of information that Mr. Singh taught us.
Oh, we taught, yes, last night.
We were talking all about teeth and enamel. And both Sean and Mr. Keeling, and I,
Mr. Sean Keeling,
we agreed ourselves that you should eat your breakfast in the morning, get up, and then you should brush your teeth, because that makes a lot of sense.
But then we fact checked, because we've been fact checking.
Yeah, because you, Mr. Singh, you told us that what we should do is brush our teeth first and then eat. We fact checked, and
you were right.
Mr. Singh was
you were right.
How bizarre is that? It makes sense to brush it afterwards, but apparently it's to do with the teeth. When you brush it, it strengthens the enamel.
Yeah,
and
if you have acid, brushing straight after is really bad for your teeth.
That's a very good point. So yeah, it could actually weaken it by brushing it after your breakfast.
So Mr. Singh, we're sorry.
Yeah,
you were
right.
Microorganisms. Microorganisms are very tiny little things. They really are so small that they are invisible to the naked eye. So a microscope is needed to see them. Microorganisms can be found all around us. They can live on and in our bodies, in the air, in water, and on the objects around us. They can be found in almost every habitat on Earth. What are microorganisms? Some animals and plants are microorganisms. Examples include dust mites and plankton. So here we have a magnified image of dust mites. So this might be part of the dust that's in your house. This little thing here looks creepy, doesn't it? It looks spooky. Don't worry, very, very tiny. You wouldn't even notice it, so you can't see it. And then over here we have plankton, which are microscopic organisms drifting in fresh or seawater, including plants and animals. It's weird, the creatures that we can't see that are all around us.
Absolutely amazing. And do you know what was on the chat last night? I think it was Mr. Ferris who was talking about tardigrades. Do you remember that?
Right, yes.
And tardigrades are absolutely incredible because they can survive in a broad range of
They're
environments.
the ones that look like the weird bear.
They do. They look like a little tiny mini bear. They've got
With a
this
starfish face.
Starfish face. You've absolutely got it. And these tardigrades. Can I get a quick picture of the tardigrade?
Get out the tardigrade.
Because these little creatures are absolutely incredible. They can survive in absolutely amazing. Let's get tardigrade. Tardigrade. Look at these guys. Yeah, and you can see why people call them cute. They call them water bears.
They look cute.
They can dry out, they can overheat, they can freeze, they can do everything. And that's a big shout out because Mr. Ferris was really useful last night. He was with us the whole time, making sure that there were no technical
I can't believe that I find something that looks like a Hoover bag cute.
Yeah, but you find pugs cute.
Do you not think that's cute?
That's cute.
That is cute. What does the chat think? Is that cute?
Cute
or creepy?
Iconic cardigan, Mr. Keeling. That's what they say.
Thank you. Cute or creepy?
Oh, some people at home have been doing the egg experiment. They've been checking on that.
You've been doing the experiment. That's so great.
Fantastic.
Make sure you get those write-ups, bring them in, and if you're at Causeway Green, you'll definitely get some gem cards for that.
Yeah, that's very good. It's not saying what Miss Loftus just said.
Right?
Very good. It's looking great.
Cute or creepy then?
I think it's cute. There's not much
Sir?
comment on it.
Creepy.
Creepy. Wow. Okay. No, I was going cute.
Well, people do say it could be something from outer space because it's biology, it's anatomy, it's like nothing else. The way it can survive things, that potentially it would be able to survive an asteroid. And there are some arguments, aren't there? And it's all about theories at the moment, that there is potential that life didn't just miraculously appear on Earth, but that it could have been transported through asteroids and impacts and all sorts of biological and geological occurrences.
Absolutely.
Which I think is fascinating too.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Let's get back to this thing because we're going to end off with a bit of a bang. So, yeah.
So, microorganisms. We've had a look at 2 microorganisms there. Let's have a look at
Cute. Everyone's saying cute, by the way.
Oh, well, that's really that's really nice. I thought cute too. Here we have mold. Mold is the common word for any fungus that grows on food or other materials. So one thing that I find really strange is actually shop bought bread. I've started making my own bread, sir. And,
Of course you
we do. We make spelt bread, and it doesn't have any of the.
Is that before or after you've been learning to play the piano?
Well, it's both.
Right.
But we've been making our own bread, and what we noticed is that the bread that we make within about 3 days it's hard, within 5 days it's mouldy.
Right.
Now the bread in the shop bought, we can leave it for 2 weeks and it will not have a speck of
Now,
mold
what
on
does
it.
that tell us about the ingredients in the shop bought bread?
It tells us that they've got a lot of preservatives
Yeah,
in
it's
it.
not very good to eat, is it? Do you know what? I don't know if you've ever seen it, and you guys can go and have a look at it. If you have a look at a 10-year-old Big Mac, and that's what preservatives do to a food. So if you go and have a little search, have a look on YouTube, people have saved these things, and they just don't degrade. They're not, because they have got so many preservatives and awful things inside them.
And I think actually something scary from a dietitian's point of view is that a lot of the food you buy in the supermarket can't actually be classified as food because they have so many chemicals in there.
So you've got to look after your microbiome.
Absolutely, you've got to have a look at what you're eating and just be very careful about what's in there. But mold is the common. So food going mouldy is actually good because it proves to you that there's not preservatives in there and it's actual good real food.
A little bit of mold, you got it in cheese, don't you? It's not always a bad
absolutely.
thing.
I mean, don't eat the mold. I mean, that would
But it
not
does
be
grow
good for
inside
you.
the
But to
cheese.
see mold, you know that food is real food.
But you
Now
know,
that
it's
one
not
is
good.
not good for me, is it? Because if it's
You're allergic to penicillin.
I'm allergic to penicillin, so I shouldn't touch that.
Well, I have told you, you
probably.
could just get over that if you want.
I could try and get over it, you're right. Yeast is a microscopic fungus that can be used to raise bread and dough, and that's actually what we're talking about, making your own bread.
We are going to be using a bit of yeast in
That's
this.
how we're going to do.
Yes.
Fabulous.
I know.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait. We are down to about almost the last 5 minutes, so I might go for a couple more, and then we'll see what Mr. George got cooked.
So one of the people who was doing the egg experiment at home,
Oh, yes.
they recommend they did it with apple juice, and they also had all sorts of it looked like mold. I don't think it necessarily was, but that probably was the layers of enamel that were coming off. So that's amazing.
Apple juice, so we got a replicated result. So it's not just a one-off.
We found out in year 4 that the apple juice had more sugar than the Coca-Cola.
That is incredible.
Yeah, isn't
And
that?
is it acidic as well? It's quite,
presume
quite
it's-
acidic. So
yeah.
it's both probably.
Both.
Yeah. Bacteria are single-celled microorganisms. Bacteria are found in diverse habitats all over Earth, everywhere. This image was produced by scanning electron microscope. It shows a clump of Staphylococcus. Can you say that word, sir? That's a very challenging word there.
Staphylococcus.
Say that again, sorry.
Staphylococcus.
Staphylococcus. Wow, that's brilliant. Epidermis, and that's to do with the skin as well,
Yeah.
isn't it? Bacteria that's typically found growing, there we are, on the human skin, but is usually harmless. But you might find this on human skin. So this might be on your skin right now.
Wait, I think it's amazing because we have fungus all over us, we've got microbes all over us, in your hair, all over. And do you know what? It's not a bad thing.
No.
Not a bad thing.
Just looks weird.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go for one more slide, or are you about ready, sir?
One more slide.
One more slide. Sometimes viruses are called microorganisms, but they're not really alive. They are infectious agents that can replicate only inside the cells of living things.
I'm just going to interrupt you just for some a bit more scientific reporting that's been coming through in the stream. Some people have been saying that when they have done the vinegar, it also stained at home. People who've done the milk, they say it made cheese around it, which I think is what you kind of thought was going to happen.
Yeah, I thought that it would curdle.
But it didn't happen with our cheese. So yeah, all sorts of things like this. And people are questioning, did Elon Musk end up donating?
I don't think Elon Musk donated, but you know what? Even after the stream,
Yeah, you can still-
the Just Giving is going to stay open
Yeah.
for a few days. So please just keep tweeting at Elon Musk. We will. They are infectious agents that can replicate only inside the cells of living things. Scientists disagree on whether or not to call viruses microorganisms. We're not going to do any further of this lesson, but look at that virus.
You can, because I'm going to have to move and just put a table at the front would be ideal. So I'm going to think what table I could put there.
Okay, some microorganisms can be helpful in certain situations. Others can be harmful, and their spread needs to be controlled or contained. Looking lovely outside, by the way. So these examples show some helpful uses of microorganisms. So here we go. Bacteria are used to ferment cheese milk as part of the cheese making process. So bacteria can be good at making cheese. Did you know actually I think it might be Mexico, there's a delicacy, there's a cheese where it has live maggots inside.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
And they eat it as a delicacy, but the problem is if you do not chew correctly, the maggots can actually live inside you.
I find that surprising because it's acid in your stomach.
It's really gross, but it's fact check.
Okay, well, I might.
Yeast ferments the carbohydrates found in grapes to make alcoholic wine. So helpful for making cheese and for making wine. Yogurt, and Sir's mentioned this before, yogurt is made using milk that has been surrounded by bacteria. Yeast is added to bread dough to make that bread dough rise. Microorganisms feed on leaves, plants, and other matter, decomposing it and creating compost. Antibiotics are used to kill bacteria that cause infections. They are created from fungi, such as penicillium. Helpful, not for me, but for most people. And then we've got harmful examples here. So, for example, food poisoning can be caused by bacteria that grow on uncooked or undercooked foods. Chickenpox is caused by a virus, and that spreads very easily. The influenza virus causes flu symptoms, such as a headache and a fever. Athlete's foot is caused by a fungus that grows between the toes. Not very nice. Plaque on our teeth is formed when bacteria in the mouth combines with small food particles. Why it's important to brush our teeth, to use mouthwash, to see the dentist. And the fungi that grow on food are called molds. Molds can make you ill if you eat it. We're not going to do that because we're not in our classroom. So what makes mold grow? Well, mold is the name for types of fungi that grow on food. What do you think makes mold? I am going to pause there, I think.
You are. We're going to have one last big explode. Well, some kind of reaction, hopefully.
We are at 10:58, sir.
Brilliant.
So we are 2 away from our 26-hour target.
Mr. Pemberton, do you want to come and be in charge of this? Now, one thing I know about this is we need to stay away because it can get a little bit hot after the reaction, and we don't necessarily.
Is this elephant's toothpaste?
That's what we're going to try.
Right.
So we don't want to get our. We want to try and not touch it for a bit.
Okay.
Big finish then.
You're making me feel a little bit nervous here, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah,
but,
well, I think I feel nervous too. I mean, I can't really think at the moment, so. One of the Mr. Keeling, you're going to get into the last little bit.
Okay. I'm just going to do a check on how much we've raised at the very end. So.
Right. One side.
Mr. Keeling, I've got an answer.
Fabulous.
£2,529 so far.
Wow.
That is 84% of the total.
Fantastic. That is
and we've had
absolutely amazing.
80 supporters.
That is great. What more can we ask for? What more can we ask for?
Do you want to put it in?
No, I don't really want to put.
Hold on. Let's just see that it's definitely
I've
visual.
nearly died once at Anglesey, so there's no harm in trying it again.
Okay, here we go. We're going to pull this in.
Quite
Is it better if I do it from the side?
I think so, yeah. So we can
Is that
get
a good angle?
a good angle.
Kind of deal.
Put it all in. Get it all in. That's it. We're going to move away.
Move away.
Ooh, it's a limited reaction. But we do have some kind of chemical reaction. It didn't quite explode in the way that we wanted. But you know what? So what has been
the theme?
the theme of
The
all
theme
night?
is if you get things wrong, you failed. Is that not it?
Science is all about failure.
Oh, right.
Is there anything you want to say, sir, at the end? Now we've got this thing bubbling away in a chemical reaction.
While
going
it's
on.
still going away there, I want to say what a fantastic job you guys have done for the last 26 hours. It's been absolutely fantastic. I was here at the start and I'm here at the end, and you guys have done all the bit in the middle.
Yes.
So that's
Teamwork.
Teamwork. It's the dream work.
Teamwork. Makes the dream work.
I think we failed all night, sir. We failed at experiments. We've failed at elephant's toothpaste. We have failed at everything, but that's what science is. It is failing. It is not giving up.
Learning.
And it is
You know what?
learning.
I think it's pretty cool. It's still going.
It's
Look at this
actually not so
reaction.
bad, is it?
Amazing.
It really
Right.
stinks.
The one thing that I am really excited to do now, sir,
Yes.
is I'm going to end this stream.
Yeah.
It's over.
Goodbye.